Owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Hi, this is New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport. Speeding puts everyone at risk. That's why officers and troopers are actively looking for drivers who drive too fast. Don't let speeding be the reason that you or someone else doesn't make it home. Slow down and drive safely, New Jersey.
We want everyone to enjoy their 4th of July weekend, so please use a rideshare or a designated driver. A DUI will change your life. Don't drink and drive. From your friends at Odyssey and Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers, we are New York.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Cool down all summer long with Dunkin' Refreshers, available in so many delicious flavors like all new pink pineapple. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Celebrating America's 250th July 4th weekend and the fans who bring the fireworks to New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo. You're listening to The Fan, the greatest radio station on the planet, in the best city in the world, in all the galaxy, New York City. And we got a lot to get to, so let's hop into it. 888-808-1019 is the number to call, as always. And listen, I'm in a good mood, but that good mood does not need to be separated from the frustration, which is now 30 plus years of frustration, that is being a New York Mets fan. And Steve Cohen poured gasoline on a fire that was already burning down the whole city. He poured gasoline on a fire, and at times, we want him to speak. But whenever this guy opens his mouth, he just makes things worse. Whether it's on Twitter or leaking tweets or leaking texts to his boy John Heyman, or when he finally speaks to John Heyman, which Heyman and Sherman did a great job, but he's not even being asked certain things, and he's laying it out there and making everything worse. And we have a lot to get to. We'll hear all the comments, all of that right here. But when you go out there and you sound unsure of the future, you commit to things in the most lackluster style, whether it's David Stearns or Soto and Lindor, and the way, and honesty is great, but there needs to be a level of, somebody's got to be an adult in the room for this franchise that has been run into the ground. And now I could respect the comments about Stearns because he doesn't want to, just churn out new GMs and presidents of baseball operations every single day. But to commit to this guy, not just for next year, but to make it seem like you're going to commit to him for the rest of his contract. And then you tell us that there is no reason to even think that Lindor and Soto could be on the table. And then the way you talk about the future of the franchise, and there is no confidence that you could turn this around. I did not walk away as a Mets fan being confident in what Steve Cohen said, and I've defended this guy through every disappointment, and there's been more disappointments than there has been good. And we are on the verge. We are in the midst of the worst, most embarrassing, putrid season since the 60s for this franchise. Now, obviously, you could point to moments in the late 70s that were worse than this. You could bunch together the first few years when they expanded into the New York Mets. They were an expansion team. This team is $300+ million. More money than what they spent in the early 90s for those cruddy teams. $300 million for a team that may not win 65 games. $300 million for a team that does not have a backup at any single position. $300 million to waste the primes of your star shortstop and your star outfielder, who need to be coddled like children and had their hands held in order to make things work. You go out there and you say your GM is adaptable. What is he adapted to? You ask us to give him credit for 2024. That wasn't his team. He was mailing that season in till they went on a magical run. So what did he adapt to? He adapted to being good, to being worse, to being more of a choker than this franchise has ever seen. Last year was a disaster. 3/5 of the season was a disaster. And today, we have to listen to this guy go out there this week, obviously not today that he spoke, speaking yesterday, and he has to go out there and give confidence, breathe some life into the franchise. And he went out there and did the exact opposite. And quite frankly, outside of two moments in his career as the Mets owner, one, which is laughable now, trying to guarantee a World Series in the first 5 years, which, yes, had me fired up, had Mets fans fired up. And the only other time I respected something that came out of his mouth was the way he approached the Pete Alonso situation going into 2025. Otherwise, he has not said a single thing I could get behind. He's bashed the fans. When the fans showed out in record numbers last year, you rewarded them with a choke job. And this year, you rewarded them with garbage. And no, he does the things with the checkbook you want. So I am not going to blame him. No, I'm not in that aspect. But when you go out there and you defend your putrid general manager, your stars who may put up the stats, but none of it is substantial, it is not good enough. Met fans deserve more. They deserve better. And no, I'm not going to compare this to the Wilpons. I am not going to compare this to a franchise that did not go the extra mile to win. But it doesn't matter if you're going the extra mile if it's not resulting in anything. Sure, the game day experience has been improved. Well, it was until you started charging ridiculous prices for parking and refused to lower it and gave scam free tickets and then got upset when no one used them because your team's terrible. And now the parking lot is a dump. And you go out there and you go the extra mile and burn money on the field with a roster that is terrible. No depth. No pitching, no offense, no defense. You go out there and you invest in infrastructure, development, analytics, everything that you can on the farm. But yet, I have yet to see any young players really thrive. I think we have two good young outfielders. I think we have a good starting pitcher. Christian Scott has been fine this year. But they are not definites. There is nothing on this team that is guaranteed outside of Juan Soto hitting meaningless home runs. And everything from the top down has been a disaster. This guy has done the right thing in spending. Yes, I can't complain. He spends. He goes out there and he spends on the farm. He spends on development, all of that, sure. But at some point in this city, where the standards are higher than Milwaukee, something has to give. And yes, I was an advocate for going to get David Stearns. I was an advocate for giving this guy a chance after last year. He tore down the franchise's pillars. He surrounded his two best players with garbage. He's made reactionary moves the last two off seasons. Bo Bichette, re-signing Minaya, you name it. He's invested in terrible players like Frankie Montas. He's made trades that I don't want to hear about what those prospects, and Brandon Sproat has looked tremendous his last two starts. I don't want to hear about what Jet Williams and Sproat haven't done when Freddie Peralta and Tobias Myers have been terrible. And we watch this team go out there, and they are lifeless. When you watch this team go out there, they are not fun. They do not play fundamental baseball. They do not field. They do not hit. They do not pitch. And he defends this guy, calls him adaptable. He says, I get the one thing, and I want to be fair, The one thing he said that I understand is not wanting to consistently fire guys. Because who would want a job if you know you have a short leash? But there needs to be a balance between being an attractive job and doing what is necessary to spark a fire within the organization. And you fire the one guy who was probably the least responsible for everything going on. And yes, they had to do it. Two things could be true. But I would put this on Stearns, Cohen, and the players more than I would have put it on Mendoza. You cut the guy's legs off from his staff. So now we sit here and we wait. And we now waste our summer watching meaningless baseball. No one's showing up to the park. It doesn't matter what promotion you have. It doesn't matter what New York Knick you have throwing out the first pitch. You could resurrect Jesus at this point and have him throw out the first pitch. Nobody's showing up. You could give away legitimate 1986 rings. No one's showing up. You could give away free Shake Shack, and my fat ass is not showing up. The team is a disaster from the top down, and he needs to get a grip. Somebody needs to get in Cohen's ear and tell him he's out of touch. And they are not winning. They are not close to winning. They may not win this decade. And when I mean win, I'm not even talking about a World Series. They may not get back to the postseason again in the 2020s. That's how terrible this guy is. And yet, Cohen defends him. And Stearns is going to go out there and he's going to speak next Tuesday. Or maybe he takes a holiday. For our sake, maybe he takes a holiday. And he's going to defend this guy. And you're going to let him make trades at the deadline. You're going to make him make moves in the offseason. And nothing he has done outside of signing Clay Holmes, because I am not giving David Stearns credit. This is where I will give credit to Steve Cohen. And this is why I'm not blaming. It's not really the money and the stuff outside of hiring and firing people that I am complaining about. It is more the practice that he rolls out when it comes to hiring front office guys and managing the staff and his comments. His comments make everything worse. Every single time he says something, it makes it worse. And maybe he's being sabotaged. Maybe they're giving him bad information. Maybe he's surrounded by idiots. I feel like an idiot for watching this team every night. But I do it because why? We're loyal. And we're there every night. And while these guys collect a check and then they move on to their next destination and forget about us, we will still be there. But apathy is set in with this franchise, and Cohen is not seeing it. And yes, it was nice that he spoke. It'd be better if he put himself on a different platform. And this is not a shot at Heyman or Sherman. I thought they did a good job. And they really didn't even need to do much which they did do a good job, but they didn't really need to do much because Cohen was just offering stuff up. And I'm not talking about him being too transparent, but they ask him about the core and needing to break guys up. And he starts talking about Soto and Lindor having issues last year after denying it for months, for a year, honestly. And I don't want to trade Soto and Lindor. I do think you could rebuild a franchise while holding on to those guys if they want to be here. And I think they do want to be here. At least I know Lindor wants to be. And you sit there and you give away the cards. You tell everybody they're not going anywhere. You tell everybody Stearns isn't going anywhere. He puts his foot in his mouth. When he tweets, it's even worse. And if I had to listen to him say, well, listen, we are listening, and nothing substantial is being said. And it's frustrating. Because I'm not saying the guy doesn't care. I am not one of these fans. I don't think he just bought something he was going to lose hand over fist millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to just build a casino. But it is frustrating. And something has to give. You did not give Billy Epler that leash. But you're going to give David Stearns that leash. And then the stories come out. And I know Eric Chavez, a lot of people think it's salty grapes. But the stories come out that, Epler was sabotaged and they use it as a way to get him away from the job. That was a guy who made more impactful moves than David Stearns did, and he wasn't that great. And I've defended David Stearns too. There's nothing left to defend. And none of this is shocking. I knew Stearns was coming back next year. But to then say he's not going anywhere the remaining of his contract, and you could be complimentary of your head of baseball ops, but you do not have to lie to us. He's not adapting. What is he adapted to? What has he adapted to? What is he figuring out? His version of adaption, the way he adapted in the offseason was he saw, listen, we could disagree with the plan. You got to stick to your plan. You got to be 10 toes down. Dug in, but he didn't. He got afraid. And he threw money at Bo Bichette. He got afraid and traded for Luis Robert. And these may have been, Robert was a low-risk move. You're still paying him $20 million. You give Bo Bichette tens of millions of dollars. And the guy is a disaster. He doesn't play with any heart. He looks like he doesn't care. The first time I seen him care was when he was sobbing before the game in Toronto. And I'm sorry. I'm all for emotions. And it's not the act of crying. It's the act of crying and looking at a guy who is miserable at a job you're making $40 million for, miserable for an organization with some of the best fans in the world. And your superstar doesn't know how to get along with people, never comes up with a big hit. Your other superstar has been injury prone the last 2 years, has not hit consistently. Rumors swirling around him, whether I believe them or not, they're there, and they are prevalent. He's making mistakes, and whether he was showing up the manager or not, that can't happen on the field where he reacts. Whether he was getting mad at himself, it doesn't matter. That can't happen. And a lot of that stuff is happening. And Cohen is going to see his first back-to-back, not losing seasons, but his first back-to-back missed postseasons. But this is yet again a disappointment. The only season that he's been here that I could say is not a disappointment was 2024. Because in 2021, they led for the majority of the season in first place. Missed the playoffs. Didn't even sniff the playoffs. 2022, they led for the majority of the season in the division, choked it away, and then got embarrassed at home in the wild card round. 2025, you spend all that money, and what was the most embarrassing season, not disappointing, but embarrassing, you choke away and play under 500 baseball for the last 3 months, and you're making errors as you're trying, mental mistakes, and no one's coming up with big hits, and there's no life on the team as you head into your last series in Miami, and then this year where they never had a chance. What was the last feel-good moment for this Mets team? The walk-off home run by Luis Robert on what was that, the second day of the season? And it's been a disaster. Injuries, mistakes, embarrassments, off-the-field stuff. Everything keeps piling on for this franchise, and the owner scoops the dirt out of the ground and dumps it on top. Everything he is touching is not what we thought it was. We wanted the big bucks, Uncle Stevie, Kid Cohen. We wanted this, and he has spent. But spending stupidly or investing in the wrong people to run your franchise is not an excuse. You don't get to sit here. And yes, I will defend him on the aspect of he spent money. He's done what the Wilpons wouldn't do. But when it comes to the way he's run this franchise, that is Wilpony. When it comes to the baseball operations, that's where things haven't changed. Just because he's spending more, the results have not changed. He's playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. And to double down, I want to reiterate this, to double down on the fact that David Stearns, that his job is not on the line, is embarrassing. I did think he was coming back next year. But part of me was hoping that they were just letting him get through this trade deadline because you cannot go into a rebuild, which they are in. Whether they keep Soto and Lindor or get rid of one of them and keep the other one, they are in a rebuild. We are going to see guys moved if they can move them. And that was my one hope, was that he was going to go out there, let him get through the, kind of, I've mentioned this before, kind of like when you see lame duck GMs in football survive the draft and then be let go after the draft because they were the ones who scouted the guys all year. They were the ones who had the script on what they wanted their draft to be and who was on their big board. And for the Mets, sure, I'm okay with letting Stearns finish out the deadline because if you break, what are you going to do? You're going to fire him and let an interim president make the moves that you need to make in this moment to rebuild? But after that, I was expecting some feet to be held to the fire, and it doesn't seem like that's happening. But it's okay. David Stearns is adaptable. The boy genius will figure it out. Cohen didn't really sound confident about that, but don't worry, he'll figure it out. 888-808-1019. Where are we at, Met fans? And we obviously don't need to play the blame game. We know who's to blame. But are you as frustrated with Cohen's comments as I was? Are you okay with the honesty? It's not the honesty that's killing me. It's the way he would offer things up or the dead set, straightforward nature of his answers. Stearns isn't going anywhere. Lindor's not going anywhere. Soto's not going anywhere. No confidence in what the future of this franchise is. But you're going to keep the guy that has the responsibility of turning it around. Paul in New Jersey. What up, Paul?
Hey, what's up, brother?
How are you, man?
Good, man. So, a couple of points, man. One, I cannot agree with you. I agree with you 100% about Stearns. His signings were absolutely insane. Getting rid of the coaches, Hefner, I mean, look what he's doing, like, for the Braves this year. And I think, I don't think this team is going to go anywhere with Soto. I was all big about signing him, and you looking back on it now, he is not a team player. He's all about his stats on his own. I just don't think they're going to go anywhere with him. How do you feel about that? Or do you think they can build a team around Soto?
So part of me if they got rid of Soto and or Lindor, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I also think there is a way to pivot and rebuild the team while keeping those guys. But you may have to just start clean. Paul, you're a Met fan. I kind of feel like where you're leaning anyway.
100%.
But if they pulled the rug out from under us.
April, I've been a Met fan since '86.
Yeah, or not pulled the rug out. If they pulled the plug on this thing and completely built it up, I think the fan base would hate that they're going to lose, but would at least respect it a bit more than them half-assing it. Or they can rebuild, but where are they going to pivot if you don't trade the only two guys with value that aren't under 26 on your franchise?
100%. So when Soto was with the Padres, they had an all-star team, man, and they didn't do anything to the Padres, right?
Well, they did. He was he on the squad in 2022? Oops, sorry, that my phone. Sorry. I'm trying to think. Thanks for the call, Paul. I'm going to look into that. I'll look into the break. I think he was on that. Was he on the team that beat the Mets in 2022? I don't think so. I think it was the next year he made it. But that is Soto's a winner. Let's not get that twisted. He is a winner. He went to the World Series with the Yankees. Yes, he had Aaron Judge next to him. They won a World Series, and he was fantastic for the Nationals. But that doesn't mean it's going to work here. So Soto was on the 2022 Padres. So they went to the NLCS and then ultimately lost to the Phillies. And I don't think that they went back. And then the next year was a disaster. And obviously we know what happened there. He goes to the Yankees, goes to the World Series, hits a big home run to help the Yankees get there. And then it's been, he's getting his stats. He's going to, borderline hit 50 home runs, you know what I mean, last year. And then this year he's putting up another, tremendous amount of numbers. But what do they mean? I genuinely am not saying he's unclutch. But in his short stint with the Mets, I feel like he has had no big hits. And it's embarrassing. And it's not all on Soto. He's just, you get that money, you got to wear the crown in the good and the bad. And the same goes for Lindor. And also, if we always talk about what they did with the core, and there is other angles of this, how they got rid of the coaching staff is one of them. And I thought that undercut Mendoza. And we heard Todd Zeile talk about how when Mendoza was with the Yankees, he was more of the bad cop to Boone's good cop. And when he got to the Mets, he had John Gibbons, and Gibbons was his enforcer almost. Not that it's lack of a better term. And they fire everyone, and now it seems like there's no cohesion with the staff. And then you think about all the dumb moves they made, and I'm not saying the Mets would be any better because they didn't win anything with Alonso, Nimmo, and McNeil, and Diaz. They've choked more with those guys than they won anything, but it's still easier to lose with guys you love and you've grown attached to. But there's also the aspect of up until this offseason, we were all down to have Lindor be the captain until it became a conversation of, and I don't care if Lindor and McNeil didn't get along. McNeil stunk. And he was a guy who had a terrible attitude. The Nimmo stuff and the Alonso stuff, how can I not believe that there wasn't issues there? I don't know if Alonso and Lindor had issues, but how could I not believe that there wasn't issues with Nimmo and Lindor? I also think that they wanted to get rid of Alonso and Nimmo because Stearns didn't believe in them as players. They didn't fit into his equation, his spreadsheet that he was putting together. But there's also the aspect of 2024, obviously, JD Martinez and Iglesias helped spark that locker room. But a lot of what we heard was, Nimmo and Lindor are leaders. They're taking guys out for dinner and covering the tab, and they're the ones who called the player-only meeting. And then you get rid of everyone. You don't make Lindor captain, and it kind of sounds like you usurped him of his role in the clubhouse. And then the stories come out that Soto wanted nothing to do with his teammates, and then they coddled him, and it shows who the big dog in the locker room was. And just because you're the highest paid does not mean you're the leader in the locker room. He should be. I can't knock him for not being a vocal leader, but he should be a leader. But it sounds like they ruined certain dynamics in that locker room, and the locker room needed a change. That is true. Now it needs a complete overhaul. Not just because of the clubhouse issues, not just because of the bloated salaries, but also, and most importantly, because they are terrible, and there's no end in sight to how bad this team is. They are not one or two signings away from being a postseason team next year. They are not a short rebuild away from stabilizing. With a salary cap on the horizon, it may be impossible to move Lindor, and it also might not be the easiest to move Soto, because you can move him, but if you're not getting generational value for a generational talent, why are you moving him? And in baseball, you go 3 for 10, you're a Hall of Famer if you're a player. But Cohen wants to back his his president of baseball operations. When you go 3 of 10 in the front office, you're unemployed. 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get into. More on the Mets conversation. We'll play some of the sound from Cohen's conversation with Heyman and Sherman. We'll get into the Yankees debacle. Did Judge make things worse with his comments? Is Boone really on the hot seat? We'll get into all that. Also, is there more to, if you heard the Carton show before, Craig was all in on bringing LeBron to New York, but maybe there's more to that than we realize. We'll get into that right here on The Fan.
Celebrate 250 years with Yankees baseball on WFAN. The Twins are in the Bronx taking on the Bombers. 7:05 tomorrow night. Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM, 660 AM, and always available en Espanol with Ricky Ricardo on the Odyssey app.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer, a brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event, with specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple and strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Tune into Odyssey Mets Radio on 880 AM. Brought to you by the #1 West Bay.
Oh, Anthony Gallo back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. A beautiful 4th of July weekend. At about 10:20-ish, my guy Greg Caserta of the MLB Network will join us. We'll talk Mets, Yankees. We'll go around the league a little bit as well, as he does, former FAN alum as well, as he's a, big MLB star now on MLB Big Inning. Before we get back to your calls, 888-808-1019, I do want you guys, because I know a lot of you haven't actually heard some of the audio from Cohen with his interview with Sherman and Heyman, but and there is a lot to get to. But let's start with he talks about David Stearns, and I think that I edited these myself. I left the questions in there because I do think it's pertinent to the conversation. But he talks about David Stearns and committing, to him throughout this contract.
Why is he still here? What do you like about David Stearns halfway through a 5-year contract?
Yeah, listen, David's a thoughtful. Listen, I'm in my conversations with him. He's incredibly thorough. There aren't answers that I walk away and say, I don't agree with that. Or he's pretty, buttoned down and knows what he's talking about. Okay. We're 2.5 years into a contract. Everyone forgets. Does he get any credit for 24? Does that not count? Okay, and we almost made it to the World Series, and that was just 2 years ago. So it's a mixed record. Okay, I'm not going to say it's going great. Okay, but it's too early to really make evaluations. And I feel really strongly that if we're going to burn and churn, that's a terrible place to be. And every time you burn and churn, that guess what? The next time, nobody wants to come. Okay, is someone going to put their career in your hands if you're going to be, short-term oriented? And I have a contract. It's a 5-year contract, and we're going to live that contract out.
Does that mean David Stearns is getting the full 5 years?
Listen, I'm going forward with David as our leader. Listen, there's no guarantees in anything. Okay, I'm going to evaluate this as we go along. And listen, David knows that it hasn't worked out the way he thought it would work out, the way I thought it would work out. He'd be the first one to admit that he's made some mistakes. And this is a guy who's reflective. What am I looking for? I'm looking for someone when things are going great, hey, it's easy. When things aren't going great, are you reflective? Are you adaptable? Are you flexible? I believe David is. And I hear it, and we'll figure out what changes that need to be made. But the change that's not going to be made is moving David out at this point. I'm just not going to do it.
It's frustrating, and it's getting my blood boiling hearing it. And it didn't go as planned. Do you think let's think about this. And I like to go back to 2015 with the Mets. And I do think Sandy Alderson was respectable, whatever. I wasn't the biggest Sandy Alderson fan. The 1 year that he really achieved, the majority of the team had been brought into the organization by Omar Minaya. And the one big piece he brought in, Cespedes, was a guy he didn't actually want. And they kind of backed into that deal. He wanted Carlos Gomez. He wanted Justin Upton. And David Stearns' first year, that was a team that wasn't one GM. You can't point to one guy. Obviously, Epler the year before. There's a million guys, Brody Van Wagenen and Epler and Steve Scott. and so on and so on. And they went to the NLCS. And yes, he did make some good moves that year. Jose Iglesias, JD Martinez, Severino, Minaya. But since then, outside of 2 months last year, it has been a disaster. And to say he's adaptable, where is he adapted? Like, when you really think about the roster makeup, they spend $350+ million on a team that can't field 4 starting pitchers, let alone 5. A team that doesn't have a natural backup to 90% of the roster. And you're investing in your big money players outside of Soto because Lindor has not produced. He hasn't. And I love Lindor, but he hasn't produced. Outside of Soto, they're not putting up numbers. Outside of the 2 young guys who aren't tearing the cover off the ball, but they play with energy. They're fun to watch. You know, they are the only thing close to run prevention we have. They can't field, they can't hit, they can't pitch. For $350 million, they can't do any of that. Meanwhile, the White Sox, the Rays, the Guardians, the Cardinals, who are supposed to be rebuilding, the Marlins, the Brewers, who never spend any money, they all seem to find how to put pretty competitive teams out there. You know, borderline playoff teams for some of them, but most of them are in the playoff picture right now without spending that money. And I'm not justifying not spending money, but you spent $350 million for garbage. Cohen's the guy that goes to Canal Street and doesn't even haggle. He pays for the fake Chanel bag at full price. Kind of like Brad Stevens. Could have asked for VJ Edgecombe, but instead he took Paul George. And Cohen defends him because he's adaptable. And I get it. You do not want to just cycle through front office guys. But something has to change. And you have to think about the franchise. And you have to take risks. He is a businessman, a very successful businessman. There's risks in every move he probably makes, every business deal he makes. And I know you have to weigh the options, but is the risk of alienating yourself as an organization from future candidates as bad as maybe allowing this guy to do further damage? And I get letting him see through the deadline, but the entire contract? And to not just, you know, he could have given him a vote of confidence. He gave him a stamp of approval. 888-808-1019. John in Oxford.
Yeah, thanks for taking the call. Listen, with the Mets, I've always kind of felt it's Soto. Soto is that factor, I feel, that brought down the clubhouse when they brought him in with that ridiculous contract.
Yep.
I feel this is a one-tool player who used a season with the Yankees to get the most overrated contract we've ever seen. He doesn't deserve it. He's a locker room killer.
I don't think anyone deserves it, but you're right. It doesn't.
He's killed it. Now, here's the thing. Now, this is what I would say. That purchase, that contract, that's Cohen. Because Stern, he's a small market guy. He never wanted to put that to one guy.
Right.
That's Cohen.
Well,
Cohen wanted
I think that's
the
fair,
shiny
John.
object.
I think that's fair, but let's be honest. And maybe you aren't one of these people, but we all wanted that shiny object. We all can agree, though, it doesn't matter if we wanted it. We don't get paid to make these decisions. They do, and it hasn't worked out. And I appreciate the call, John. I will say this. Nobody is worth that amount of money. And as much as I've, ragged on Soto, he is a generational talent. He is. He has not won anything here. And until he does, he's a nobody to Met fans. That is a fair observation, and it doesn't matter what statistics he puts up if they don't win. Aaron Judge, who's gone to the playoffs every year but once, I guess twice actually, with this Yankees team, is criticized for not coming up big, is criticized for the Yankees not winning a World Series in his tenure. So why can't we hold Soto that same standard? I understand he's got almost 1,000 OPS. He's hitting 293. He's got 17 homers, most of them solos. None of it's good enough. You could remove McClain, Benj, Ewing. I guess you want to say Luke Weaver. I could probably point to every single guy on this roster and find a reason to be annoyed with them. And yeah, you can't fire all the players, but there is a guy who's supposed to let's say you signed Soto, you did nothing. All you've done is take pieces away from him. The Mets could have paid Pete Alonso and kept Brandon Nimmo instead of if they would have done what they did. The Mets are still under 500. Let's not get away from that. Let's say instead of Simeon, Robert, and Polanco and Simeon, Bichette, Simeon, Polanco, and Robert, and the trade-off was McNeil, Alonso, and Nimmo, they're still under 500 because they didn't do anything to address the pitching staff, because they didn't do anything to address the depth concerns they had. But that's still on Stearns. It doesn't excuse these players for not necessarily being winners, but that is still on Stearns for not doing anything to put a team around Soto and Lindor and when Alonso was here. And all you've done is take pieces away from Soto. You were going to play this special, crisp, fundamental baseball where you threw guys who never played positions before, but you were going to prevent runs. Unless he was telling us the truth, and the run prevention was on the offensive side. This is, and I can't stress it enough, and I know people have given me pushback on this. This is going to be, if they don't, and this doesn't excuse the disappointment or change our negative feelings, if they don't turn it around and somehow find a way to win 78, 79, 80 games to just feel respectable in the second half, this is going to be the biggest disappointment, the biggest embarrassment, the biggest mess in New York Mets history. 888-808-1019. Ronnie in Montville. What's going on, Ronnie?
Hey, what's going on, man? Big fan.
I appreciate it.
Couple of points I want to make on with the Mets that I feel aren't being talked about enough, or maybe they were in the beginning, but this team hasn't been healthy since like the 10th game of the season.
Right.
Like the lineup we've been putting out there is atrocious.
Yes.
So I don't understand why no one's bringing that up more.
Well,
yes,
that's the depth.
Bad decisions.
Where's the depth? Yeah. You're spending $350 million, and yes, they have been injured, Ronnie, but they have not been. It's not every single guy is on the IL at the same time. Like, where is the money going to?
No, I understand, but the money's really going to, like, some of the contracts are bad, and we got the one shiny toy in Soto. Two of the players that we brought in to replace Alonso and Nimmo haven't even played. And then the Yankees lose Judge, and everything's like, oh, he's out. That's why they stink. I understand Stearns made bad decisions, but to be fair, what he thought was going to be players that are productive.
I would make the argument that just, Ronnie, I would make the argument, and you might not agree with this, the Yankees have more critical injuries than the Mets have. Outside of Soto and Lindor have not been healthy at the same time. We could agree on that. Do we think Luis Robert and Polanco were turning the season around? No.
No. Looking back on it now, probably not, but they really have an opportunity to prove it to us.
Listen,
so, I mean,
that is fair, but also those guys were not supposed to be carried. They were supposed to be complementary pieces to Bichette, Lindor, Soto, and hopefully some of these young guys were supposed to take a leap. That's the other issue. What did you see? We acted like Brett Beatty turned into Ted Williams last year. What have Beatty and Viento showed you out of both of them giving you in their careers each one good half season? So what did they show you? And I'm sorry, I'm doing some research and I keep forgetting to turn my volume off on my phone. So I opened it up and it started playing audio. But it is and will be the biggest disaster in this franchise's history. A franchise with some of the biggest disasters in the sports history. 07, 08, the early 60s, the late 70s, the early 90s with, what was it? The worst team money can buy. This is the new worst team money can buy. I used to think that Marlins team that went out there, they got Burley, they got Reyes, they went out and they got all those guys in that offseason, and they ended up selling all of them by midseason. I used to think that was the worst big spend I've ever seen. And the Mets have had some bad ones. Mo Vaughn, Roberto Alomar, you know the story. We would act like the Yankees did this when they would bring in all those talented guys, but they were losing in the playoffs. You know how bad I'd love to be a playoff loser every year? You know how bad I'd love to be a team that I don't have to say to my friends, hey, get us to September with competent baseball. Give me something to watch. That's most of, and it feels like, I'm 34, it feels like that's been most of Mets fandom for the majority of the fan base, even the guys older than me. The playoff scenarios were different back in the day, so they were Met teams that played really well that could not get into the playoffs because there wasn't expansion and the wild card. The divisions weren't the same. But they are a disaster. They continue to be a disaster. And the owner just went out there and gave a seal of approval on the guy in charge of the disaster. And it's unacceptable. It really is. And if everything goes right, there's this scenario, and you can talk about injuries and all this. If everything is going wrong for you, the plan was never going to work out. You can't be the most unfundamental team in the league. You can't be the most injured team in the league. You can't be a team that's the worst pitching team in the league. You can't be the team with some of the worst situational hitting and the worst fastball hitting team in the league and say, everything's just terrible is happening at once. What are you going to do? Well, what you're going to do is make some changes. Top down, make some changes. The excuse can't be bad luck. Nobody else in life gets to keep their job while constantly failing because of bad luck. Oh, maybe Herb Williams, when the Knicks were really terrible, it seemed like he was just around the Knicks coaching staff all the time. I'm obviously joking, but I'm actually not even really joking. It kind of feels like the truth. You can't survive this, and the excuse can't be it hasn't gone according to plan. He's adaptable. He knows he's done wrong. Little Davy is in the corner thinking about what he did, and we'll get back to it when he's done with timeout. No, that's not how this works. And when the fans don't show up next season, I don't think Cohen realizes that if there's a baseball season next year, Met fans aren't showing up. Wait till opening day, and you're going to get the lifers that opening day is their thing. Our Paul Rosenberg has been to X amount of opening days, and Evan Roberts has been to X amount of opening days. That stadium is going to be Evan and his poor sons that he subjects to these games all season next year. That's going to be it. There's no World Cup next year. The European and South American fans are not showing up to Met games at Citi Field next year. The 7 line is not going to be able to sell tickets because this team is an embarrassment. It's the summer. We'll go to the pool. We'll go to the beach. We'll go to the shore or the Hamptons, wherever it is you go. I don't go to the Hamptons, but you know what I'm saying. We're in the greatest city in the world. It's not very hard. It's not a hard task to distract yourself from terrible baseball. 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get to. We'll come back. Some new reporting around the LeBron James and Knicks interest. We'll get into that. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's Evan and Tiki, middays on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
When you send Giovanni Cruz down and Camilo Doval, who has options, that's an ego move, Cash. Because you traded for Camilo Doval last year, a move that I celebrated, many Yankee fans celebrated, we all liked it. He has been a failure now, and he has options. Send his ass to Scranton.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Hi, this is New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport. Thinking about speeding? Think again. Don't let speeding be the reason that you or someone else doesn't make it home. Slow down and drive safely, New Jersey.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Don't waste time looking for the lowest price on Bridgestone tires, because when it comes to Bridgestone tires, nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. That's right, you get the guaranteed lowest price, plus the most free services for life on your new Bridgestone tires. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Our front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at FizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because Next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. An Odyssey sports station. The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
I do feel like I'm owed some restitution because we were supposed to be naming players, great players without rings, and I said Dwight Howard, which was wrong because he won one in the bubble with the Lakers in 2020. But Craig always says that was a Fugazi title, so I feel like I was robbed it again. But my people are looking into it. Another thing, though, that was said on the Card Show discussion was Craig and Big Mac got into it about should the Knicks pursue LeBron James, and around 6:40, I had just gotten a notification about 20-30 minutes ago. Jake Fisher of the Bleacher Report is reporting that the Knicks have shown some interest in acquiring LeBron James. I would take that with a grain of salt. Not saying that he's not hearing that, but I think every team but the Lakers has shown interest in LeBron James. I watched the clip, and he texted somebody live on his stream, and that was the conversation. I would not be in favor of bringing LeBron James into the mix for the Knicks with this team having the cohesion they have and the closeness and the effort part of it. And I think LeBron James is an all-time great guy. NBA player, sorry. One of the greatest. He's not my favorite player of all time. He's not my favorite person of all time. He is one of the 5 greatest guys to play the game. My issue with LeBron is he's also one of these guys that he's kind of a front-running player. Like, he will give you the effort and the all-time, everything when the game is close or when the game matters or when they're in it or when he's having a big game. But the last thing we need is LeBron James standing on the court as he's not watching his guy go backdoor, giving up a layup, or LeBron James not closing out on the arc. So, no, I do not want LeBron James messing up the chemistry here. I do know the Knicks are in on a big man from the Pelicans. It doesn't sound like they are going to – I want to get the name of the player. It was Yves Missi. I forget. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He is would be a good, piece to pivot to. A lot like who the hell watches this guy? I am a little bit of a basketball junkie. He's not a finished product either. He would be a project. He does things. I don't want to call him a poor man's Mitchell Robinson because they are not 100% similar. But he would do things that Mitchell Robinson did for you. Effort on the offensive glass, effort on defense, physicality, athleticism that, you are missing by losing out on Mitchell Robinson. Right now, we're going to have to trust Leon Rose, and I have never trusted a front office official on my team, somebody in the front office, whether it's the Mets, the Knicks, the Rangers, the Broncos, any of the various soccer teams I root for. I have not trusted a front office guy as much as I trust Leon Rose to do what's needed to keep this team not just as defending champions, but going into next year as the favorites in the Eastern Conference, which they are going to be because they're going to get the benefit of the doubt for winning. But I also want to be the favorites legitimately. And I still think they are. Like, if they walked into the season today and nothing else changed in the league, they would be the favorites to get out of the Eastern Conference. I don't think it was close. I think the Sixers are going to be the next biggest threat. They still have to fill out the majority of that roster. 888-808-1019. So, Knicks showing a little interest in LeBron James. They search for a replacement, not just for Mitchell Robinson, but losing Ariel Hock-Purdy, who would have been the replacement for Mitchell Robinson. They have work to do to defend that title. Lee in Staten Island, what's going on, Lee?
What's up, man? How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on, dude?
No, not too much. I think I completely agree with the whole LeBron situation. I don't necessarily want him, but if he's willing to take an approach like how KD came to the Warriors and he was like, all right, I'm going to see what you guys are doing, and then I'm going to find my role and slip in where, I need to be to get this team another chip. Anybody would be interested in LeBron. He's top 5
right.
all time.
Of course. And it's not
sense,
like you're taking a leap by saying that a team's interested in him. If he had that, if he knew how to take a back seat, because he wouldn't even be their third option. He would be their fourth 100%. Option. So I don't disagree with that. And are you concerned at all with the level of, they haven't made a move to replace either of their interior options with Hock-Purdy and Mitchell Robinson off the bench? Or are you taking the same approach as me? Are we trusted in Leon Rose?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this guy clearly knows what he's doing. He was able to bring this team over a few years and piece it together. So he knows what holes we need, and he's going to probably get something a little better. Like, Mitchell Robinson, when he went to the line, he's shooting laser beams. We got to get someone, who gets fouls and, gets those, 8 points, 10 points from the line, and it's just adding in that way.
Right. I appreciate the call, Lee. Good call. Yeah, I mean, there are flaws to Mitchell Robinson. He is, can catch a lob, can jump over most guys in the league just because of his height, and he is athletic. He covers a ridiculous amount of ground because of his size and his athleticism. He's one of the best, if not the number one guy when it comes to offensive rebounding. I do think those outweigh his limitations offensively, his limitations at the line. They are still going to be able, it's not what he brought to the court. It's the frequency in which he was on the court, whether by injury or just what his rotational numbers were. I mean, in his career, or not, we don't even do it in his career. This past season, he was a 19-minute-a-game guy. The previous season, obviously dealt with injuries, 17-minute-a-game guy. The season before that also dealt with injuries, 24 minutes a game. They have protected him. They did an amazing job protecting him this year. And they did it in a respectable way this year, the Knicks. They did not load manage so disrespectfully or so obviously to the point that we would get frustrated. Like, I think there were moments where maybe a guy was ready to come back, but they wanted to give him another day. Or they made sure if they were going to sit Cat that Brunson and OG were out there. There are obviously times where you can't afford to do that. Guys are just hurt. I go back to that Pistons game. I believe OG and Cat were hurt. They had just traded for Alvarado. He wasn't with the team yet. And they decided we're going to go into this game. We're not going to rush these guys back. We're not going to rush Alvarado onto the court. And we're going to let the guys on this roster that are active prove to us what they can do. And they lost that game by, I think, 18, 20 points. But in that game, those moments throughout the regular season, I'm sure we got continuity from guys like Landry Shamet, from Jordan Clarkson. This was where you built trust in your bench pieces. This is where you built trust to run a lineup out there where Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart are out there without any of the big guys, without Cat, without OG, without Brunson. We saw that lineup in the postseason. So I thought there was room for experiments. I thought there was room within their strategy of managing guys' minutes to really benefiting the team. But, I've gone off on a tangent. Mitchell Robinson, though, playing 19 minutes a game, yes, when he played those 19 minutes, they were impactful. But you're asking yourself, as a fan, do you trust Leon Rose to find a replacement for a guy who played 19 minutes a game? He started 16 games, which is a decent amount for a bench piece. But he played 19, to be exact, 0.6 minutes a game. In those 19, he's averaging 8 boards, which is ridiculous. But that is what you're being asked to replace if you're the Knicks front office. And I trust that they can do that. Now, some of the names being rumored, Kevin Looney, the guy I said from the Pelicans. Looney, I get it. I do think he's a decent basketball player, would be a good reserve piece, but they'd have to go and add somebody else to that mix. I thought that there was going to be more ring chasing. I thought there was going to be more of the veteran type that had made their money, and maybe that guy just doesn't exist, and the Knicks were going to go out there and be able to sign him. And NBA free agency has taken a toll. NBA free agency has become an ancillary thing. Yes, there are going to occasionally be big free agents, but NBA free agency now, you're not going out there and taking a big swing. Free agency has come for moments like this where contenders like the Knicks are hoping for the chips to fall their way. That a guy's going to have to take a deal that fits under their salary cap restrictions because they are up against that apron. And it's not like they can just offer whatever they want to a player. They're going to have to structure it in a way that fits them under that apron. And maybe going into the apron, this was the thing with Mitchell Robinson, was they could have went into the apron this year. And if they had gotten guarantees that Cat and Josh Hart, specifically Cat, would have taken pay cuts, but you can't take that guarantee, they could have risked it and gotten out of the second apron the next year. Because the issue with the second apron is when you're in that zone for 3 out of 5 years, you receive some harsh penalties. But I trust Leon Rose to get the job done. 888-808-1019. Joshua Bergenfield, what's going on, Josh?
All good, brother. So, Mitch is definitely a very important key.
Yeah.
He's very big. But if I'm not mistaken, we went to the semifinals without him. He got injured a couple of times. It's not like we depend fully on him.
No,
right?
They also really didn't depend on him in the finals as much as they needed him in other series. He didn't play well. To be fair, he played limited minutes.
I mean, you can make that argument, right?
Right.
So, in my idea, right, I see Mitchell Robinson as a very important piece, but those 20 minutes, I think that maybe we could find a smaller piece. We can. It depends, right? If we want to really replace a big guy like him, I don't know what's out in the market per se, but I don't think that we will miss him because he's been with us for a long, long time.
Right. I love Mitch.
That. He also has that emotional value.
Yes.
To it. Okay. Yeah. That 100%. When it comes down to minutes per game,
he's not there.
He is.
No, he's not that impact guy, Josh. I agree. You're right. You nailed it on the head. And listen, this is the difference between when you look at let's take the Mets. I've been talking about the Mets a lot as we continue both of these conversations. The Mets got rid of guys who were not winners. Yes, this is true. But they were franchise. Let's just talk about Pete Alonso because I honestly can get past the Nimmo and McNeil stuff. Pete is the all-time leading home run hitter. Pete was lovable. He was our guy. He was a star. He doesn't have to be the best player in the world, but he was a star. And yeah, you're not looking at this as the Mets are content. They are a piece away, and they could live with losing a Pete Alonso. And I'm not comparing Pete Alonso to Mitchell Robinson and their impact, but in their lovability and their tenure and being the longest tenured guy on a team, there's that aspect. But you could deal with losing if you know you're going to be bad because you're going to still tune in to see your favorite player. Mitchell Robinson, that emotional, cachet, that emotional attachment we've all built, that doesn't equate to winning when you're a contender. That doesn't equate to winning when you just won the NBA title. And Mitchell Robinson was a big piece of that. But also, to Joshua's point, in the finals, in the final game, he played great. He had that big rebound at the end of the game, played 20 minutes. Game 4, played 13 minutes. Game 3, 7 minutes. Then he played 14, 13 respectively. In the round previous, in Game 4, he played 17 minutes. In Game 3, he played 9 minutes. In Game 2, he played 12 minutes. In Game 1, he played 14 minutes. The Sixers, he only played 3 games. And then against the Hawks, because he played 15 and 15. He played 14 in Game 1, 18 in Game 2, 11, 15, 15, and 8. Some of these are in blowouts. So obviously, yes, we can excuse away and say, all right, he didn't need to be out there. But did that mean that Cat was out there even longer? You know what I mean? Normally the bench guy gets more minutes in the blowout. And a lot of that is you can't have a guy that you can't put on the court in the postseason because of the hack-a-Mitch strategy. And I am also somebody who wasn't afraid to leave him out there. But what do I know? The Knicks won the NBA title by doing the opposite of what I spoke about. Because there were times where I just wanted Brown to hold the line. It was. But they didn't, and here we are. You lose Hawk Purdy, you lose Mitchell Robinson, and away you go. Dominic in North Carolina. What's up, Dom?
Yeah, good evening. I listen to you all the time whenever you're on, but I have to disagree with you about your take on the Mets and baseball.
Let's hear it.
And I feel a little bit like Ned Beatty explaining the world to you in Network. Okay. You have to view the Mets through the prism of the fact that there isn't going to be any baseball next year.
Well, we don't know that, though.
No, friend. We know that. Okay?
You don't know that,
what
though.
This is about,
Dom, the probability is there, but we don't know that. We thought there wasn't going to be baseball, but we thought the same thing in 2022, and we got baseball. I am
different this time.
It's not different, Dom.
They're about franchise value.
It's not
the
different.
The owners. What Cohen was honest, and if you read between the lines, he was telling you what's going to happen. The owners want a salary cap because. Are you there?
I'm listening, Dom. I'm letting you speak.
Okay. They're going to have a salary cap because the thing that's holding back franchise value is the lack of a salary cap. You look at the NBA, you look at the NFL, you need cost certainty to have increased franchise value, which attracts what? Equity.
Sure.
What Steve Cohen wants is he wants to sell 49% of the Mets and make a bundle. That's what he wants, and he's prepared to not have a season next year.
Well, Dom, let me ask you this
much. Or the year
much.
after that.
You're so guaranteed. Let me ask you this.
I will bet $1,000 that's the way it's going to play out.
Dom, I am on your side more than you think. It is not a guarantee because here's the one thing. We could talk about the franchise value. Are these owners going to agree to spend $70 million more, the ones that don't spend, to reach a floor? Because the one thing that's been reported, and MLB is offering this, is a floor of $100 million.
Absolutely.
Those owners,
you want to know why?
Let me hear it.
Because they're going to turn around. They're not stupid. They're going to turn around and sell 49% of their franchises to hedge funds and to the Saudis. That's what's going to happen.
Well.
So they'll give the $70 million.
So you're giving him an excuse. So let me ask you this. So the Mets are excused away because they're looking ahead to next year.
What he's saying is it's a lost cause this season.
All right.
And the economic structure is not going to be the same.
Right.
So therefore we're standing pat.
So
that's what he told
But they're
them.
not standing pat. He said he has no problem being a seller. The only thing he's standing pat on is David Stearns.
Right.
But that's not. But Dom, you're right. Listen, Dom was right. Listen, I agree that there's a more than likely chance that there is going to be missed games next year. I am just not somebody who speaks in certainties when we don't know. I thought that there was a good chance we were going to miss half the season in 2022 because we were 2 years removed from a disgusting COVID negotiation where they were the only league that couldn't get back on the field, and they were the league most impacted, I think, by that shutdown. But standing pat, he's not standing pat. He's going to sell off assets. So we're going to excuse his defiant nature when it comes to David Stearns because he's looking ahead to next year. I'm sorry, not good enough. And of course he's in favor of a salary cap because what's going to happen is he's still going to spend more than everyone else. Doesn't mean they're going to win. And he doesn't have to spend as much. And I will say this, for everyone that thinks the owners are going to get a salary cap and then they're going to get their way, there's a lot of red tape that people aren't. Yes, everyone's talking about franchise value. Everybody's talking about franchise value. The Premier League does not have a salary cap. Those franchises are worth a ton. There's also value in putting competitive products out there. You tell me the Reds wouldn't be more valuable if they actually were competitive? And they're only closing the gap on, it's not about competitiveness. Let's also remember that too. Baseball's issues are not about competitiveness. Dom is right about one thing. It's about money, franchise value, 100%. Do you think Castellini in Cincinnati, do you think, Fisher with the A's, wherever they end up, the Nomads? You think Bob Nutting with the Pirates, whoever the hell owns the Marlins, you think they're going to spend more than their minimum that they have to spend? They're still going to get outspent by $150 million if it goes the way the MLB wants it to go. You're not closing the discrepancy. You're taking money away from the players, which, whatever. They're all rich. Why do we care about that? But you're taking money away from the players. You're weakening a union, which seems to be a trend in America now. And you are not going to make the product any better. If I thought that, because I actually don't really care. If they gave a cap and I think it should be $300 million. I don't really care that much about a cap. I don't. The Mets spend, it doesn't matter. If anything, maybe they need their hands to be tied. My issue with baseball is the teams that stink and don't try to be competitive are never going to try and be competitive. And maybe the franchise values going up means we get better ownership. That doesn't excuse Steve Cohen from what was said and how he defended the absolute failure that is David Stearns' tenure. 888-808-1019. We got a lot to get to. We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. We'll jump into Aaron Judge's comments. Did he make things worse for the Yankees? Did he make things worse for Aaron Boone? I think he was trying to be a leader, but was it the right time? We're learning in New York City, again, take a page from Leon Rose. Sometimes not saying anything is the best course of action. Back after this.
Celebrate America's birthday all weekend with your home for New York sports. 1019 FM WFAN.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman is reminding residents to know the warning signs of opioid addiction, missing medication, withdrawal from family, mood changes, falling grades, sleeping all day. These warning signs may mean someone you love needs help. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or someone you know is struggling, call 516-227-TALK. That's 516-227-TALK. It could save a life.
MSC Cruises 4th of July sale is here.
Save up to 40% off cruises and kid sail free. Plus, celebrate in style with up to $250 off cruises from U.S. ports. Experience MSC Cruises' signature blend of European style and American comfort, from global flavors to Broadway-style shows and more. Book your next holiday to must-see destinations like the Caribbean, Europe, and beyond. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
It's grilling season, and if you're still guessing when your food is actually done, it's time for an upgrade, my friends. I've been using the Chef IQ Sense wireless meat thermometer for 2 years now. It connects right to my phone and tells me exactly when my food is done. So you're not standing around guessing anymore. No under or overcooking, no checking every 2 minutes. It just makes grilling so much easier and food so much better. Just go to chefiq.com, use code word Boomer for 40% off site-wide on all products. That's chefiq.com, code word Boomer for 40% off.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at FizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bring the flavor to the World Soccer Championship with Crush Orange Soda. Crush is the perfect pick for every match, highlight, and game-winning goal. Make every match even sweeter with Crush Orange Soda.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Whether you root for the Mets, Yanks, or another squad, there's one destination every baseball fan needs to hit. The MLB flagship store in the heart of Midtown, featuring gear from your favorite team. Whether you're customizing a jersey or finding the perfect fit at our unrivaled wall of caps, they're your ultimate baseball headquarters. Score the latest limited edition drops, browse our bobblehead collection, and shop the massive vault of Topps trading cards. The spirit of the game vibes all year long at the MLB flagship store at 6th Avenue and 51st Street. MLB trademarks used with permission.
The Mets are making noise in Queens. What's your take on the Amazings? Call us now at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
They cut the lights on me in here. They're watching on the YouTube channel. Well, I didn't cut the lights, but I'm used to like that. You know, we have the automated timers on these lights, and I'm normally overnight weekend guy, so I don't have to deal with the lights being shut off on me. I thought they were coming to get me. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Talking Mets, Knicks, Yankees, all that. If you're into the World Cup, Portugal and Croatia tied 1-1 right now in what has been a excellent game. And speaking about the World Cup, I got my Team USA kit on. You know, for those of you that know what a kit is, it's a jersey. Last night was awesome. I'm fired up. It's exciting to watch people get into the sport. And, to tie this into the conversation, I was so jacked up yesterday. Oh, let me take you back, actually. So Tuesday, I am walking around my house, and I have gigantic feet. Like, I am 5'9", I'm not tall, and I have size 13 feet. I have clown shoes, essentially. I have a combination of clown shoe feet and a hobbit's feet. Very hairy, big feet for a very tiny guy. So sometimes I walk like a short guy, but I have tall guy feet. And I jam my toes once a week. And this time I got. And I jammed my pinky toe and heard a crunch, which I had never heard before. So I knew it was bad. And I went down. I went down like a sniper got me. So anyway, my toe is broken right now. It's gross. It's black. It's like if you've ever seen Mr. Deeds, the butler who's got the black foot, and he hits him, and he's hitting him with the don't hit my foot because it hurts right now. But anyway, toe's broken. Fast forward, last night, watching Team USA, I'm fired up. Can't go to sleep. We just bought a media console, like TV stand, like something to put underneath our TV, even though it's mounted on the wall, so we could put our stuff in there. I could throw the cable box in there, my PlayStation. Anyway, I'm building it. I don't realize how tall of a task it is, and it's taking me like 3 hours, and it's getting late, and it's kind of heavy. It's not, ridiculously heavy, but most of the time you're building it, it's on its side. The fiance's asleep. I don't want to wake her up, and I go to flip this thing back up, and I lose my grip because I'm not also trying to grab it so it doesn't bend, and it falls and crushes my foot. She wakes up like there was a gunshot. She thinks, something terrible happened, and then she's right back to sleep. I could have been dead. And she's like, oh, all right, it's just you. And now my right foot is not broken, but it is definitely a little black and blue and swollen. And I'm just going through it. Just one of those weeks where everything that could go wrong it's been a good week, but everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. And it was one of these things where, I felt like I was bragging the, Craig and Hurley and C-Mac and everyone today. And they're like, well, you need a better tool set. It's one of these things where they tell you, you don't need any tools. You need to assemble it, but, you're thinking you get the Allen wrench. And I open it up, and I need screws, all different kinds of screwdrivers, flathead, Phillips, all this stuff. Thankfully, I have a set. I don't have a drill. I live in an apartment. It wasn't one of the first things I thought I needed, and I had a tool set. So I'm sitting there trying to crank the screwdriver with my hand, and I'm just getting frustrated. For some reason, I have a saw, but I do not have... I know. Jack's looking at me like I'm crazy. I have a saw, but I don't have a screwdriver.
I have a saw, but not a screwdriver.
I don't know as this fly is coming at me. I don't know what I'm sawing in my little, 800 square foot apartment, and that's what happened. So I'm walking to go get tea just now, and I can feel my pinky toe is killing me, and my other foot on my right foot is not good. So
which toe is like
the left pinky toe? It's disgusting.
Oh.
I'll show you a picture and break. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
And it's only gotten worse. And then, you go to urgent care, which it's whatever. But you go to urgent care because, I got to get to work. So, I'm a warrior. I'm coming in. I'm playing injured. And you go to urgent care, the guy just walks in and he's like, there's nothing we can really do for a broken toe.
Right.
He's like, ice it. I'll give you some ibuprofen. First of all, I'm not going to pick up the ibuprofen. I have Tylenol at home. But they're like, there's nothing we could do. You could tape it, but that might make it more painful, which it did. I tried taping my toes together, and that made it worse.
Yeah.
It's not, I can walk on it, and it's not as debilitating as it was, but yesterday was rough.
Yeah, I think I broke my, it wasn't my pinky toe, but it was like the one next to it. I jammed it against a rock a couple of years ago.
And it's a terrible feeling.
It's also like it was definitely broken because within the next 10 minutes, it just swelled up and turned all black and blue.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is the stupidest injury you can do to yourself. It's like, I broke my toe, but you can't do anything about it.
You can't. You just suffer through it.
Because it's just like, all right, it's broken, but
What are they going to give you, a little cast on your pinky toe?
Yeah.
Well, if you break a finger, you tape them together, and it's stabilizes it. I've broken fingers before.
Right.
And there's also no delineation. When you jam your toe and you break it, it always feels the same. So this one, I heard the crunch. Otherwise, I would have just thought I jammed it. It didn't get black and blue and swell up till the next morning. And I'm furious. And then I put this, it was another wasted money. I bought these things from Walgreens that are like toe cushions for when you hurt something. But They're really for like bunions and like warts and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, it's getting, and all it did was make my foot hurt more because there was less room for it to breathe in my shoe.
Yeah.
So that's where it was. That's why I went from the glory of the Stars and Stripes knocking off Bosnia to, dropping furniture on my foot.
Oh, God.
It did make me feel a little manly, though, to, it's actually not even done. I still got to put the doors on because after I dropped it on my foot, I was like, I'm done with this. I'll finish the rest later. But I'm here. I don't miss work over a little injury. But that, and still not as bad. Breaking my toe, dropping furniture on my foot, still not as bad as dealing with the Mets every night. That's what we call full circle. I'm a pro. Coming around back to the main topic at hand, which is the disastrous Mets. I do want to go back to something that, Dom in North Carolina called it about 888-808-1019. And you can defend the Mets' moves. So he was talking, if you didn't hear, about my criticism of Cohen and the way he spoke to Sherman and Heyman. And I was not happy with his defense of David Stearns. I was not happy with his lack of any kind of like confidence or reassurance as the owner of the New York Mets. And maybe he was doing some bidding for the league's owners in that interview, but he said that I wasn't looking at it the way I should be. And he was talking about the looming, which he thinks is a guarantee, which it might be, but I don't work in guarantees in that aspect because they could get their cap and we could not miss games. And we might, and the sport might end up killing itself if that happens. But Cohen doesn't get a pass for defending Stearns and giving Stearns a seal of approval because there's a looming work stoppage next year because there might not be a season. Like, that's not an excuse. That is not something to excuse away front office decisions. They're going to sell. You're getting money off the books. Where I will defend a team or a front office is in the aspect of the Yankees, where the Yankees are chasing, and they're in a free fall right now. 48-38. They've lost their last 7. They're 2-8 in their last 10. And they're searching for answers. And teams want to go out, or fans want them to go out and chase stars from struggling teams. Mike Trout, we've heard, the typical names. I can excuse Brian Cashman for not diving into a guy. Let's use Trout as an example. And I don't think there's a real chance they go and get Trout. I don't know if the Angels are even trading him. I also don't think the Yankees are going to get him if they are trading him. Trout has a massive deal. Trout is aging. And if you're the Yankees and you know that there is work stoppage coming, if you think that, why would you trade for a massive contract that's on your books till 2030? So you would have 4 seasons of paying this guy $37 million a year. Why would you commit to that with a looming work stoppage next year? Now, on the other end, you can get on them. They could go and get a Tariq Skubal as a rental. I don't think they need to, but you could go and get a Tariq Skubal as a rental because he's not on the books next year. And you can make those moves. You could go get young, controllable players. Like, I love, I know other people have, echoed what I've been saying for weeks about Hunter Goodman from the Rockies. But you're not going out there and trading for a gigantic contract like Mike Trout if you don't think there's going to be baseball next year or there's going to be a salary cap next year. That's an excuse that's valid, in my opinion. What is not an excuse is saying the owner of the Mets can defend David Stearns and commit to this guy for the remainder of his contract because there's going to be work stoppage next year. And I want to reiterate, I have defended Cohen for years. I don't think Cohen as a singular everyday entity is the problem with the Mets. What's the problem is when he opens his mouth. It's always a disaster. And he's defending a front office executive that has been terrible. He spends on the roster, and he spends on the stadium, and he spends on infrastructure and development and analytics. He spends. But that is not every aspect of his job as owner. Making the difficult decisions that you have to weigh the risks. Like I said, is the risk of alienating yourself from future candidates enough to make you stick it out with Stearns no matter how bad it gets, or do you want to do the right thing for the franchise and get rid of this bum? This is where I've lost it with Cohen. My frustration with Cohen has boiled over this week. This has not been something that I've been very defensive of Cohen. I've defended this guy tooth and nail, and I've said, you know what, the Mets have been in their struggles in the years that he struggled last year, 2023, 2021. I've defended this guy and said, well, he's doing his job. He's spending, and he's trying to build this team the right way. This was it was a negative. This interview was a negative. We've been asking this guy to speak. He closes off the conversation to two people, and then he doesn't instill confidence. He doesn't sound like a guy who believes in the future of the franchise. He doesn't want to commit to making the difficult decisions what he did commit to. Francisco and Lindor and Soto aren't going anywhere. Stearns isn't going anywhere. He did say that they will sell, and he's not afraid of selling, which, cool. I'm okay with that. And as much as I understand the aspect of you don't want to alienate yourself from great candidates in the future, well, you know what? How are you going to know if you just hold on to Stearns? And what if alienating yourself from these candidates makes you have to actually dive in and find someone? There are no names out there anyway. So you're going to have to find a candidate that's not a big name. Theo Epstein wants ownership. He's not going to get a piece of ownership from Steve Cohen, so he's not going to be the GM. So who are you going to get? 888-808-1019. They're going to have to find a guy. Cohen's going to have to put his hiring acumen to the test, which has been bad so far. Carl in East Haven, sorry. What's going on, Carl?
Hey, all I wanted to do is call in and just say how funny you are, man. You had such a good bit a while ago before you ranted on the Mets and shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to tell you, you're a funny guy, and I love listening to you.
I appreciate it, Carl.
I really do.
Also wasn't
I don't want to get into the politics of baseball and the Yankees and the Mets.
Right.
And I love them. I actually love the Yankees, and I like the Mets. So,
well, Carl, I can tell you this
I really
much.
wanted to call in and just tell you that.
If I could do it right now on the YouTube stream, that wasn't a bit. My feet are disgusting right now. That's how bad I destroyed them. And I wish it was a bit. But I appreciate it, Carl. I appreciate you, dude.
No, but the way you told it was a bit. And it was funny, and I thought that you should be stand-up somewhere. Wow. Are you doing stand-up anywhere?
No. I wouldn't be terrible.
I think you should, man.
Carl, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
You're funny, man.
I thank you, dude.
Right.
No, it'd be great content to watch me bomb. But no stand-up. And I'm laughing through the tears. My fiance, always... At times, it's maybe it's a traumatic response for me, but I find a way to make a joke out of everything. I take myself serious. I don't want to make that seem like a thing. Have the ability to be serious, but I also have no problem making inappropriate jokes or inappropriately timed jokes. But that's what you got to do. You got to laugh at yourself sometimes, and it's very easy to laugh at myself. and it hurts. When I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom, and I'm like waddling. I normally waddle, as my fiance likes to tell me, but not good. I used to, and to put it into perspective, Jack, like I said, I have size 13 wide feet. I'm 5'9". So I have the feet of somebody who should be like 6'3", and I have the body of a 5'9" person. When I used to wear these red Air Forces, because I couldn't afford Jordan 1s, and these red Air Forces kind of looked like the Jordan 1s, the red and black ones that are like very famous.
Yes.
And my buddies used to make fun of me, and they're like, dude, it's like you're wearing clown shoes. And it really did. And I look at pictures back, and I was even tinier at the time. I've had these size feet since I was in like the 8th grade. So I wasn't even 5'9" at that point. So my poor parents trying to buy me shoes as a kid was a disaster. But it was like I was wearing clown shoes.
That's funny. I actually have the opposite problem. I for a guy that's tall, I have like relatively small feet. It's weird. Like
I understand. What are you?
Yeah, I'm a 10.5.
Okay, well, that's not terrible.
But like, it's weird for like someone that's like 6'2", almost 6'3". Like,
right.
My shoe size is relatively small.
I thought you were going to say like 8. I had a buddy who was a great basketball player, was like 6'3", but he had like a size 9 feet.
Yeah, I think I've been like a size 10 since probably high school. Like my feet just like, got to a certain point. They're like, yeah, you're done. Like, you're not getting, your feet aren't getting any bigger.
As I'm sure everyone's parents are like this, but as many a young Italian boy knows, everything that I got when I was in the 4th grade was bought to last until I was in like the 8th grade, going into freshman high school. There was a point, except shoes. Normally you got to buy shoes. My dad and mom just gave up at one point, and they were like, we're going to just buy you shoes that we know are going to last, but you're going to have to struggle these first couple years as your feet are growing.
Yeah.
And I did. It's like, for example, I'll tell one more story, and we'll get back to the calls. As a kid, when you're a kid, I can only imagine being a parent. I don't have kids. Trying to buy expensive shoes that your kids want. I wanted the T-Max. They were the first T-Max that came out, and they were dark. I think they were black with like blue accents on them. I really wanted them.
Yeah.
And I begged my mom for them, and she bought them for me. And again, I have wide feet. They were not made for wide feet, so she buys me these shoes. And I grew out of them very quickly, but I lied, and I was like, oh, they fit great. I'm playing like rec basketball in them. My feet are getting destroyed because I don't want to tell my mom, you spent all this money and the shoes don't fit.
Right.
And so I suffered through them. But that was, the life of a very awkward, adolescent Gallo.
No, that makes sense. No, I get it. And hey, listen, we all have to make sacrifices sometimes.
Yeah, I'm sure my mom and dad, if they're listening to this, are dying because I get made fun of all the time. Like, I got Sasquatch feet. But, trying to buy sneakers at a size 13 is also not easy because they don't make – it's not like you're going to a store with a common – like size. So every time I go, I'm like, I guess I'm not getting these shoes. So
yeah. No, I mean, 13 size shoe is like not.
Yeah. Next time I wear Timbs, Jack, just look at how awkward I look in them.
All right.
But I do love my Timbs. 888-808-1019. Moose in Jamaica. What's going on, Moose?
Yo, Anthony Gallo. What's good, bro?
What's up, dude?
Chilling. You're waddling, I can tell from the foot pain. Straight penguin it. Straight penguin it.
Danny DeVito penguin.
Oh, man. Terrible. So, discussing the recent topic that you mentioned with regards to Mike Trout. Now, there is an outside possibility considering I kind of am in the school of thought that the Yankees will move on from Stanton. I think you can look this up to fact check me on Sport Rack, whatever it's called. I think he has a team option for next season, starting when his contract.
Who are we talking about again? You said Stanton?
Stanton.
Yeah, Stanton's contract is not. Stanton's contract is actually very manageable the next couple of years because it's this year.
No, I believe it's a team option for next year, starting this offseason. I think it's a team option.
2028 is club option, so he has 3 years left, including this year. So
okay. So it's 2028, not 2027.
So they have.
So with that being considered,
right,
the money they're getting in from the Marlins, paying his contract, that may be justification to transfer over the DH position, assuming Rice or somebody else in the organization or somebody they want to sign doesn't take up that spot, to bring in Trout this season and have Trout finish his career at the Yankees for the postseason prowess.
Well,
that's one outside the box. I don't know how I
understand.
feel.
I understand your thinking, Moose. I do understand that, but it's not next year. Like, let's say they're not pick. I think that if Stanton can prove he could still hit, there's a chance $15 million. If he has to be healthy and he has to hit. I wouldn't say it's out of the realm that there's a chance that option gets picked up. I doubt they do. There's a slim chance they do. But let's just say it's a 1-year deal. So there's obviously all of this year and all of 2027. So you're looking at the rest of his $19 million that he gets this year on the payroll. We're not talking about the overall money, but just on the payroll. $15 million next year on the payroll. Trout is signed until 2030, I believe. He's making twice as much as what Stanton is making. That's where the issue arises. That's where and I appreciate the call, Moose, that's where they end up having, because we got to go to break, the problem that they have. Trout is owed $37 million until 2030. So he's a free agent in 2031, his age 39 season. So for age 35, 36, 37, 38, you have to pay him $37 million. Now, if the Yankees give up enough, and let's say, and even what is enough and what is comfortable for Cashman and Hal to make a move like that, you have to understand, if there's a cap coming, the Yankees have one more year Stanton, which again, you're probably not even look. They would probably do something where it would kick in like 2028, I would say. But you have Judge, Cole, Fried. I think Rodon would still be on the books. And that's just the biggest contracts they have. And holy smokes, Croatia scoring in the 93rd minute. Wow. World Cup is incredible, man. Insane. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it was Portugal. They were in the lighter jerseys. I haven't been paying attention. So Portugal up 2-1. Incredible. There's been like 3 disallowed goals, and they're in Toronto. Absolute scenes right now in Toronto. But going back to the conversation, there is just a level of caution you have to have when you look at beyond this year. That excuse does not sit for the Mets, because the Mets are going to be sellers. They're going to unload payroll. Freddie Peralta's not going to be back. They're not signing him. There's a good chance that they are going to trade their younger pieces in, like, Beatty and Vientos, which is not a ton of money, but I wouldn't put it past them to move on from a Devin Williams. I wouldn't put it past them to move on from certain guys. They're not picking up a big contract. For the Yankees, they're contenders. Even with the 7-game loss, the 7-game losing streak, they are contenders. They do have a chance to make a big impact on their season at the deadline, but it does not have to be a superstar, and it won't be a superstar unless that superstar is on a rental contract. 888-808-1019. I want to confirm, too, because I know I messed up at first. It is 2-1 Portugal over Croatia. I know I said the wrong thing at first. We'll get back into the conversation. We'll continue this conversation. And you know what? When we come back, we will hear Cohen's comments on a salary cap, all that. Anthony Gallo, stay with us. We got a lot more show until midnight. I'm with you. Greg Caserta of MLB Networks and the MLB Big Inning coming up at 10:20. We'll talk about, we'll get into this conversation too about the cap and all that. Mets, Yankees, around the league. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The owner of the New York Mets, he decides to go on a podcast that nobody listens to. It does not speak to New York Met fans like WFAN does, whether it's our show or Evan, Sean, and Tiki or Boomer and Greg in the morning, or even Tommy at night or overnight. I don't care who you talk to. If you want to talk to Met fans, you come on WFAN the way Jim Dolan did.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Most tire dealers will sell Bridgestone tires, but Town Fair Tire sells Bridgestone tires for an unbeatable combination of the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life. Town Fair is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. So when you're in the market for a new set of Bridgestone tires, get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WFAN contest page.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, July 4th for a very special patriotic giveaway. It's the Yankees 4th of July Hat Day, presented by Baby Ruth. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees 4th of July hat as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. It's the Yankees and Twins on the 4th of July. Don't miss it. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
The Rico Brogna podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at FizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing.
LensSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LensSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LensSeek.com. LenSeek.com.
Fireworks in the sky. New York sports on the air. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station. Every opinion counts with Evan and Tiki. Join the conversation weekdays from 10 to 2. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, Anthony Gallo. On the Fan, 888-808-1019. Shout out to the Locks. Awesome. I mean, I didn't get to see because I was at the beginning of the parade, so we didn't see any of the music performances, but that's one of the best videos that comes, one of the best, I guess, non-Knick videos that comes out of that Knicks parade was Locks performing We Gon' Make It. It's just an incredible New York moment. What wasn't an incredible New York moment was this conversation between Cohen, Sherman, and Heyman. I would have liked to see Cohen sit in front of the media and allow them to ask questions. And, selfishly and biased, having an obvious bias, I would have loved to see Cohen come on with my guys, Craig and Big Mac. And I think we would have respected it more. Just like when he said what he said about Alonzo last offseason, we respected it because we didn't like it, but he was being honest with conviction in a way that we're like, all right, well, we see from your perspective, even if we don't agree. And this game is bonkers right now as Croatia ties it up 2-2. Unreal. So we've been talking a lot about the Mets and their failures and my anger and angst with the organization and my anger with Cohen defending Stearns. But we also got into a conversation about next year and the cap, and we will continue the other conversation as well. But Cohen did talk about a cap, and he was asked by Sherman and Heyman about that. Let's hear, it'll be Heyman talking first and then obvious Cohen. So here it is.
Are you going along with the idea of the cap because you're a team guy, or do you actually think that this could help the Mets?
I'm a league first guy. I'm going to allow the labor committee to do their thing. I don't know how this is going to play out. I'm pretty confident that whatever changes are going to be made will be post 27. I think we can operate in the way we're operating through 27. I don't know how the CBA will go and when they come to an agreement, but it could easily come in the middle of a season, it could come before the season, it could come, maybe there's no lockout. Maybe they figure it out. I don't know. My belief is that, whatever changes will be made will be post 27 and won't interfere with the season.
Well, there you go. There is, there are some, I actually I'm so mad at what was being said about the actual Mets last year that glossed over, but I had written it down and time coded it and went back and me and Jack pulled that audio. This is the one thing that's separating from the Mets. I'm okay with his honesty. He's clearly doing the bidding of the league in that aspect, but I don't think he would care if they went to a high number on the cap, let's say like 310. But he clearly wants the cap. And I think he's frustrated that he spent all this money and has gotten nothing out of it. And they've taken that goal away from Croatia. So it's still 2-1 Portugal. Unreal. The drama, the pageantry of the World Cup. Luka Modric, just guy's like 60, and he's still out there performing at a high level. But he mentions, and this is going back, Dom from North Carolina called it about an hour ago and said he would all but guarantee that there will be a salary cap and a lockout. And Cohen kind of alluded to it, and I guess I had said I think everything would be post-2027. I think so as well. Like, I don't think the league is going to go in next year and force teams to abide by a salary cap in 2027. I think what they would do is they would probably scale it and grandfather you in, and by a certain year, you'd have to abide by the cap while still having some roster flexibility. But he also mentions that they could get a deal done before the end of the season. They could get a deal done before the season starts. Do I believe him? No. That was a little level of transparency I appreciated, though. Saying you don't like the way things are going, but then giving the president of baseball operations, David Stearns, a seal of approval, a guarantee that he's not going anywhere, was whack. It was stupid. And it's just unacceptable. So whatever happens next year does not impact this year. Whatever happens next year does not impact this year. Whether there's a lockout or not, David Stearns, if he's the head of the team, is going to have to still make the moves that matter. And he's not. All he has done has turned what felt like a franchise on the rise into a franchise that is plummeting faster. I was trying to think of an analogy. I was trying to say something funny, but I couldn't. See, that's why I'm not a stand-up comedian. But it's plummeting. It's dropping faster than me after I broke my toe. There we go. 888-808-1019. Jay in Middlesex. What up, Jay?
What's up, Gallo?
What's up, dude?
I think Mets fans, I think you are being way too hard on Cohen. Everybody wanted to talk. He talked. He said honest words, detailed words. He said he's going to be more involved. He took ownership that he personally failed. He said his words. He said, "I have personally failed based on those 5 year. You know, when he owned the team. He said 5 years.
Yeah, but that is the obvious thing, though.
No, but he took ownership.
Did he take ownership? Did he take ownership? Like, yes, he took ownership in failing that goal. We didn't need him to say that. We knew he failed. It's been past 5 years. Did he take ownership by defending David Stearns and not admitting that David Stearns has been an outright failure?
No, he did. Well, he did say Stearns knows I'm not happy with his decisions. He said he's going to get more involved. He said he's going to run it like .72. He said Stearns knows I'm the owner, and he has to answer to me. So I'm going to start asking more questions. I just think we're being a little bit too hard. He was honest about the Soto Lindor thing. We all wanted to talk as Mets fans, and now we're going to still belittle him. You know, he came out and said everything.
He defended the front office. Jay, I understand what you're saying. He defended David Stearns. He didn't just defend him. He guaranteed he was coming back. Jay, you know what, dude? I can understand where you're coming from. Like, I get it. I also wanted to hear him speak. I am not killing him for being honest. I think at times he peels things back. He wasn't even asked about Lindor and Soto being in a...
Stearns is his, you know, Pobo, you know, president of baseball operations.
Right.
He can't kill him on the air.
Yes, he can.
Name one owner that has done that.
It's happened. Jay, let me ask you this. He didn't have to kill him. Did he have to guarantee his contract?
No. He said things work out. We'll see how it works out.
No. He said he's not going anywhere. He said, we played the audio. He said he's not going anywhere, Jay. He said that.
I think he's saying.
Does that sound like somebody who's being accountable?
Well, what did he say?
He also said
fire him on the air.
Does he? No. But does he have to guarantee his contract? That's what I'm saying, Jay. Like, if you think I'm being too hard, I don't know what's happened in New York. I don't know what's happened. The Knicks lost to the Eastern Conference Finals. We were running the GM out of town. Some of you were. Let's not forget that. When they fired Tibbs, some of you were fed up with Leon Rose. Oh, how can he trade for Karl Anthony Towns? How can he trade for Mikal Bridges? But now, Hal Steinbrenner, all the guy does is put a playoff team on the field. But all of a sudden, Met fans were being too hard. John Mara's got 2 Super Bowls. John Mara, one of the greatest owners in the history of that sport. We rip him. We're being too hard with Steve Cohen. We're being too hard. He hit some buzzwords. He could have said it was a failure. He didn't have to defend Stearns. He didn't. I'm sorry. He didn't have to rip him. Yes, you're right. Maybe I'm getting a little emotional there. He didn't have to defend him. Does he not get credit for 2024? Who built that roster? Did he? Lindor, Alonso, Nimmo, Diaz, McNeil, Marte, Vientos, Beatty, Alvarez. Did he build that roster? Sure, Severino and Quintana, Minaya, sure. Those are moves that he made. He allowed Quintana to leave and Severino to leave, and he doubled down on Minaya, which has been a disaster. Yeah, he brought in J.D. Martinez and Jose Iglesias. So, sure. He signed some guys to minor league contracts and minimums, and they panned out. What has he done to impact this team when he's really dug his fingers into it? I said going into this year, going into this year, short of this team losing 90 to 100 games and being an abject failure, I was okay with Stearns coming back. I never thought they were going to lose 90 to 100 games, which they're on pace to. We don't know if they're going to win 65 games this year. I thought they would be an 83 to 86 win team. I thought they'd fight for the third wild card. I didn't think they were a lock to make anything. And then the owner goes out and defends the guy. But I'm being too hard on Steve Cohen, a guy who I've defended up until this moment. When I last spoke to you, I was defending him. Ripping Stearns, the organization, but I was defending Steve. And just because he spoke and he did not speak to the media, he spoke to 2 people who he has a relationship with, which is okay. But let's not act like they didn't peel back the curtain and ask about the locker room issues. They didn't peel back the curtain and ask about were there political issues in the clubhouse. They didn't peel back the curtain and ask about Billy Epler's firing or whatever Chavez said. They didn't. They did a good job. This is not to knock Heyman and Sherman. It's to knock Cohen. And I'm sure at times, other people get that same narrative in this city. Leon Rose only talks to MSG and Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart on their podcast. Leon Rose is also the most recent champion in the city's history. We hear from Cashman. We'll hear from Hal. Hal may not give the pressers all the time, but Hal speaks a lot more than Cohen does. It's embarrassing. And I'm not saying sell the team. I'm not saying that. I still believe in what Cohen can do as an owner. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt anymore, though. You can't go out there and defend the biggest culprit for what's happening and say it didn't go according to plan. But he's adapting, and you know how he is. Come on, guys. You know Stearns. And he's not going anywhere. You don't get to do that in the midst of potentially your most embarrassing, your most disappointing, your most dysfunctional season. in your tenure, but maybe in the franchise's history. This is going to be one of the most disappointing seasons in Major League Baseball history. This is going to be one of the most disappointing seasons in New York sports history. But yet, we got to defend David Stearns. What about 2024? He can adapt. Come on, guys. I'm not accepting it. Peter in Sussex County. What's going on, Peter?
Hi, thank you so much for letting me go on the air.
Thank you for calling.
Listen,
dude.
you were talking earlier. You were talking earlier about the Yankees, and the Yankees' problems is obvious. It's that bullpen, and the Mets are a team that are looking to unload. One thing that the Mets have, they got a good bullpen.
They do.
Let's not take that away from them.
They do. How great to have a great bullpen when you never have a lead.
And the reverse, the Yankee starters are going to get disgusted. They're getting out of the 6th and 7th inning for the bullpen to throw it away. So there's a trade there. And what's good about that trade, they also have a third baseman, Bichette, with a big contract. And I'm sure Cohen would like to get rid of that contract. And the Yankees need an everyday third baseman with a bat. Pete, and that young man knows the American League.
Pete, I'm sorry, dude. It's not happening. It's not happening. I think that if the Yankees didn't just have Devin Williams, that might be an opportunity. And listen, I'm not saying your thought process is not great, and I appreciate the call, Pete. I'm not saying that. They're not getting Devin Williams because, one, I don't think they're going to make a move like that. And then they're immediately going to piss off the franchises, the fans. And they're not trading for Bichette because he's making 40 plus if he opts in next year. And let's bring up his contract because it's horrendous. He's making 15 this year. So the Yankees, the number's even worse. I keep forgetting how much he's making. He's making 15 this year. And against the luxury tax, I'm thinking the luxury tax number has to do with where the Mets are in payroll. He's making 15 on the payroll this year. Next year, 55 if he doesn't opt out, and 55 the next year if he accepts his player option. He's not getting that money anywhere else. He's opting in. And then he's accepting that player option the next year, unless he has a crazy year where he thinks he could get like a 5-year deal to get like 120. He's not opting out of 2 years and $110 million. He's not. So why would the Yankees make a move for him? He's also been terrible this year. He's hitting .250 with 10 homers. The Yankees going to take him in so he could cry every time he goes back to Toronto. I am all for the emotion, and I understand he grew up there as a player, and that's where his career was made. You left for a ton of money. And I get it. It's emotional. Those didn't feel like happy tears. Those felt like, I regret the decision I made this offseason. That's what those tears felt like. I'm sorry. It's just everything with this team rubs me the wrong way. They're lifeless. The majority of their roster is mercenaries that do not care about the franchise. Their young players do not develop. Hopefully Benj and Ewing and McClain and Scott develop, but their young players have not developed. Their pitching staff can't get through 3 innings without being a disaster. Their offense can't hit when it matters. The defense can't field ever. It's infuriating. 888-808-1019. David Smithtown, what's going on, Dave?
Hey, it's the first time calling your show. I really like your insight. I think your thoughts are incredibly thought out and well spoken. And I totally agree with you about the Mets. I am just so disgusted. Franchise. I mean, look, you had to get rid of the manager. You had to do something. Now, here's the thing, though. And I don't know if there's going to be season next year, so this is kind of hard to decide what to do right now.
Right.
But I definitely think that Stearns at the end of the year should go. It's time. I mean, and this owner, and I don't know who you're going to get to fill that role as a GM.
Right.
But as far as the manager is concerned, people talk about Alex Cora and Joe Girardi. I wouldn't mind kicking the tires on Girardi. I don't think he's a terrible manager. It didn't work out with the Phillies.
Well, I think he's a culture setter. I don't know if they would ever build a team to win a World Series with him, but he's a culture setter.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, it's just a disgrace. It's an unfortunate incident that this team can't get it together. But just sell it off, build from within, and I mean that's the only thing that I can really think of you could do. But like I said, with the possibility of no season next year, you're going to have possibly a different salary structure and everything.
Right.
It's really going to be an interesting offseason, and I really think they need to just clean the house and decide what to do over the next year. Thanks a lot for your time.
I appreciate it, Dave. Great call. It's going to be fascinating. If it wasn't the Mets and this was another team, I would love to be on the outside looking in so I could just enjoy it. But we can't. We have to live through this misery. He said something, though, about Stearns, and I don't think he was making it, taking one side or the other on it. He said, I don't know who they would hire if they got rid of Stearns. I don't think that should matter. Yes, when you want to fire a guy like Boone or Cashman who have sustained success, saying, "Oh, I don't know what you're going to do, who are you going to hire?" That's different. When a change needs to be made, the goal is getting rid of someone and making the change. I'm going to bring it back to the Knicks. They had to make a change at coach. We all love Tibbs. I still love Tibbs. He had run his course. It was time to make a change. And the plan for the Knicks was not who they were going to hire. The plan was, we need to make a change. And what did they do? They ultimately got lucky. I think they were going to hire Mike Brown if they didn't get Tibbs the first time around, so they clearly loved him. But they hired Mike Brown, and we all know the rest. The most beautiful spring in New York history. But the plan should be, you need to make a change. And I'm seeing articles now where everyone's like defending Cohen, and he's like, it wasn't an endorsement. And Stearns is the only one who could deal with his errors and make them mean something. No. He doesn't get the right to fix this. You don't get to break something that had small cracks in it. You don't get to destroy the foundation with small cracks that needed to be filled because they needed to be filled. But you don't get to bust out the whole foundation and put paper mache in there and then say, "Oh, it's broken, I got to fix it." No, you don't get to do that. That was a stupid analogy, but you guys got what I was putting down. There is no justifying this guy keeping his job. There isn't. The only thing I can get behind, and it's still not enough to keep him, is the need for continuity and consistency and not wanting to alienate yourself from future candidates because you keep firing guys. I do understand that. I do think it's valid. I don't think that outweighs the benefit of getting rid of this guy. 888-808-1019. We had a lot to get to. I got you all the way until midnight, until the great, I think it's EJ Stewart at midnight on this pre July 4th Eve. I was going for the Eve part, and I said pre, but you know what I'm saying. Anthony Gallo fan, we'll get back into this conversation. We will pivot at some point to the Knicks, and how concerned are you with the loss of Mitchell Robinson? I'll give you my take on that and why I'm not really worried about what the rest of the NBA is doing. And if anything, they're just parting the seas for the Knicks to go back to another NBA Finals. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
America's 250th, New York's biggest sports weekend of the summer. Fireworks in the sky, fans on the phone. WFAN.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T's and C's apply. In Apple.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
Do you dream of seeing all 30 ballparks? We've got you. For the first time, MLB and T-Mobile offer you a chance to win trips to all 30 stadiums. Yes, all 30. The views, the food, the vibe, the adventure of a lifetime. With experiences you simply need to see to believe. Enter now.
Begin your journey to 30 at MLB.com/Journey to 30 sweeps. No purchase necessary. Ends 9/7/2026. Restrictions apply. Food not included. See official rules for details.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply. If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Whether you root for the Mets, Yanks, or another squad, there's one destination every baseball fan needs to hit. The MLB flagship store in the heart of Midtown. We're talking 2 floors of baseball heaven. The spirit of the game vibes all year long at the MLB flagship store at 6th Avenue and 51st Street. MLB trademarks used with permission.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WFAN contest page.
Gang Green fans, are the Jets ready to take the next step? Let us know what you think at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
The guys tweeting at Mitchell Robinson. I do think, obviously, some of these guys are in my age bracket, some of them aren't. I do think it's like weird when and I don't want to judge, but, you know, I'm not this kind of person where, you know, text the guy, call the guy if he's leaving. But you got to put a Facebook comment or, you know, an IG comment and be like, oh, I'm going to miss you, big dog. Did you guys say that to guys in person? Or you're just doing it on social media so everyone's like, look, they're cool. You could just go the Soto Lindor route and not talk to each other. I don't think this Knicks team is very close. I'm just nitpicking right now. And the fear of losing out on a guy like Mitchell Robinson coming into the offseason, I think was greater for me because we were coming off of that title win. It was more prevalent right after that win, but then as the offseason went, and I actually thought they were going to retain him up until he signed with the Celtics. I thought they were going to retain him. But then when you sit down and you really have to remove your emotions from it, I am not as concerned about the loss of Mitchell Robinson. I think if I had to pick between the two, I would have rather kept Shamet than Robinson because I do think you can find a guy who could supplement those 19 minutes as a big body, a guy who could crash the glass, a guy who can help defensively, maybe be a little bit more competent offensively in the price range you're looking, than getting a guy like Landry Shamet for $6 million a year, who, if he replicates what he did last year, is a super impactful player. Good defender, one of the best three-point shooters in the league. And then you look at what the rest of the league is doing. Obviously, Giannis goes to Miami, and then the stunner that is Jaylen Brown going to the Sixers. And, you can't do anything but laugh at the Celtics. Because I'm sorry, outside of the Pistons, who haven't done anything and they're going to lose Jaren Duran, this has been a bad offseason for the Celtics. You can't spin it any other way. Jaylen Brown is 10 times the player at this stage in his career that Paul George is. You add those picks, and none of them are going to be lottery picks. And then you go out and you sign Mitchell Robinson, which they needed interior defense. He doesn't really help them offensively, which they also need some versatility offensively. Maybe Paul George is that, but he's another guy who's probably going to settle for the three-point a lot. So they're going to live by and die by the three, no matter what happens. But I'm not afraid of the Sixers right now. I do think the Sixers present the biggest test for the Knicks, and maybe eventually we will fear them a little bit more. But until I see the entire roster makeup of that team, I don't think the subtraction of Mitchell Robinson from the Knicks and the addition of Jaylen Brown to the Sixers, is enough to close the gap that we saw in that second round of the playoffs. I don't think that's enough. Maybe that series goes 6 games with this current team. I don't think that was enough of a change drastically to shift the power, let alone close that gap for the Sixers. And when it comes to the Heat right now, as currently constructed, are not a guarantee to even be a top 4 team. I do think eventually they will be. I think Pat Riley and Spoelstra are going to put pieces around Giannis and Bam to build out. I know they re-signed Wiggins. They brought in Tim Hardaway Jr., but that is not giving me any kind of stop and pause to think that team might be able to compete with the Knicks. Because sure, defensively they're great. The Knicks are just as good defensively in that situation. Offensively, they're very one-dimensional. They're going to be an inside-out team without enough outside shooters. And they're going to have to compete. Their biggest hope is that they create enough turnovers that they dominate in transition. But they could get better, and the Sixers could get better. But when I look at what's happened in the league, I don't ultimately see right now a team in the Eastern Conference. Obviously, the Hornets got worse. I don't see a team in the Eastern Conference right now that is better than the Knicks or will be better than the Knicks when we get to opening night. Obviously, we got to project. We don't know. We never know. Somebody can get hurt, whatever it is. It feels like every move that's being made in the league is just parting the Red Seas for the Knicks to stroll to another Eastern Conference Finals. The Sixers, if they add a couple shooters and they get some more size, because they need size more than just Ariel Hawk Party, because you have to assume that Joel Embiid is going to miss at least 20 to 25 games, the minimum. He doesn't even have to be unhealthy for him to miss that amount of games. They might just rest him that much. So I'm curious to see what they do, what the Heat do. The Boston Celtics are cooked. I do not think the Hawks are. I think the Hawks are going to be better because they're a young team and they're developing. I don't think they're a threat. We don't know what Cleveland is. If they add LeBron, they're not a threat. I don't know if there is a thing that Cleveland can do to be a threat unless they make drastic moves that they're not going to make. I think Cleveland is closer to doing what the Celtics did and blowing it up than retaining it. And let's just laugh. Again, I just want to laugh at how stupid Brad Stevens is. You sign Mitchell Robinson. You then trade for Paul George. You didn't ask. Did you ask for VJ Edgecombe? And then reports come out that they were comfortable getting rid of Jaylen Brown because they think Peyton Pritchard is going to take a Jalen Brunson a Jalen Brunson level leap. And he scores. Sure. He scored 17 points a game without Tatum out there, but they're expecting him to do something that is not the norm. It was not expected, and it is certainly not the norm. And let's just look at career stats here for Peyton Pritchard and Jalen Brunson to put this into perspective. Pritchard is in his, I'm talking about Brunson and Pritchard because they are talking about, I know I just misspoke there. The Celtics were talking about Pritchard taking a leap to be the next Jalen Brunson.
Oh.
Yeah, no, all good. I know I said Jaylen Brown, but the reports, Tom Haberstroh had the report, and he said there is thoughts that the Celtics feel Peyton Pritchard, their backup point guard, I guess you could call him more of a two guard, is going to take a leap in the same vein that Jalen Brunson did. He's in year 6. When Brunson left the Mavs, he was in year 4. He's only 2 years older than Pritchard, or 2 years longer career-wise. That is a big gamble to take for Stevens. And your big offseason is now hope that Peyton Pritchard takes a leap. Mitchell Robinson is going to be your starting center, and you have to hope he plays over 60 games in the season. And then you're adding one of the worst contracts, Paul George, who's aging, to your team. I don't understand what he's doing, but I love it. I love the demise of the Celtics. And also, on the angle for the Heat made a great move. They had to make that move for Giannis. I also love the aspect of, I don't think the Heat are ever going to get to the position they need to get to win. They're not going to be able to have the roster flexibility they had this year because a guy like Andrew Wiggins opted in and signed his contract, and it ends up killing their cap flexibility this year before they get flexibility next year. So you're losing a year of Giannis's prime. And if they whiff on this is Riley's last stand. He's going to officially have to bite the bullet. He's going to officially have to admit it, and he's going to have to rebuild. And I am here for it. 888-808-1019. Mario in Long Beach. What's going on, Mario?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing, Gallo?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good show. I like your analogy. I agree with most of the stuff you're saying, especially when you were talking about the Mets and let's get on the general manager. That's true. I mean, it's almost like, listen to this. So you're an executive chef in a restaurant, right? And you're the best chef in the world. And then you get the worst ingredients to cook with. What are you going to make? And that's what the general manager is. He's giving the ingredients to the manager, you know?
Right. And also, when the general manager gets rid of the entire staff, you know, with like in the Mendoza situation, it cuts the leg out from your manager, and he has nowhere to stand.
Exactly. And then what gets me mad, I have one quick Nick point, but what gets me mad with that is they say we're going to concentrate on run prevention. That is, to me, I'm a fan that understands all sports very well.
Yep.
Run prevention, to say that and then get rid of everybody and then get rid of your closer is embarrassing, and I find it to be
Mario, maybe
that you would even say that.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't lying to us, Mario. Maybe the run prevention part was the Mets not scoring runs.
Exactly.
You had a Knicks point.
And then get rid of let Diaz walk and let Nimmo. Listen, I think Nimmo, I don't know if I'm right, but I didn't look it up. Tell me if you think I'm right. I think Nimmo and Alonso together had 60 homers and 220 RBIs last year. Something like that.
Right. So what was your next point?
It's okay when you get rid of people, but how are you replacing their production? That's the first thing I say. Get rid of them? Okay. How are you replacing the production?
Right. 100%. Real quick, Mario, you said you had a next point.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you. With Mitchell Robinson, I feel like you do the same way because Mitchell Robinson has 3 very negative things, although I would have liked to keep him anyway.
I wanted him back. I'm not, with everything I said, I wanted him back.
He's unplayable at the end of the game because he can't hit a foul shot. So all of a sudden you have to take him out, and it's ridiculous. They should get rid of that rule anyway in the NBA. That's number one.
I mean, wait till the Knicks do it to the Celtics this year, and we're all going to be laughing at that.
Okay. The second thing is he's got no offensive game except dunks. And the third thing, let's not forget, he gets hurt a lot, too.
Well, that's the thing, and I appreciate the call, Mario. He doesn't play a lot of minutes. He doesn't play a lot of games because he's hurt a lot. And that the free throws thing I don't think is as big of a liability as we make it out to be. I think the other things are where I find a calming, feel in the fact that he plays 17 to 20 minutes a night. He's not going to, I forgot if we took a break. X Jack. Peeling back the curtain there. I should have just said it on air. I don't know why I said it there. Anyway, I'm shot. He plays 17 to 20 minutes a night, and the free throw thing doesn't bother me as much as that. You're not filling production for a 30-minute, a starting piece. You're filling production for a guy who's a valuable bench piece, one of the best interior defenders and offensive rebounders in the game. I understand that. But he's only affecting half the game at times. He's a piece that is not when we lost Mitch, and we've lost Mitch at times, the Knicks have been able to survive. He was an X factor against the Celtics last year, yes. He also played minimal minutes in the finals and Eastern Conference Finals and second round this playoffs. So it's tough to say that they can't recover from that. The whole point of retaining Brunson and signing Bridges and signing OG and having Josh Hart and Cat under contract is the fact that you can survive these moments, because the most important, and Deuce McBride's under contract, the most important pieces on your team are locked down. Right now, going into the season, I'd like to see them add a couple of depth pieces that are at the end of the bench that are going to replace like a Hawk Porty type. But they are going to have to, fill this role, and it doesn't have to be with a 1-for-1 per se with Mitchell Robinson. It doesn't have to be. And I trust Leon Rose also. I think that's the biggest key here, is I trust Leon Rose more than I trust a front office person in a long time. I trust him more than in my fandom. This is not including Brian Cashman in this or Reese from those Giant runs. I'm trusting Leon Rose because he has not proven me to be wrong in trusting him. Where I said I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt to Steve Cohen anymore, even if I do still believe in him, I believe in Leon Rose 100%. There's no doubt in that belief, and he's given me every reason to give him the benefit of the doubt. Outside of one offseason where they whiffed on Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, he's been pretty freaking consistent. 888-808-1019. Blake in Frisco, what's going on, Blake?
What's up, brother? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
I'm good, man. I'm telling you, man, I know you think the Knicks are,
Did we lose you?
Get better. I think the Knicks need to get better. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You dropped out there. One more time.
All right. I think the Knicks need to get better. I think teams, Hallenberg will come back healthy. The Pacers are going to make a run. You got the Sixers getting stronger. I think teams are to play them harder. Go get LeBron James. Add him to the starting five, man. Go get LeBron James.
I just don't think that is necessary. And you're going to bring in a guy. Teams need to get better. Teams need to catch up to the Knicks. The Knicks have a cohesive unit that just blew through the Eastern Conference. And I understand the Halliburton equation. And your line's rough, Blake, so I got to let you go. I wanted to have a conversation with you. But please call back, next time I'm on. But teams, I understand the Knicks need to get better. The Knicks need to retain an NBA championship team. I understand this. We're feeling the fear because everyone's getting shiny new toys. The Knicks have all their toys, and they're brand new. They're mint condition. They're locked up. This is still the same Sixers team that was losing by 20 points a night to the Knicks in a playoff series. This is still the same Sixers team that hasn't gotten out of the second round in the Joel Embiid era. Do we trust Joel Embiid to be healthy? This is a Jaylen Brown that just got bounced in the first round to the Knicks. To the Sixers. The Cavs haven't gotten better. The Heat do not have a complete team, and they have a lot more work than the Sixers have to do to get to that point. LeBron James, if he comes in and shatters that chemistry, and you hear the conversations around the Knicks that they are locked in, then if he ruins that, you're losing maybe your biggest advantage, which is continuity. Yes, the Knicks need to get better, and when I say get better, they need to add somebody to replace Mitchell Robinson. It doesn't have to be a 1-for-1. We also need to understand that the Knicks unlocked something in that first round against the Hawks that they may have already known and they were just gearing up into it, or they needed a fire lit under their ass. And they needed that to unlock this level of play. And how many times have we seen a team get one championship and then the next year their level of play was sustained at that high level the entire year? We've seen it. We've seen it in the NBA more than maybe any other sport. I know recently that trend has been disproven. But it's the truth. And the Pacers, I'll tell you this much. The thing I need the most, besides a second championship from the Knicks, is to beat the Pacers in a playoff series. They've beaten us twice. I felt like the Knicks were the better team last year, and they proved me wrong. I think if that shot doesn't fall in game one, which was still a disaster because they choked away such a big lead, this Knicks team would have won that series. But what this Knicks team has done, even before the playoffs started this year, was they were the best fourth quarter team in the entire NBA. They knew how to close, and they did it better than anyone in the NBA. I don't know why I said NBA like that, but we're going to breeze by it.
It worked.
It worked.
It was for dramatic
I was
effect.
trying to be, and then I was like, NBA.
You know what? Hey,
it got us there.
It's all good. We worked through it.
Yeah. This is a maybe I'm overconfident. I think I'm allowed to be overconfident. We just won the title. And I can't look around the league. Halliburton's coming off an injury, and we saw how that affected Jason Tatum this year. Halliburton's coming off an injury that is not easy to recover from. And I understand they did it in the same postseason. That's also a Pacers team that was a lottery team this year. That's a Pacers team that the year prior, for the first half of the season, really struggled. And I'm not saying they are that team, but there's been more examples of that team struggling during the regular season, which could cost them come postseason. Now, I think if you're asking me also, just on pure vibes and feel and not going by what's on paper with the team, they are the team that bothers me the most because they're the only team the Knicks are going to play in the Eastern Conference with any sort of confidence or arrogance against them. It's not the Spurs in the Western Conference certainly don't. The Cavs, Sixers have been owned in the playoffs by the Knicks. The Hawks don't. The Hawks might have more confidence than those other teams. The Pistons certainly don't. We don't even know what the Pistons are going to be next year. They're missing out on Durant. They have yet to make an impactful move. I'm trying to see if I missed anything. They got John Collins, 40% three-point shooter, 13 points a game. That's not bad. I still don't think that's a needle mover. I'm pretty sure they traded Duncan Robinson. Let me actually confirm that before I just put that out there. They are a team that has confidence over most people in this conference outside of he didn't get traded. Oh, there's a report saying he's going to get waived. Oh, well, not waive him. See, I'm all over the place. He's not getting waived. So, all right, they kept Duncan Robinson. All right, that's not a bad move, John Collins. Even if they miss out on Durant, though, that eats away at a lot of your defense. And the Knicks are going to have to get a guy that no matter who they sign, the fans are not going to be absolutely in love with. That's just what it is. 888-808-1019. Mike in Tampa, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Thank God I'm doing beautifully. Listen, I got a few points here, but I'm going to make it quick for you. One, I'm the world's largest Jew, so like you're talking as a little Italian guy, you have no idea what it is. At your bar mitzvah, you got to go to big and tall shops to get your food.
Wow.
So.
I understand that pain a little bit. So, you know, being a chubbier guy, I sometimes have to shop at the big and tall shops. But I don't have that pain outside of my shoes as much as you're saying. So I feel for you. So they were picking you up in the chair and everything?
I mean, they tried. I was a large.
I'm sorry, dude. I had to ask.
Dude, I'm now almost 7 feet tall, and I weigh 400 pounds.
Wait, you're almost 7 feet. Oh, wow, man. You're like Andre the Giant.
Dude, I look like his love child. It's not even funny. I tell you, it's weird going through life like that.
Well, I can understand that. I can't understand being the tallest kid in the room, but I can understand it to an extent. Yeah, you had a Yankees Mets point?
Yeah, well, yeah. So when it comes to the Yankees, by the way, I just need to say this about Stearns, and then I'm going to drop it off. All I see now is he's Cohen's puppet. That's it. Now, when it comes to Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you, but you can continue.
Yeah, so when it comes to Aaron Boone, I compare him to Joe Torre, right? Joe Torre, managed over 20 years without a title, right? The only time he won a title is when Don Zimmer was his bench coach. It was like he was his yin to his yang.
Right.
Like, who needs that guy?
Well, maybe he could get that guy back next year because they're going to have, and I appreciate the little noise in the background there, Mike. I appreciate the conversation. And, don't pick up anybody and, choke slam them. Almost 7 foot, 400 pounds. Man, the WWE should sign that guy.
That's a big man.
That's a big boy.
That is a big
He could power slam Hoff, and Hoff's a big guy. Hoff could be, our left tackle if we had a WFAN, offensive line. But
yeah. Oh, yeah, true. Or right tackle if it's Boomer because he's lefty.
Right. Wow. Right. Good call. Look at you, GM Jack Carty.
I mean, you got to protect the blind side.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't thinking. And Boomer can still sling it. I know.
He absolutely.
He threw, a couple years ago, threw a thing of butter at me, and it hit me with a velocity as the door was closing through a window that left a bruise on my ass. But real quick, just because we're up against it, to his point, Boone may have that guy available next offseason in Carlos Mendoza. So he might be able to get that guy back, his running mate, and maybe they can make magic together that Mendoza couldn't make with the Mets. 888-808-1019. In about 20 minutes, we'll hear from Greg Caserta of MLB Network, MLB's Big Inning, my guy, dear friend. After this, we'll get into more of the Knicks conversation, more of the Yankees conversation, more of the Mets conversation. Stay tuned.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
Think of the level of offense in every other sport. To kick a guy out of a game and then kick him out for the next game. And then that was the thing that got Balogun out.
And how many guys last night?
Of all the things we've seen, you would have thought that he strangled the guy to death on the field.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
It's a Yingling thing. Knowing you should never show up empty-handed, you bring something that fits the night. Like a case of Flight by Yingling, a premium light beer that's low-calorie, low-carb, and deliciously refreshing. It's a Yingling thing. Keep it light with Flight.
Get your Yingling Lager at Rudy's Bar and Grill in Patchogue, Sal's Place in Massapequa, or Jimmy's Corner on West 44th in the Theater District. Yingling Lager, an ice-cold tradition, ready to be poured. Enjoy a Yingling today.
Hi, this is John Starks. And I'm Tyler Kolek. At John Starks Kia, we don't play games. No gimmicks, no tricks, no hidden fees, no surprises. Lease a Kia Sportage for just $333 a month with just $3 due at signing. What we say is what it is, period. See you at John Starks Kia in Queens. Go New York, go New York, go.
36-month lease excludes tax, title, and MV fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Expires July 6th.
At Citizens, we know the world has gotten smarter since you started banking. Rings track your sleep, taxis don't need drivers, refrigerators have Wi-Fi. So why hasn't the way you bank kept up? Maybe it's time to upgrade to Citizens, so you stay ready all the time. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. Congratulations to the New York Liberty, who defeated the Las Vegas Aces 93-85 on Tuesday night to win the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. This was the 6th year of the in-season competition and New York's second time winning it. While the Aces were without superstar Asia Wilson, the game's MVP award was won by another star, Breanna Stewart, who finished with 25 points and 11 rebounds in front of her home fans in Brooklyn.
Just really proud of the mindset and the mentality of this team. Like, we were going to do whatever it took to kind of get this win, and we let some slip away, especially on our home court, but really taking pride of representing Barclays and getting the job done.
Tuesday night's game did not count towards the regular season records. The Liberty are 12-8, good for 5th in the league standings. They are back in action on Friday when they host the first place Minnesota Lynx. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Maggie Gray on Westwood One.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Our front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Your New York Yankees are chasing another championship. Talk Yankees baseball with the Fan at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. 888-808-1019, the number to get involved in the conversation. If you are watching on the YouTube stream, what is up? This Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your grill at chefiq.com. Almost missed the most important part. It's funny, as a soccer fan, it's nice to see that the focus is on the World Cup from a lot of people who are casual fans, which is fine. And I'm not, I love it. I'm not one of these people who gets upset when people dive into the World Cup and they talk about it. And a perfect example, like we had a rejoin earlier of Boomer and Gio talking about Balogun's red card. For me, I never would have thought that would be, and it's not just, them touching on it because they feel the need to. It was them actually being interested in it. And it's fascinating to me, and I love it, and it's very cool to see. And I'm curious if it's one, because the games are here, the time frames are a little better to go out, party, all that stuff. You know, as normally you're affected by whatever it is. It was Qatar, next time it's going to be in Morocco, Spain, and Portugal. So the excitement's awesome. And I've seen people that don't understand some of the rules. And again, that's part of learning. When I went to the Broncos-Jets game in London, some older guy, while I was explaining some of the rules to my fiance, he was like, hey, can I listen? And he was asking me questions. So you jump into a sport, you got to learn the rules. And, no sport is more complicated to explain to someone that doesn't know the sport than football. And I'm talking about American football. But I see a lot, and Sean said this today, and I think Sean's been great. I actually enjoy when he talks soccer. I think he's honestly hilarious doing it. But, he isn't the expert that we are on, the Carton Show, as we are, just the best soccer coverage in the city. He mentioned how the red cards are a reason why, like that red card rule where Balogun gets the red card. If you didn't see it, he's now going to miss the next game on Monday against Belgium. And he was like, this red card is why Americans don't like soccer. And I saw a tweet from, I think it was John Green on Twitter. Lots of Americans saying, see stuff like that red card is why we don't like soccer, as if we don't sit through 7 targeting reviews like that per week once college football starts. And it was my thought exactly. Once I saw the tweets about how the rule, listen, you may think the rule is ridiculous and you're allowed to have that opinion. It is what it is. It's been the rule forever. The call is the problem. That's not a straight red. It should have been a yellow. It is a foul. Like we don't have to, go against that, but it should have been a yellow. They haven't been calling that call all tournament. It should have been a yellow, not a straight red. But we sit through football every week where they don't know what a catch is. We have a flag on every play. If you love the sport, you love the sport. You'll sit through it. And it's okay to just jump into something casually. How many people do you know just jump into the NFL during the playoff time, and even more so on Super Bowl Sunday? So I'm excited. It's awesome to actually hear, everyone. There's an excitement that I haven't gotten to experience with this World Cup, with any World Cup, and this specific U.S. team, which is playing at a high level. And I know the tournament expanded, so them winning a knockout stage round isn't the same as what it once was, but it's still an accomplishment. The crowds have been awesome. It's so awesome. I can't stand the song Country Roads, but hearing everyone in the stadium, 80,000 people singing it after a U.S. win, I'm all in now. It went from being a song I hate to now it's a slapper. I watched that video like 9,000 times last night. My fiance was probably furious with me. And I was so jacked up. I'm over there singing country. I was like, Country Roads. And then I dropped the TV stand on my foot that I was talking about how I put together last night, which I will be going home to add the doors to it to finish the, finishing touches on it, because we have company coming over. We got a lot of family coming over on Saturday, so it's the first holiday we're hosting. So not only was, putting furniture together, it is now hell in my apartment as we prepare for, 10 people to come over my 800 square foot apartment. But we'll be outside most of it. Beautiful park. 888-808-1019. Richard in Manhattan. What's going on, Richard?
Anthony, the Celtics in the last 4 years have let Isaiah Thomas, Marcus Smart, Jrue Holiday, and now Jaylen Brown go.
Yeah.
Jrue Holiday is one of 2 guards that I know of in the last 60 years in the NBA, 60, who have led 2 different teams as a point guard to championships.
Well, yeah,
you don't know who the other one is, do you?
Say the statistic again.
2 point guards who have led 2 different teams to NBA championships.
2 point guards that have led 2 different teams to NBA championships. Is it? I feel like it's not.
You won't get it. Dennis Johnson. Seattle Supersonics, and then the Celtics. Great. He was the guard for Larry Bird.
You got me, Richard.
All right.
You got me.
That's all. David Stearns. I knew this guy was a kook 3 years ago today. 3 years ago today, Scherzer pitches a 7-inning gem against the Washington Nationals on a Friday night. Gives up 2 runs, 3 hits. Saturday morning, he's gone. Verlander's gone. David Robertson is gone. I've never seen that. 65 years I've watched New York sports. I've never seen a team just give up like that. I'm not saying they were good. I'm not saying if they stayed they would have been better, but I'm watching them with Scherzer, Verlander, and Robertson. When they were let go, I'm not watching the Mets. If they're giving up, I'm giving up.
So, Richard, you just wanted them to sit there and not
for
try
me.
to get better.
No, I don't care what they do. I'm caring for me,
I
Richard.
understand.
I want to watch the games from a team that doesn't give up. You give up, like the Giants sell their better players during the season. They let them go to New York Giants. I give up. Well, any team.
Well, no, that's understandable. So you're not disagreeing with the decision. You're just saying you're not going to watch.
Yankees.
I guess we lost them there. I don't know. Oh, my fault. I fat-fingered it there. I think he had another point. He'll call the next show, and he'll tell them that point. Also, if you're going to ask me a question, you got to give me more than 20 seconds to think about it. I wasn't going to get Dennis Johnson, but you're acting like I didn't watch a little bit of Dennis Johnson play. Like, I love Richard. Most of the time I get his stuff right, but anyway. Tony in Montreal. What's going on, Tony?
Gallo, baby, I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Tony, I know, because I've been a creature of the day now. I haven't been as much night times with you. What's going on?
Gallo, the thing is, the government in Canada blocks you guys during the day. I always say that it's not true, but you just at night, as soon as it gets dark, you get the skip. So that really strong AM wave comes all the way in 350 miles north, past Plattsburgh. And into Montreal. So if you're on daytime, I cannot hear you, and I cannot stream you because Canada will not let Odyssey be streamed into Canada. Can you believe that? That's how pathetic it is.
If I'm on YouTube, so you can always go on YouTube and find me there.
Okay, I'll do that. But listen, I just want to say one thing. Every time I call you, I talk a little bit about food. Tonight I went to a great place called Vino Rosso. I had a beautiful arrabbiata with spaghetti and Caesar with some beautiful chicken. So I know you love food.
I'm very hungry.
So I'll tell you.
Well, I'm being good because I know Saturday I'm going to pig out and eat like 6,000 calories.
That's okay, Gallo. You deserve it. Listen to me. I just want to tell you, man, that Balogun, whatever you want to call it, red card, that's BS. Look, I've been in soccer for over 20 years, coaching up here in Canada. My kids played all high level. I've never seen the use of yellow cards and red cards prominently against superior teams like Italy that got a red card in the first 15 minutes of the game and they lost against Bosnia-Herzegovina. I got to shout out America for beating them and avenging Italy, which is great.
As somebody who was very disappointed by that loss, where Italy was eliminated from this year's World Cup by Bosnia, it was a double. I'm always America first. Like, I have a lot of friends that are Italian American that root for the Italian team over the American team.
Yeah.
I'm not that way. Yeah. My introduction to soccer was the 2002 World Cup. So this is a linchpin of my sports fandom. I got to let you go, Tony. I'm sorry, dude. I love you, Tony. If you can hear me, Tony, I love you. But I don't know if you were running into a 18-wheeler there, but they did what Italy couldn't. And, Italy's a baseball country now. World Baseball Classic, that's what they do. Those guys, the fist-pumping Italian Americans, it's a baseball country now. Baseball, basketball, bigger than soccer. 888-808-1019. We have the great, my buddy, Greg Caserta coming up. MLB Network's, does play-by-play. He's the host of Big Inning, which is a very underrated program on that. If you like, Sunday Ticket, it's kind of that every night. He's coming up. We'll get into a lot. We'll, kind of preview the trade deadline, the Mets, the Yankees. We'll go around the league. Maybe we'll get into a little bit of the salary cap talk. All that right here. Stay tuned. The conversation continues. Anthony Gallo back after this.
Celebrate 250 years with Yankees baseball on WFAN. The Twins are in the Bronx taking on the Bombers. 7:05 tomorrow night. Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM, 660 AM, and always available en Espanol with Ricky Ricardo on the Odyssey app.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer, a brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event with specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The right patio sets the scene. The right grill steals the show. For a limited time during July 4th, extra big deals at Lowe's. Get 2 12-by-12-inch square patio stones for only $3. Plus, save $100 on the select Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $179. All you need now is good company. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/6. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and it covers your whole morning all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast, it's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions, participations and times may vary. Offer prices varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Start your day with Boomer and Geo. Join the conversation weekday mornings from 6 to 10. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
He's handsome. You know, he's the next big thing in baseball. He is a guy I miss very much around these halls. My guy, MLB Network, play-by-play announcer, the host of Big Inning. He's the man. Greg Caserta joins us now. Greg, what's up, dude?
Yeah, well, what's up, buddy? I'm actually just.
Let's put him on hold and check his line real quick and see what's up. Look at that. I haven't talked to the guy in a little bit, and He's coming in. He's, high up in the Alps right now. But we'll get into, I want to ask about a couple of things coming up, not just Mets, Yankees, and, all around the league. Some things that if you didn't see it before, obviously, we got him back. Greg, you there, my guy?
Yeah, you give me this great intro, and then the phone cuts out.
I know.
My apologies, brother.
You're big timing me, dude.
Yeah, well, listen, I wanted to make time because you sent me a text this afternoon, and the timing was perfect because I just got done with the show about 20 minutes ago. I'm just shocked that you have time for me because with your Knicks winning and now the World Cup, I'm actually shocked that you have time to talk baseball.
Well, now we have all the time, and of course it's right as both teams are miserable. I was really going to have you on to break down U.S. men's national team, but, the Mets and the Yankees had to ruin the party. And I wanted to start with the Mets. Obviously, their season has been a disaster. And before we get into Cohen's comments, my feeling is this is going to be, if they don't turn it around, and they aren't going to turn it around, but I mean, if they're not respectable, this may be the biggest disappointment, not just in the franchise's history, but maybe one of the biggest disappointments in the league's history. I don't know. Is there another reference point you could point to that is more disappointing than a $350 million team that may not win 65 games?
Well, it's crazy when you talk about them, and then you look at the standings today, and they have one more win than the Colorado Rockies. And it's funny because when you look back a couple of years, they were in the NLCS against the Dodgers, and Uncle Steve was still the toast of the town, and everybody had these big plans and these big dreams of, we've got the richest owner in baseball, we're going to spend just like the Dodgers, and we're going to build this super team. And Steve talked about how he wanted a World Series in the next 3 to 5 years, and man, they've gone further and further away from that, haven't they? They've gotten rid of their manager. I think now everybody realizes that the blame is placed solely at the feet of David Stearns, because I looked at this team coming in, Gallo, and I said, coming into this year, I did not see this team winning more than 81 games. I did not see them as a winning baseball club. I just thought that they had way too many holes in their rotation. I thought that, the Sean Manaea Kodai Senga experiment had flopped, and it was no longer going to be viable. And outside of Soto and Lindor, you were plugging all these new guys in out of position, which has been well documented and well talked about. Bo Bichette is not a shortstop. Marcus Semien is over the hill. And in the process, you lose guys like Nimmo and Alonso who have been productive with their new team. So I thought that while their offseason certainly made headlines, it wasn't a good one. And now the results on the field have proven that.
Well, yeah, and it's funny because we heard about run prevention, and I thought he was talking about the defense stopping teams from scoring runs. I didn't realize he meant the offense was going to stop scoring runs. And when you look at, obviously, the Mets core, and we've talked about it so much, and it's not going away in this town. When you look at, yes, that was not a winning core, but it was our guys. As Met fans, we loved him. Speaking for myself, but to drastically make that change and then fall on your face so poorly with every single move, there has been one move that's probably been good this year, and it was the Luke Weaver move. And who needs a good bullpen when you can't get a lead? And Cohen doubles down and kind of, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, he's saying the guy's not going anywhere. How do you process news like that when we're watching teams, whether it's managers getting fired earlier in the season with the Phillies and other teams around the league, and teams that are in cities that don't have the same standards as this, and the owner of the Mets is now doubling down, defending this guy. How do you, from somebody who's covering the entire league, how do you see that? And do you honestly believe that he's going to commit to this guy past this season?
Well, it's all you have to do is look in Milwaukee and see what's happened since he left. They haven't skipped a beat. As a matter of fact, they've gotten better. They set their franchise record for wins last year without David Stearns. They are on pace for more than 100 wins for the first time in their history this year. So, yeah, this whole boy genius, boy wonder thing, yeah, it's a great story. Grew up a Mets fan. But outside of that, we need results here. Now, the one thing that I think the Mets have going for them is that Benj and Ewing at points have looked like guys that you can build around. But we've also seen it with how very tenuous the status is for guys like Francisco Alvarez, Brett Beatty, and Mark Vientos, where anytime they go through a prolonged slump, the fan base turns on them. And that is just years and years of agitation and things not going the right way. So I understand why people are frustrated. But I look at the Mets the same way I do the Yankees. You can only place so much blame at the hands of the manager, the hitting coach, the assistant hitting coach. You look at Chavez's comments on the podcast recently. You look at Alonso's comments that were alleged to have been made about the analytics and how they're gonna be looking at them while he's shining his Hall of Fame plaque. I think that all of that really speaks volumes about where this front office is right now. And again, David Stearns is running the show, and it's gotten progressively worse. And I don't see a way out right now. I just don't know what else Steve Cohen is thinking. If he decides, hey, I'm going to move on, what does that mean? Where does he go? And do the fans trust him to make the right decision? Because he already appears to have misfired on this one.
And he's misfired on basically, and I know he came in and it was different. He's first-time owner, obviously, and trying to acclimate himself to the league. But he has now run through, I think it's 5 or 4, presidents of baseball ops or general managers, whatever the title was, obviously Alderson being there. What do you think there? So obviously moving past the Stearns aspect of it, is this something you could see as, and we know that the uncertainty of next year, what the cap brings, all of that, if there's going to be a cap, do you see this as a quick rebuild for the Mets, or are we looking at something that is going to be long, drawn out? And if it is, are Soto and Lindor going to be around to see that through?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, those guys have so much money tied into them for such a long time that I don't see them going anywhere, barring something disastrous happening with their relationship, although that appears to have been patched up from last year when we heard that there were problems between those two guys. So listen, you got to give Steve credit for getting Soto here and outbidding the Yankees and making that extra push to land Juan Soto. You got to give credit where credit's due sometimes.
Yes.
But I look at the organizations, Gallo, that have sustainability and have success. And it's not just winning at the big league level and spending a lot of money, right? Like we always talk about the Dodgers because they're the only team that has a higher payroll than the Mets. But when you look at LA, they also have an unbelievable farm system. They have for years. It's been top 10 in the sport for the last decade. The Mets haven't had that. They have not had that kind of success in the draft and developing. But again, guys like Benj, guys like Ewing can maybe right that ship.
Right.
But you need starting pitching. That that needs to be done there. Freddie Peralta was supposed to be this one-year Band-Aid, and of course he comes here and has the worst year of his professional career. So again, there's a lot more question marks than answers right now. But do I think they're astronomically far off? No, I don't, because there are some things that are in place. You just have to make sure that you also put the right guys together, because just because you have talent, we've seen it in San Diego, it doesn't always lead to success, especially in the postseason.
Right. And, pivoting now, to the other team across town, which obviously they're 7 losses in a row. And I know Yankee fans, you're very familiar with this. They want to burn it down, fire Boone. This season's over. There's no way they can win a World Series. I tend to look at them a little bit more glass half full. From the outside, as a Mets fan, I understand they're in a rough patch. What is your overall view of the team? Like, do you view them as a legit contender? Is it just because the AL is viewed as weak? Or are they legit? Can they compete with the Dodgers or the Braves if we were looking at them in the same league, let's just say? Obviously, they don't have to worry about them to the World Series. But are you viewing them as a contender?
No, I don't view them as a contender when I look at teams like the Dodgers, like the Braves, like the Brewers, and like the Tampa Bay Rays right now. I just don't see that. But to answer your other question, because it is a very weak American League, they are very much a contender to win the pennant. The difference this year is that they've got a rotation, and that is one thing that will save them. But without Judge, you see how this lineup looks. They can only do so much without him. They have nothing offensively from the catcher position. Jazz Chisholm Jr. and Anthony Volpe up the middle, that is a headache in one way or another. Seems like every other week. So again, they need Judge back. That goes without saying. But I look at it, and I looked at this team coming in and said, they did nothing to address their bullpen. Now, I know that bullpen health is the easiest thing that you can get at the deadline, but the Yankees made no real adjustments to their bullpen, and it's still a problem for them. And listen, David Bednar is a guy that's very likable. He's very easy to root for. He's that blue-collar guy from Pennsylvania,
the
renegade, the whole thing. But he's a guy that also makes you sweat a little bit in the ninth inning. And we know from watching the playoffs these last few years
and the
how
WBC.
things go. You've got a three-man rotation in the playoffs, and then you rely on your high-leverage bullpen guys from innings 5 or 6 through the end of the game. So the Yankees, they'll be okay in the American League because nobody else is really separating from the pack. But they've also lost 7 straight while the Rays have won 8 in a row. So they've had the division swing on them by 7 games in the span of a week. And that is an amazing thing when you think about it. Not that you're writing them off in the division. The Yankees are still going to be there in the end. But to see this team struggle like this and to show absolutely no life on this last homestand, it's been a really, really rough stretch for this team right now.
And, before we get into the actual deadline stuff with the Yankees, because we can assume the Mets are going to be sellers, so Judge comes out and he makes the comments about the lack of focus. I kind of just see it as a guy trying to be a leader. Do you think there's more to that? And maybe, I'm a Boone guy. I've always been a Boone guy. But is there maybe more to that maybe this is starting to turn in a bad direction for Aaron Boone? Or is this just, the captain trying to be the captain and we're looking a little too much into it on the Boone front?
Well, it's funny because it's a weird concept, right? Because Judge and Boone have always been buddies. Judge wanted input in front office decisions and things like that. And he earned that as the face of the franchise, as the captain, as the guy that stuck around for less money, if you remember, because the Giants offered him more. He stuck around and gave them a bargain at 9 years and $360 million. By today's standards, that is a bargain contract compared to Ohtani and compared to Soto. So it's weird because he's never been a guy that's really spoken loud. He's a guy that's always led by example. So I'm curious about his comments because I have never really been an Aaron Boone defender. I have felt that he is a guy that always protects his players at no matter the cost. When he talks about addressing certain things with guys like Jazz with the lollipop, I just think that there's certain behavior that's enabled. Like, to me, if you pull that, if you're Jazz Chisholm Jr., that just doesn't fly. Like, you're sitting. Like, you're going to miss out on the next game. I'm sorry.
Right.
You're not coming off the bench. You're not coming in as a defensive replacement. Like, you got to sit and wear this. And that didn't happen. He was in the lineup the next day. So I do think that at times Aaron is soft on his guys. I thought that they maybe had a different approach this year because they went with Caballero even when Volpe was back. But I still see this team as the exact same thing that they have been for the better part of the last decade. They're going to rely on the home run. They're going to live and die with the home run. And eventually when they stop hitting them, that's when everything goes to hell. And that's what we've seen lately. Bellinger has stopped hitting. Goldschmidt has stopped hitting. And listen, Giancarlo Stanton is still just a ghost. So I look at what they need at the deadline, and they're going to need a bunch of things like most other teams that are contending. But again, the one thing that I hang on with them is their rotation. I think that is the one separator, and that is they have 5 quality guys that they can throw at you, assuming that Fried comes back and Fried comes back healthy.
Right. And I think, I do think we differ a little bit on them offensively, but there's no way I could push back on it right now. And that leads me to my next question. Obviously, you are, I always say this, I love big inning. You're like the Scott Hansen of baseball, and no one is more locked in on a nightly basis than you. Seeing around the league, and we know how the trade deadline has changed with the addition of the extra wild card. When you really look at it, there's 3 teams I could honestly say in the National League, the bottom 3 teams, and maybe 2 or 3 teams in the American League that I could definitely say are going to sell. Do you see this as an active deadline? I know it hasn't been as active in previous years since the addition of the wild card, and how much does that hurt the Yankees?
Yeah, I think it will be an active deadline because I think that The Tarek Skubal thing is kind of hanging over everybody. I think that is something that creates a very juicy storyline. Being around the Twins the last couple of weeks and calling games for them, I don't see there's any way that Byron Buxton has ever moved. Joe Ryan, that may be a different story. But I look at a team like the Rays, and they look at what they have, and they say, hey, we got to make a push. Like, we've got to go all in this time around. And we've heard them be linked to guys and try and make a splash. But, I look at that and I say, man, if you're the Tampa Bay Rays, you look at it, you're the only team in the American League with 50 wins. Your rotation has come together unbelievably well once again. But you need offensive help behind Caminero, Aranda, and Yandy Diaz. You have Richie Palacios or Victor Mesa batting cleanup. The Rays, to me, are a team that if they're looking at the big bats on the market, you try and go and you bring in two of them because you've got pitching depth that can help you. So, yeah, I do think it's an active deadline. But what I'll tell you, Anthony, and I say this to everybody when it gets around this time of year, is like you touched on perfectly, because of the expanded playoff format, it's not as clear-cut as it used to be, right? Like when you and I were growing up watching baseball, by mid-May, end of May,
we knew who was going to sell.
You knew who the buyers and who the sellers were. It was pretty concrete. And now you look, and 1 week, good or bad, swings you from being a buyer to a seller on a week-to-week basis. So you would never think of the Minnesota Twins as a buyer at the deadline. They're a team that's 4 or 5 games under 500, 0 expectations coming into the season. But you look at tomorrow, they are going to be 4.5 games out in the Central. They're not 4.5 games out of a wild card.
No.
They're 4.5 games out in the division. The AL West, you have the Mariners and the Rangers playing right now. They're tied for first, and they're a game over 500. So I think what complicates matters even more this year goes back to what we were talking about earlier, and that is the American League being so wide open all the way across.
Well, and it's the truth, because even the Reds, who are 6 games under 500, they're not close, but they're only 6 games back a good week of baseball, and they might talk themselves into being buyers. Before I let you go, the most important question, and I'm not sure if you're working on Saturday, but me and you, we talk a lot about food. Are you working on Saturday?
Yes.
And if not, what is on the menu for your 4th of July party?
So sadly, I do have to work.
Okay.
But again, you and I being the bros that we are, and we always do talk food. I would say my dream 4th of July barbecue. I got to be honest with you. This is actually sad. Because of my schedule, I have not had a barbecue hot dog yet all year.
Oh.
I have not had a hot dog on the grill all year. So that would be the first thing. Then I would probably go with flank steak.
Classy guy.
Italian pasta salad, no mayo, corn on the cob, and probably 5 or 6 vodka clubs.
Okay. You're a classy guy. You haven't changed. Even your rise to stardom. Follow Greg. I got your X up right here. Follow Greg at Greg Caserta, MLB on X. He, hosts The Big Inning. He's a play-by-play up-and-coming star. Also, a guy I love very much. Thank you so much for the time, dude.
The feeling is mutual, my brother. I miss you, and we will get together soon. But thanks for having me on, and hopefully we can do it again soon, all right?
Maybe I'll come and I'll bring you, a hand-delivered grilled hot dog on Saturday.
I'll tell you what, you do that, and the next round's on me. How's that?
All right, dude. I'll talk to you soon, Greg.
Be good, brother.
My fault. I was good. Forgot to put him on hold. The great Greg Caserta. He's the man. Definitely check out MLB Big Inning. If you haven't, it is awesome. MLB.tv. It is Red Zone every night for Major League Baseball. He does a lot of play-by-play stuff. The man, former WFAN alum, also CBS Sportsnet, Infinity Sportsnet, whatever you want to call it, dear friend of mine, and we have spent, I have reputation for, not now, because we have obviously, sadly not the same, we have less people in the building every day. I got there, and Jack knows this, I talk everyone's ear off, and if I was around, everyone said, they can never get any work around, and, Greg knew that very much so. But if you're a Yankee fan, he didn't sugarcoat it. And yeah, I may not agree with everything he said, but he's tapped in, and it is something to watch with the deadline if you're looking for them to make a massive move. Obviously, right now, I think it's safe to say Rockies, Mets, Giants, definitely out of it, all 10 games back. In the American League, the Angels are 8 back. The Royals are 9.5 back. I would say I think the Red Sox and Tigers are going to be sellers, but they're only 6 back right now. So a lot to get into there. Obviously, check out Greg on MLB Network all the time, like I said. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get back to your calls, 888-808-1019. Is there a way out where the Mets could, obviously this year is dead in the water, but is there a way for this team to turn it around? We'll talk through that on the other side of the break.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Cody Bellinger and Ben Rice are the reasons. They are the main reasons why this team is struggling right now. Because when I went on that diatribe a month ago when Judge went down and I said, don't worry, things are different. This isn't 23. This isn't 24. It's so different. The reason I thought it was different was because of those two guys. Those two guys are solid. I'm not worried that they're going to crumble. They've crumbled.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Long Island is more exciting than ever at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. This July, join us for the Great American Giveaway and your chance to win your share of $175,000. Earn entries daily all month long. Then be here on July 31st from 3 till 6 p.m. when 2 lucky winners will be drawn every hour to win up to $20,000 cash. Then at 7 p.m., one grand prize winner will take home $75,000 cash at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21, please drink responsibly.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. I was just safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
No matter what you drive, having the right tire matters. So take control with a new set of Bridgestone tires from Town Fair Tire. You'll choose from the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires, and you'll get the Bridgestone tire you need at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services than all other tire dealers, clubs, or online sites. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, and that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free.
free brake pads with Duralast rotors, free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil, free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone, and the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Our front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Shifty! Anthony Gallo on the fan. 888-808-1019. If you missed it, you always go back on the Odyssey app, the rewind function. The great Greg Caserta of MLB Network joined us. Fellow foodie, good guy, paisano. And, the skirt steak is a classy move on the 4th of July. I don't have a grill. We do have the family coming over. My, future brother-in-law, sister-in-law, nieces. I might have a couple buddies coming over. Not like a ton of people, but it is the first time we're officially hosting like a holiday. But we don't have a grill. But what we'll do is we'll grill it up. The park is literally right across the street from my apartment, so we'll go hang out there. Funny story, though, was last year I was with you guys here hosting when the fireworks were going off on the 4th of July. And, we got, I moved into my apartment in Bay Ridge May of last year, or April of last year, sorry. And me and my fiance were like, we have a kind of a view of the Freedom Tower. So we were thinking, oh, man, we'll be able – it's not a perfect view. Like there's some trees that cut it off and you don't get to see a lot of the skyline, but you can see the Freedom Tower. And we were both convinced that we would be able to see the epic fireworks show on the water, just from our apartment. So I ended up getting asked to host late, so it was kind of like on the fly. I ended up taking it. My fiance's like, all right, I'm going to just hang out at home. Like, we don't have any plans. I don't want to make anything last minute. She stays home. In the middle of the show, I get a text message from her, and she's like, I can't see a single spark, let alone the fireworks. And I'm just dying. Obviously, I feel bad, but I'm dying because we were so convinced we had gotten burgers and stuff like that. We were going to hang out together and sit there like we were going to have this like awesome view of this firework display, and nothing. So tomorrow we're going to try to avoid that. I don't want my nieces to be disappointed, but the park's right there, so we'll try to get a view. But yeah, that was the event, and I remember her texting me, and all I could do was laugh.
I mean, at least you didn't set this whole thing up and being like, all right, let's go for the fireworks, and there's like nothing there. You're like, oh, this is
she
fun.
saw the sparks. It was just we thought we were going to see way more.
You thought you were going to get like a much better
I was like,
view.
oh, we're going to have like a front. We're not that close. Like we're far away, but it's enough of
You'll
a view.
You'll see it, yeah.
Yeah, but no cigar. So tomorrow we won't make that mistake. And if I did, I would feel terrible. My nieces, coming over. I'm the fun uncle. I gotta step it up. And then I don't have to hang out with the adults. I hang out with the kids. We play video games. I can actually win in some board games and card games because I don't take it easy on them. You got to teach them how to win. But exciting. We're going to have the burgers, dogs. My original point before I went on this tangent is we don't have like a legit grill. So to do skirt steaks, I will have skirt steaks, but they are just not the same level of, it's just not the same. The grill gives you that. I have like an indoor grill, a smokeless one that we use to like kind of mock up, some grill. But it's not the same.
No, an actual like grilled dog or a burger is just another level.
Yeah, and it's funny because he says that it's not that he just didn't have a hot dog, Greg. If you guys miss Caserta, he said he hadn't had a barbecued hot dog in this entire season, and that's just like sacrilegious.
That is a sin.
You're like, I will go over my dad's house, and it doesn't matter what we're doing. My dad, if it's nice out, my dad will throw we could be getting ready to eat dinner, and my dad will throw hot dogs on the grill just for any excuse.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it was funny because it was I love my apartment. I'm very blessed, and where I ended up finding a spot. A lot of the places I looked at that I ended up like, whether they were co-ops that I got rejected or I just couldn't afford them, they all seem to have like those outdoor community grill areas. And then this apartment's older, so it doesn't have that. So I have like an old school like charcoal grill. Mm-hmm. But I'm afraid, I don't know what the deal is. Like if I bring it outside and just do it on the corner, if I'm going to get in trouble, if like, the condo association is going to come after me.
I mean, you could, worst case scenario, you could like shoot him an email and be like, hey, can I have like a barbecue?
Yeah, right here on the corner.
Can I just like grill hot dogs like every day for the like every day?
Well, my buddy who's got a fire escape, I'm not as adventurous. I hate heights, but he just sits out on his fire escape, grills. He's got like pots out there, plants. I'm like, I can't do it. I'm afraid the thing's going to collapse or I'm going to tip over.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm not climbing the Empire State Building like that couple. Safe to say.
That's good.
Yes.
This is good.
Which everyone was locked into that yesterday, and I was locked into Congo versus England, which, they didn't win. But hopefully England takes the L against Mexico on Sunday. 888-808-1019. Frank in Manhattan. What's up, Frank?
He doesn't
Hello. Yo.
Hey, what's up?
What up, Frank?
Hey, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I've been following soccer, and I got a Met question. I've been following soccer, but the thing I don't understand is, which I need to learn, why don't they stop the clock when the guy goes down? Why don't they just stop it?
Because the whole thing is, it is a free-flowing sport, and the nature of the sport is, a guy goes down in those moments, but the whole point is to pick up and play. If you watch, they call foul, the guy takes the ball, they kick it, they go. The ball goes out of bounds, they pick it up, they throw it in. And also, if they stop the clock, the game's going to extend way longer than it should. They do track the time, but it's also not like, yes, there is a time limit, but if you're going to waste time, it's only going to hurt you in the end. They're not going to give you that time back. They are keeping the time, so it's not like they're just making up a number at the end of the game. If you watch the officials, they're consistently taking notes, and those notes.
All right.
Good.
So the referee keeps track of the time. Then not somebody upstairs in the booth, maybe.
No, if you're watching, he is taking that. There's a notebook. They're not giving back every second, but it's just the nature of the game. You got to remember, it's 2 45-minute halves. So if they stop the clock, the games would be forever. And one of the things as a soccer fan that is a plus, you go to a soccer match, you know about when that game's going to end, regardless of how much extra time there is.
Right. Okay.
Your Mets point?
My Met question. Yeah, my Met point is they got Simeon. They let Alonso, Nemo, McNeil go for guys that play every single day. What? Now, look at it this way. The season's over for the Mets, blah, 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 go through the motions.
Right.
What does Simeon have to offer the Mets next year at 36? Another Robinson Cano type of player? Remember Robinson Cano?
Yeah.
36 years old, started to fade at 36,
came
over to the Mets, and seemed to retire as a Met, if you get my point.
Right.
And one quick one for the Yankees. If the Yankees need a decent catcher, I'm going to throw a name out there. You don't need to keep him for the future. You can use him for the rest of the year. Travis Darno offers more offense than any other catcher besides the Baltimore Oriole catcher.
Well, I mean, there are guys out there. It also doesn't help that, and I appreciate the call, Frank, that Darno, I mean, it's only 35 at-bats, but he's hitting 200. So I don't think Yankee fans would get excited about that. As far as the Jeff McNeil stuff, I mean, you guys aren't going to want to hear this, but Simeon's a better player than Jeff McNeil. Now, that's not the trade-off there. Jeff McNeil's hitting 229. We have to. When I talk about the Mets getting rid of the core, I don't know if you guys notice. I'm also not a big Jeff McNeil guy. I leave him out. I know Jack knows. I can't stand Jeff McNeil, so I leave him out. Now talking about Nimmo for Simeon, the trade-off there, it's a failure. Even with Nimmo cooling down, which has been, he was red hot to start the season and has really cooled down. He's still, vastly better than what Simeon is giving you. It's just, it is what it is. There's no, way around it. He had a great April and May, and then he had a great April and March, and then in May he had 214, and now he's back up to 274. So Nimmo's doing exactly what he always did. I'm not too worried about the Jeff McNeil thing, and I don't know what Marcus Simeon gives you. It's crazy because the Mets find guys that are stout veterans, and they come in and they're these fundamental players. And yes, he was never always a perfect hitter, but he boots the ball around the infield. The guy was a Gold Glove fielder until this year, and that's the funny thing is I always thought even when they were starting to fall off, he hit with runners at scoring position. I'm like, all right, you know what? They stink. At least you have this veteran presence in the locker room who's at least trying. And then he fell off. And I think that, yes, he's injured, but I don't think he was as injured. And I think after those 2 bad games in a row with the booted balls, they were like, we need to give this guy a break, and we need to give the fans a break. So we'll get into all that. 888-808-1019. We'll dive back into the Mets conversation, the Knicks conversation, the Yankees conversation. What's on the grill on your 4th? I want to know. I'm starving right now. I got an hour left, and I am probably going to pig out on something when I leave. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Regardless of what happens,
correct,
David Stearns is going to see out the entire 5 years of his contract as general manager of the New York Mets. And those are the 2 takeaways.
Yeah, and if I'm a Met fan, I have a tough time swallowing that statement.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The right patio sets the scene. The right grill steals the show. For a limited time during July 4th, extra big deals at Lowe's. Get 2 12-by-12-inch square patio stones for only $3. Plus, save $100 on a select Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $179. All you need now is good company. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/6. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at FiserForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If someone is in crisis and at risk of hurting themselves or others, an Extreme Risk Protective Order, ERPO, can temporarily restrict their access to firearms, giving them time to get help. Give them tomorrow and learn about ERPO today at erpo.nj.gov.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo on the Fan, 888-808-1019. One more hour to go. And then I believe it's the great E.J. Stewart at midnight. I probably should have checked this whole time. But, I am in the process of, the early stages of planning a wedding. Obviously, I got engaged in the middle of May, and me and Jack were sitting there. Jack was asking me about the engagement, all that stuff. And I told him I'm going through the process of planning this out, and he made the joke, you can always do the garden. And I asked him how much the garden cost for them to rent it out. $3 million is what he told me, and that's outrageous. It's insane.
I mean, it's just like, they paid an estimated $3 million to rent out Madison Square Garden for their wedding festivities. According to media and industry insider reports, the venue cost breaks down to approximately $1 million per night for a standard 3-day buyout. So the garden is owned by, obviously, right. Obviously, public trade corporation. So like $1 million a night, and it's just like, we'll do that.
That's insane.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like Taylor Swift,
she's got it. She's
alone
okay.
has that kind of money, and on top of that, now you got
Kelsey's got it alone, and she's probably got 3 times the net worth he does.
100%.
But that's insane, and they're shutting down the whole area over there. So everyone avoid it. It's going to be a disaster all weekend. That's crazy though, and setting the stair between the people climbing the Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, and proposing, and then this. They're really making it really hard. The standards of what, romance is now. I also am afraid of heights, so that was freaking me out. But, this Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. Enough of the Swifties and Kelseys. But back to the Metsies. I'm embarrassed I said that. But the Mets are a disaster. And there's no way to do this without really ripping the Band-Aid off when it comes to a rebuild. And part of that rebuild needs to also be a new president of baseball operations. But that's not happening because the owner, not only, if you don't want to call it a seal of approval or an endorsement, the owner put it on record that the GM is not going anywhere. So now we are going to allow him, which I always thought they were going to at least give him the deadline because he's the one who's been scouting and it's his team, and they've kind of made this similar to what we saw with Billy Epler. Obviously, now it sounds like there was more of a backstabbing with the Billy Epler stuff, and that's what got him in trouble, allegedly. Obviously, Eric Chavez is leading to a lot of this, and he eventually got fired that offseason. I always thought they were going to let Stearns either finish the deadline or the season out, and we would move on. And now they have all but guaranteed that he'll be back next year, and I can't accept that. I understand this notion that he does not want to alienate the Mets and have them excluded when you're talking about, big-time front office candidates because you're running through guys every other year. But is that risk more important than doing the right thing and making the hard decisions to make this franchise viable, to make this franchise, not a winner, just consistently competent is what we're asking for at this point. And he said he's not afraid to sell, which I understand, but there is no excuse about next year and the lack of guarantee there's going to be a season. There's none of that. Because when you look at the Mets situation, why would that affect them changing the president of baseball operations and finding the right guy? It's not like the Yankees where the Yankees are trying to contend and they're going to make moves at the deadline, but I don't know if they're going to chase a big fish like Mike Trout, who has a contract into 2030. Now, Tariq Skubal's different. He's a rental, and I could see the Yankees being more willing to make a move for a guy like that because they're not going to have to. They could still re-sign him, but they're not going to be on the hook if there's a cap or there's whether it's a cap or whether it is a restructuring of the way the luxury tax is, or if there's no season. But bringing in a big, Buxton, obviously Greg Caserta of MLB Network was with us earlier. He said he doesn't envision Buxton ever getting traded. But even a guy like that who has a big contract for multiple years, I don't envision those kind of guys getting moved this offseason, particularly to a high-priced, payrolled franchise when we don't know what the financials of the league are going to be a year from now. We don't know what opening day is going to look like, if there even is going to be one. So that's where we're at with the Mets. And every day it's something new with them. 888-808-1019. Back to the calls we go. Mike in Point Pleasant. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Gallo. You think the Mets would score more runs if it would be Binge, Ewing, Soto, 1, 2, 3. They all get on base and they steal.
Say that again. It's a little fuzzy there, Mike. I'll give you one more chance.
Yeah,
I got to let you go, Mike. I'm sorry, dude. It sounded like you were in the ocean. I hope. Also, I don't know if anybody noticed. In the middle of that interview, it sounded like Greg was getting chased by the cops. He's getting ready for GTA 6. Mike in Brooklyn, what's up, my guy?
My man, Gallo. What's going on, brother?
What's up, dude?
Listen, I saw you like 2 weeks ago. I was on the R train.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, soccer jersey, man bun, almost falling asleep, Gallo.
Why didn't you come wake me up?
I wasn't doing it. I'm like, dude, he's peaceful. But listen.
You should have came. It's Mike. What are you talking about? You should have came and said something to me. Also, listen, yeah. I'm always aware of my surroundings. I have been on a stretch of nodding off on the train. This morning, it's so funny you bring that up. This morning, I had an early morning today. I was nodding off on the train and dropped my iced coffee on the train, and I felt like an idiot.
Listen, by the way, I know your girl is, and we haven't spoken in a long time, so a couple extra minutes if give me, please. So, congratulations.
I appreciate
Haitian
it.
Wedding.
It's going to be a beautiful, the spread is going to be ridiculous. That's all I'm telling you.
Have you tried babakoo yet? Do you know what babakoo is?
The taco spot?
No, babakoo is a Haitian rum.
Oh, no.
Haitian white rum.
I have not.
It's very good. You'll like it. But listen, I always wish you the best.
I appreciate it.
I still haven't got my invitation to the wedding yet, but
I mean, Mike, you didn't even say hello to me on the train. You saw me. You should have said something.
Dude, you were still sleeping. I don't want you to wake up.
Dude, it would have been hilarious. It would have been hilarious if you did, because I look like, I'm not even going to lie, if I was somebody who saw me on the train.
You were drooling.
I probably was. I probably looked like I was on drugs. My girlfriend says all the time, because we'll ride on the train, she's like, you start nodding out and you look like you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing. Dude, Mike, next time, wake me up. Just say hi. You know what I mean?
I will.
You had a Mets point, though.
Dude, Mets point. Come on. Yeah, weren't we ready to go? I took 85 because you took 86. And we were both at 86. We're not going to be a 7. It might be a 6.
They might not even.
They might be a 6.
Yeah, they might not even get to 65 wins this year, Mike. It's embarrassing.
Dude, by the way, so after all this, right? The one guy, and you and I go back and forth. I love it. But I never wanted Soto. And you know what? He's a great player. He is. He's a great player.
It doesn't mean anything right now. He just hasn't. It doesn't matter. He's Jack Parkman at this point from Major League 2.
You're right. But listen, he doesn't, what do you call it? The 7th inning, even the other day, right? Like last week, I was talking to Al, and I love Al. Al's my guy. So 3 years we were talking every week. So yes, he almost had a home run, but what does that mean? The 9th inning came, and what happened? He just grounded out.
It's so frustrating. It's frustrating, Mike.
It's frustrating. This is what he does. I don't understand it.
And he's never been this guy. It's the funniest thing is, he was a clutch hitter. No matter what you could say about his time with the Padres, he was a clutch hitter with every stop. Washington, San Diego, and the Yankees. And he comes to the Mets, and he doesn't get any big hits.
Exactly. Dude, not only that, he had a decent arm with the Yankees. I think it was the first game, whoever they played that first series, he threw somebody out from right field. Dude, there's a throw last week. I think it was in the Phillies. I think it was the Phillies. Dude, my dad's 80 years old. He can reach home. He can reach home in 2 bounces.
Mike,
from the ball, it was 13. What's going on? I don't understand.
He's got a worse arm. I always used to think, and Mike, I appreciate the call. Next time, say something to me on the subway, dude. Come on. You're better than that.
Love you.
I appreciate it. I love you too, dude.
Listen, Babaku.
All right. I'm going to bring it up tomorrow to my in-laws. I appreciate it. You got to say something. Some guy today almost like he did like a burnout to say hello to me, and I thought I was about to get jumped. And he was like, "Are you Gallo?" And I was like, "I am." I was like, "What's up, dude?" He scared the crap out of me. Yeah, if you see him on the train sleeping, just it depends on how. If I'm nodding off, just come wake me up. If I'm out, just let me sleep. Don't try anything though, because I'll hit you with the. The Soto thing is crazy because it's increasingly frustrating, and with runners, let's just look at it right here. With runners in scoring position, he's hitting 205. I don't care what his OPS is; it doesn't matter. 724 is not great either. He has 1 home run. That's 64 plate appearances, and if it is 2 outs. Runners in scoring position. He's got a 188 batting average in 27 plate appearances. Late and close, he's hitting 241. He's got an 837 OPS, so a little better. But in 36 plate appearances, he's got 1 home run, 3 doubles. It's just, he's not good in those moments. He's hitting 330 when the margin, actually the margin 4 or more is not as bad. But when the game is within 4 runs or within 3 runs, he's great. When they're behind, he's great. When they're ahead, he's great. When it's a big spot, he becomes feeble. And I know the high leverage stats tell you something different, but the eye test, the field test, the fan test does not. And it's frustrating because he is a generational talent. He's at, 17 home runs right now. Over the last 2 seasons, let's just look at what he's doing over the last 2 seasons for the Mets. And it's insane. And this is the splits. I need just his overview. He is I hit 38 stolen bases. That's 43 homers last year, so 17 this year. In 128 games, he's got 60 homers, 144 RBIs. It's insane. And his numbers across the board, obviously less games because of the injury, are up on, across the board. Like, he has, the average is up. The on-base percentage, which was the best in the league last year, is up. Slugging percentage, up. OPS, up. OPS plus, up. He's probably not going to hit the 40 homers because of how much time he missed. He's still on pace to come close to it. It's frustrating. Only 20 homers last year. 20 doubles. He's never been a big doubles guy. He's about the same as like an Alonso type, but he's a generational talent. He's 27. He's already got 261 home runs. By the end of the season, he'll probably have at least 280. It's insane. And it all means nothing. 888-808-1019. Greg in Atlanta. What's going on, Greg?
Hey, Gallo. Appreciate you taking my call. I was listening to you.
I appreciate you, man.
Tonight, and I'm in total agreement with you regarding Stearns. The only problem is that, like you said, he's not going to go anywhere. But they just really, at the end of the day, they're going to need to get a GM, a baseball guy, not a analytics number cruncher.
Yep.
Per se, and stick him back in the background where he belongs. Stearns. He doesn't need to be the front of this situation.
Well, that's kind of
back there and do the player development.
That's kind of my issue with this, and I appreciate the call, Greg. Great point. I have no problem with analytics. I have no problem with a guy like Stearns being in the front office. My problem is the lack of awareness to being open to people that have actually played the game at a high level, that have been around the game for a long time. You're seeing it with the NBA, and there's there's more pushback in the NBA on analytics, even though the game has changed. But you saw the quote come out about Jaylen Brown, and somebody told Sean Marks? Somebody told him that Jaylen Brown was the 7th best option on the Celtics, and it was an analytics person. And it's like, that's just so far from the truth. And David Stearns, I think, does rely a little too much on the analytics. And it's not even the in-game decisions that they're relying on the analytics too much. It's the roster building that there's no feel. They thought they were going to be able to replace Alonso and Nimmo, also a guy with a decent amount of home runs the last 2 years. They thought they were going to replace those two guys' power numbers with two guys who are not known for their power in Polanco and Bichette. They thought that getting on base was going to be the end-all, be-all to leading to scoring more runs. But if you got nobody to drive those people in, it doesn't matter. Juan Solo's still hitting solo shots. It's frustrating. 888-808-1019. Phil in Sheepshead Bay. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, Anthony, listen. Number one, you're coming to the trade deadline, right?
Right.
I wouldn't trust Stearns with a minor leaguer now. How are they going to trust him to come up with something? And I know they're going to be sellers anyway. So the idea is he already messed up the team. Could he do it twice?
Well, Phil, it's a fear of mine. But the other aspect is, if you fire him, what are you going to put an interim GM in there to oversee the rebuild?
No, I'm not saying fire him, but the idea is Steve Cohen, he's taking a big chance. It's his money. I'm just saying, if he's around next year, and he said he's going to keep him for this full contract, I see it, I'll believe it. My other point was about the Mets lineup. I watched the game the other day, and I had a full night's sleep. I went back to sleep. They just don't score. They don't get runs.
They don't score. They can't hold a lead. They come into games.
No crucial hits, nothing.
No crucial hits. Phil, I appreciate the call. There are no crucial hits. They start the game And by the third inning, it's over. I leave here 7:30 every night, so I will listen to Howie or I'll watch on my phone. If I take the bus home, I get to watch on my phone because obviously we're above ground, and I could get the game, through my cable provider. If I'm on the train, I don't get to watch. And if I walk the train, I'm listening to Howie. And by the time I get to each stop, it's like the game's over. I go from, West 4th to, Atlantic Ave, 4 stops, and the game is 5-0, and there's no point when I get home to even put it on. I do because I'm a schmuck. I'm addicted to the hurt. The Knicks, they made it so easy during the Knicks run to not have to put multiple screens on. Normally I'm popping on, the TV, my both, my work and my personal laptop and the phone, and I got all these things going depending on what's on that night. And with the Knicks, it was like, all right, the Knicks game's on the TV. I'll put the Met game on my laptop and the Yankee game on the other laptop. Oh, the Mets are down. All right, one laptop gone. We can just focus on these 2 screens. So it's a disaster. And then I'm sitting there. We're going through the excitement of the Knicks series. And my girlfriend, my fiance, who I'm trying to get into baseball, and she loves the World Baseball Classic. She likes playoff baseball. We're going from the Knicks and an exciting comeback in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals to the Mets being out 7-0 and me sitting there with grouchy trying to watch this game. And she's like, "How can you do this? You just went from the most electric game to this." And, we subject ourselves to it every single night. And we're going to get to the point. This is why I invest in MLB TV. I love baseball. It's my favorite sport. And this is why I invest in it, because when the Mets are out of it, I will watch other teams. I'm going to find a team that I'm not going to be like a fan, but I'm going to leech onto them, and I'm going to try and get some secondhand enjoyment out of somebody else's joy. So it's like when you watch these like happy, World Cup videos, you're like, this is incredible. It's beautiful. I still was hoping, like Congo, if they would have beat England, you would have been like, this is incredible. What a story. Instead, you're doing this with the Mets. Oh, my God. I hate them so much. And I do. I will watch as many games as possible, and every opening day I'll talk myself into some kind of hope or some reason to watch. And most of the time I hate myself for it. It's like eating $20 at McDonald's, and then afterwards you're like, I should have never got the 20-piece McNugget. Big Mac, McNugget. Back in the day we used to do this thing, and you try it now and you might kill yourself doing it, but you used to get the McDouble and get mac sauce on it, and you take the McChicken and you stick it in between the 2 patties in the McDouble. I can't tell you what the name was because I don't think it's appropriate for air. And then eat that. If I ate that today, I would feel about as bad as I do every night watching the Mets. 888-808-1019. Robbie and Lennox. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, buddy. First of all, congratulations on your engagement. Second of all, I know you're a big Broncos fan, so I'm going to try. One of my best friends works for John Elway in Colorado, so I will try to get you an Elway autograph if I can. So
that'd be incredible,
I will try my best. Anyway, I wanted to focus on, first of all, I haven't talked to you since the Knicks one. So you and Tommy jumping up and down. We were all jumping up and down. I was watching you guys on video while the Knicks were winning.
Awesome.
It was great, dude. I was watching you guys. It was amazing. Anyway, a couple of Yankee points. First of all, I blame more of this on Brian Cashman with the philosophy of the organization. You tell me over the last 20 years who this guy has developed, basically, besides Aaron Judge, Ben Rice, and a couple of pitchers. It's my opinion that the Yankees minor league system is not good. And all these prospects now, like Dominguez, like Spencer Jones, none of these guys have any trade value. What trade value does Anthony Volpe have? Nothing. So what are they going to do with the deadline? I have no idea. And Boone's complacent. Let's be honest. He is. But
I think you guys are going to be pleasantly surprised. They're not going to get the shiny object you want. I do think there is moves they can make.
Hoppy from Long Island. He's from Long Island.
Yeah, and he's a better catcher than what they have right now.
Oh my God! Anything's better than Wells. I can't stand. They used to call Mike Hargrove the human rain delay. I call Austin Wells the human strikeout.
Well, I used to call Steve Traxel the human rain delay.
Remember Steve Traxel? Yeah, right.
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah, that's what's his name. That's what I was going to say. That's what's his name? But his buddy Steve Traxel. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, Robbie, I appreciate the call, man. Great call as always. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. And Elway autograph, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, my dad would purposely, if he could get ahead of it and know that Steve Traxel was pitching in a game, we would not go. Because it was... Jack, do you remember Steve Traxel? I forget how old you are.
I'm 26 going on 27.
Oh, so you probably have no recollection of Steve Traxel.
No, but I'm sure...
He was a decent pitcher, but he took forever. This is before the pitch clock. He would take forever to pitch, to throw the ball. How every Red Sox-Yankees game was pre-pitch clock, where they took 4 hours, he would take forever. It was insane. And he was still a decent pitcher, but yeah, not the for the people who love the pitch clock, they were anti-Steve Traxel, I can put it that way. So it was an old school guy at the time when the Mets were bad. He was one of the better Mets pitchers on a putrid Mets team. In the chat, Jay EMES says, I'm afraid of heights too, ladders, planes. I'm good. Well, I'm not afraid of planes. I will, if I have to get up on a ladder, I will. It's not something I want to do. My dad used to be really adamant about putting the Christmas lights up, and he'd do a whole big thing. It was awesome. But he would make me get up on the ladder, and I would just be terrified. Bring this up to me, and I'd be like, nah, you come down. Planes I'm fine with. I can lock into planes all the time. Yeah, they're easy. I'm not planes. If I'm strapped in on a ride, I feel secure. Can't do Ferris wheels. Can't climb buildings like those crazy people. I'm afraid of heights to the point that when I was younger, my grandfather took me to the U.S. Open when I was like 8 or 9. And if you've ever been there, it's I don't know how it is now. Maybe it's not as steep, but I was so young. We went to the top part because that's where our tickets were. It was so steep, I threw up over the balcony because I got so nervous. So, yeah, that's how I deal with heights. My third date with my fiance, I got on the Wonder Wheel in Coney Island, and she was like, hey, you want to go on the Ferris wheel? I'm like, oh, yeah. In my head, I'm like, I can't. I'm gotta be tough. You got to show her that you're tough. We got on that Ferris wheel, and I didn't think she noticed this at the time, but if you ever get in it, it's like a cage that's on a rickety Ferris wheel that, hasn't been touched up since the Warriors movie was made in the 70s. And I am gripping the fence on that Ferris wheel. My hands were starting to bleed. That's how much I was gripping it. And she ended up, a year later, she's like, yeah, I noticed. You were like, you could tell you were terrified, but you put on a brave face.
I mean, to be fair and all due respect, most of those rides in Coney Island are just all wooden and just super old.
Yeah. Well, they have new stuff now that's not as scary.
Right.
The Cyclone is sketchy.
The Cyclone.
And I love it, but it is sketchy.
It's super sketchy. It was I remember I was there I was with my parents in Coney Island, and it was they were celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the Cyclone.
Yeah.
This was this was a couple of years ago. I think I was still in high school at the time. And my mom was like, oh, we got to go on the Cyclone. We got to go on the Cyclone. It's 100 years. We got to celebrate. And we're going on the thing, and she's like, and I'm like,
well, and then I think they purposely make it that it feels like it's more rickety.
Yes.
But we went on it. I went on it it was either last summer or the summer before. And the next week they shut it down for a month because they had to fix something. And I was like, dear God.
Yeah. I mean, my mom was like, boy, I hope it's man, it's 100 years old. I hope it doesn't break on us. And I'm like, wait, what? And
why would you tell me? That would be
literally as we're going up and we're about to drop, and I get off the ride. My mom did that deliberately just to freak me out.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because it doesn't take that much to get me riled up like that. So we're going down this thing, and it's fun.
And every
super
plank
sketchy.
you look at looks like it's coming straight at your head.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is sketchy.
Awful.
I have a lot of memories there. I could do a roller coaster that if I'm strapped in, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't affect me as much. Now, don't get me wrong. I went on Nitro in Six Flags in Jersey, and that at the time, it was the tallest roller coaster I think on the East Coast or something like that. Before that, King to Cobb.
I was just about to say.
Yeah, I won't do that. I won't do that.
That's so fast though.
Yeah.
I heard that. I've never done that because I don't like that stuff either. But I heard that ride is so fast.
It's not worth the wait.
You don't even know. You blink and you're the ride's over.
Well, I saw it go up once and come back down.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I was like, I'm good. I'm never doing that. Please, never. It would ruin me. I would have to be in therapy, every single day of my life. But yeah,
that's fair.
I'm not a heights guy. I there's very few things that, get me like that. Heights is one of them. We'll come back for one more epic segment leading into our guy, EJ Stewart, 888-808-1019. A lot more to get into, a little bit of time. Stay tuned.
This July 4th weekend, America celebrates 250 years, and New York fans are bringing the heat. Hot dogs, hamburgers, fireworks, family arguments, and every sports opinion New York can fit on one grill.
The Giants are going all the way this year, and that's not the beer talk.
Celebrating America's 250th all July 4th weekend with you on your home for New York sports. 1019 FM WFAN.
If someone is in crisis and at risk of hurting themselves or others, an Extreme Risk Protective Order, ERPO, can temporarily restrict their access to firearms, giving them time to get help. Give them tomorrow and learn about ERPO today at erpo.nj.gov.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WFAN contest page.
Hey, if you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Ko, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Englewood, and Livingston. And here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. That's real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust Samwell. Turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at FiserForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-Up Early Payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
The Mets are making noise in Queens. What's your take on the Amazings? Call us now at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
On Monday, and I think it's safe to say, as a country, we should be, no Belgian chocolate, no Belgian waffles. I don't put ice cream on your Eggos. And, I think as a safe measure, no Brussels sprouts. And anything associated, even, the Belgian waffles you get at the corner store with, they got that cubed, sugar in it. None of that. We need to band together and, until Tuesday, the latest. And if they lose to Belgium, it extends the rest of the summer. I can't help it. I'm sorry. I know Jersey Shore, Point Pleasant, they got the place that makes the Belgian waffles with the ice cream. You can't do it. It is what it is. We have to stand together, stand united as a country as we take back the one sport. I guess we could throw rugby in there, cricket, but we take back the one sport that we haven't gotten our grasp on. And we officially, we've gotten our JJ's Diner. No. It's on the boardwalk. I think JJ's Diner is good. I forget what it's called. It's like it might not even be known for the Belgian waffles. I just got Belgian waffles from there. But anyway, I keep forgetting you're talking about your ear, and in my head I'm like, oh yeah, JJ's Diner.
Yeah, I thought I was like, oh, is it JJ's? I just looked up the spots in the Jersey Shore to get Belgian waffles. I mean, multiple places came up, but
is it Cole's? Ice cream is one of them.
Waffles and ice cream. It's located
all of them. No Belgian waffles. Yeah. Bring in the Eggos.
Regardless, it's all off the table.
Go to Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
Get a one of their pancake mix. Use it for waffles. But yes, exactly. But it's outrageous. It's where I'm at. We have to band together. To stop. We're taking this sport back. We won hockey gold medal, and men and women's. We've won the NBA gold medal. I know we lost in the final of the World Baseball Classic, but we are here. And I'm saying this knowing damn well we're not going to win the World Cup, but they could definitely win Monday, and it should be exciting. It's going to be in Seattle. It's going to be chaos. That is in my opinion, the best, the Northwest specifically of this country is the best pocket of soccer fandom. And Seattle's a great sports city. So is Portland. And they are soccer crazy out there. But, to less exciting things, I have in the background here, I have Dodgers Padres on. And moments ago, the Padres were up 6-2. And in an instant, the Dodgers tied it. And I'm sitting here envious because the Mets go down 2-0, and it feels like they're down 6-2, and they're never going to come back. So it's infuriating. And then to hear the owner of the team come on, a podcast with John Heyman and Joel Sherman, the only guys he'll talk to, instead of sitting in front of the press and answering questions. And listen, they did a good job. This is not to knock them. The knock is he's not allowing, a variety and diversity of questions. Because when he brings up the Soto and Lindor stuff, they didn't really pry at it too much. When the one thing I thought they did a great job on was pressing him on the roster, pressing him on Stearns, but there was, very little pushback at times to his answers, and maybe that was the agreement, and I don't knock them for doing that. Maybe that was the agreement, and the Dodgers take the lead, to getting him on that podcast. And What bothered me most, and I appreciate him talking, and at moments I appreciate the transparency, but the way he coddled David Stearns is never going to sit right with me. The way he just protected the guy and guaranteed that he's going to be back next year, it doesn't sit right with me. And I understand the Yankees are going through a free fall right now. They're losing their last 7 games. They're 2-8 in their last 10. The division has flipped, and they're 4.5 games back now of the Rays, or 4 games back, of the Rays. And the sky is falling in the Bronx. That's what it is. But I look at that team as a team that can survive. And whether it's because you agree with me because you think they're as good as I think they are, and they're just going through a rough patch, or if you think the league is not very good, they are more of a contender than people give them credit for. But I look at them and I see the way Yankee fans react. And then what they demand of their team, even though they're consistently in the playoffs, consistently in a position to compete for a World Series. And then I look at some people in the media, some people in this fan base, even people who are just baseball fans looking outside in, that tell us we're being unreasonable with Cohen, that we're being too hard on him. And I sit here and think no other sports team gets that leeway. And I'm not saying that they're getting that leeway because I don't know many Met fans that are defending them. I've defended Cohen. I can't defend this. I've defended Cohen tooth and nail. I can't defend this. And I know it's not the end of the words. It's just words. And his actions are going to be what matters. But I can't give him the benefit of the doubt that his actions are going to be impactful. All I can do is go with what we have on record, which is not good. We have more bad than good. And in 2021, they choked away after leading for the majority of the season in that division and missed the playoffs. 2022 was great until they choked away and got caught by the Braves, and they crumbled because they were Charmin soft, and that's a lot of the guys who they got rid of. They were Charmin soft. Alonso, McNeil, Lindor, Diaz, and Nimmo were a part of a lot of disappointing choke jobs. And then, yes, they make the playoffs that year, but they get crushed by the Padres in the playoffs. They exit. 2023, disaster. They never even compete. 2024, epic, magical season. They lose in the NLCS. Good. That is a good mark on Cohen's record. And I'll even give him 2022, even though it ended embarrassingly. 2025, they lead, and they're good, and they're in the playoff picture for 2.5 months. But then for the majority of the season after that, they were terrible. And then last year was an embarrassment. This is an even bigger embarrassment. This is the biggest disappointment, the biggest embarrassment, the biggest waste of money that this franchise has ever had. It's worse than the early 90s, the team, the worst team money can buy. It's worse than the late 70s, early 80s. It's worse. All right, I'll tell you, it's not as bad as the early 60s when they expanded the league, but there is no other singular season, that has been as embarrassing, as disappointing, as infuriating as this one. And it's only going to get worse. If they're not making the playoffs, they could maybe turn it around to be respectable, win 79 games, whatever. And that, lessens the sting a little bit. But this is historically bad for the Mets franchise, and it's historically bad in Major League Baseball history. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo and the Fan. Isaac in Muncie. What's going on, Isaac?
Hey, what's going on? So I'm having a argument with my brother regarding Jaylen Brunson versus Stephen Curry right now for the next 3 years. Okay? Are you taking on the Knicks Stephen Curry or Jaylen Brunson? Now, for the record,
the next 3 years?
The next 3 years. I think it's a stupid argument, and I'm screaming at my brother, but it got heated, so we need someone to settle this for us.
It is not even close. Steph Curry, better player all time, obviously, in his prime, one of the greatest shooters ever, if not the greatest shooter ever. historic winner. Right now, he's on the tail end of his career. He's still great, but he's on the tail end of his career, and Brunson is in his prime. It's not close. And this is not to say that Brunson is better all time. It is to say that right now, we don't know what the Warriors are going to be next year. If they add, the rumors that they were going to on Davis and LeBron James, we don't even know if that team is going to finish in the top 6 in the Western Conference, let alone a Curry-led team where he's older. It's father time. It's what's happened. He's still the greatest shooter ever. He's still one of, 15, 20 greatest players ever. Right now, it's not close. I'm taking Brunson 10 out of 10 times, and he's only getting older, Curry. So it's not like you're asking me to compare primes.
I agree. I appreciate that because I think I said the exact same thing, but my brother
he did say the same thing.
Oh,
the next question we had a debate was. Oh yeah. Next question we had a debate was about LeBron. Does he make the Knicks better if they sign him on a vet deal?
Is he a good team fit for them right now? That's the question.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call, guys. Don't kill each other over there. Look at that. He was standing right there. He was getting receipts. He was like, I'm calling him right now. We're going to figure this out. You get LeBron on a veteran minimum and he buys in. Sure, they're better because you're adding a guy that is, still immensely talented. You're not going to ask him to carry you at any point during the season. He's your 4th best player. The problem is he buying in? And I don't want LeBron because I'm afraid of the chemistry and it's the Knicks. It's not like they're getting much more media speculation. The media is around them. They just went through something that we'll never see. Even if they win again this next year, it'll be gigantic and one of the biggest events in New York history. It'll never be as big as what we saw this year just because of the 50-plus years and everything that went into it and how bad they were. You add LeBron, the media is not the problem because they're used to that. Does he buy in to a role player role where at times maybe on, a night where they're giving guys some days off? Like, is he going to be willing to play like 25 minutes a night and be the 4th option, sometimes 5th option, depending on what Mikal Bridges is doing? And is he going to buy in defensively? Because he is a good defender when he tries, but that's the key there, when he tries. And it's also, is he going to fit in that clubhouse? And I don't know if I want to risk that. I would be chasing, and they also need size. You bring in LeBron on a veteran minimum, it still doesn't mask the point. Like, you're putting a hat on a hat at that point. Like, yes, you're adding a very good, all-star caliber player. Like, don't get me wrong. But you don't need wing help. You need size. You need a backup center. You need a guy who could play the 5. You need a traditional defensive 5. You don't need a guy that can mimic what Cat does and, be all over the place. You need a guy, if Brook Lopez was like 2 years younger, I would say go get Brook Lopez. He's a great defender and can shoot the 3. You're not doing that. If Draymond Green was 2 years younger because he could shoot the 3 and he's a good defender. And it might, not Draymond Green, I'm sorry, Andre Drummond. Andre Drummond. Those are guys that entice me because that Andre Drummond saying he's not taking a pay cut, but he's going to have to. I don't think he knows where he's at in his career. If you could get a veteran minimum big man that could help you defensively and maybe upgrade you on floor spacing offensively, because there are a ton of bigs that can shoot the 3 now, that'd be great. I don't know if it exists. I don't know if they have a guy out there. I keep seeing Kevin Looney's name. He's like a lesser version of Mitchell Robinson, and he's not as good of an offensive rebounder, but he's still a good rebounder. That's where they're going to have to go. I don't know. What are you going to play LeBron at the 4? It just doesn't make sense to me. And I know Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report put out, he's hearing that the Knicks had slight interest in LeBron. Every team that's not the Lakers has interest in LeBron James. I'm just not, it's not on my radar of things that I really want. Also, I didn't even know this, but to put it in perspective, I was talking about the Dodgers and the Padres before. The Padres were up 6-0 after the first inning and a half, which is a normal Mets deficit to be down. But then the Dodgers came back and they're now leading 8-6. So that is the difference between a team that is great and the Mets, where the Mets don't have a chance in the world of coming back being down 4 runs, let alone 6 runs. It's not even close, and it is frustrating to watch the incompetency that is the New York Mets night in and night out, and then you have to hear the owner defend I don't care if he said he knows it's not good enough, I'm the boss, blah, 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 blah. He went out there and gave him reassurance he's going to be back next year. That's just unacceptable. And I don't want to hear about everything that, they're going to, have a lockout next year. They're clearly getting ready for that. What does that have to do with keeping Stearns? What does that have to do with guaranteeing he's going to be back next year? What does that have to do with anything involving a selling team? That matters if you're a team searching for a big upgrade at the deadline, a guy that's controllable. You can't have a guy with a gigantic contract and you don't know what the payroll or the cap or whatever is going to be. It is insane. And now people are defending it and saying people are being too hard on it. And it's indefensible. So I am back Saturday morning in for CMAC, 9 to 1 o'clock. Shout out Jack Carty for holding it down as always. Shout out to my guy Greg Caserta coming on, chopping it up about the Mets, the Yankees, baseball. Stay tuned. The newly married EJ Stewart is in the building, and he's up next, taking you through the overnight. And he's got you locked down on everything. Mets, Yankees, Knicks, everything. Excellent wedding spreads, as I heard as it was. You want to follow me, hit me up on X, search Anthony Gallo, WFAN, or at Pico_Day_Gallo. On IG, Pico de Gallo 24. Like I said, I'm back Saturday morning. Hopefully we have something more pleasant to talk about. Until next time, I'm Anthony Gallo. Thank you very much.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
The times you spend with your friends and loved ones are the best. Those selfies you take now will shape memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose. So learn about the dangers and risks of this frightening, deadly drug at stayinthepic.nj.gov. Don't risk your life and all those wonderful memories you're creating. Stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Know all the risks. Visit stayinthepic.nj.gov. From New Jersey Human Services.
Go with the pros at H.L. Gross & Bro Jewelers in Garden City. For over 100 years, 5 generations of New Yorkers have trusted H.L. Gross to come through in the clutch with the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no rookie mistakes, no getting played on price. Just honest guidance, real education, and a team that helps you find the right ring for your game plan and your budget. H.L. Gross makes the process easy. Make the smart play before you pop the question. Visit H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City or online today.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on a select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Don't waste time looking for the lowest price on Bridgestone tires, because when it comes to Bridgestone tires, nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. That's right, you get the guaranteed lowest price, plus the most free services for life on your new Bridgestone tires. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 3rd for a very special night. Fireworks Night, presented by Baby Ruth. Bring your family and friends as the Yankees take on the Twins, and stay after the game for a spectacular post-game fireworks show celebrating the 250th birthday of America. Get your tickets now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss the Yankees and Twins Fireworks Night, Friday, July 3rd, presented by Baby Ruth. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on a black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple and strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Total Orthopedics and Sports Medicine is expanding across Long Island, New York City, and New Jersey, with locations opening in Comac, Babylon, and West Orange. Expert care is closer than ever. Their top-rated doctors treat everything from everyday injuries to complex orthopedic conditions. Wherever you are in your journey, they can help you move forward. They're experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com to schedule your appointment today, or call 855-321-ORTHO.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. The 4th of July is coming, and it's a big one, which means barbecues, fireworks, and looking sharp in 90-degree heat. We're taking an extra 30% off already marked down items like wrinkle-free cotton to save you time in the morning, and performance shirts that stretch and wick sweat, on sale now. 15 years, 15 million shirts sold, and we're still the best in the game. Shop our 4th of July sale going on now at untuckit.com and 80-plus stores nationwide. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Hi, this is John Starks, and I'm Tyler Kolek. At John Starks Kia, we don't play games. No gimmicks, no tricks, no hidden fees, no surprises. Lease a Kia Sportage for just $333 a month with just $3 due at signing. What we say is what it is, period. See you at John Starks Kia in Queens. Go New York, go New York, go.
36-month lease excludes tax, title, and MV fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Expires July 6th.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
From the July 4th cookout to the post-game calls, New York sports lives here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
6 years ago was supposed to change life for the Mets fan. Usher in a new era of sustained excellence, and after 6 years, I've been left with a clown car of a baseball team and an owner I wish never rode in on his high horse. What's up? This is EJ Stewart on The Fan, EJ After Dark, rocking with you for the next 5 hours. We've got a ton to get to on this morning's show, including why, unfortunately, I'm having to make a royal pivot to embracing the king. The Yankees' latest slide and why it is yet another indictment on the organization. And the New York cat with 9 lives who has the best chance to change his outlook in this city. Number to call in, 888-808-1019. Let's get it. I don't know if Steve Cohen has buyer's remorse. when you listen to that conversation he had on the podcast with Joel Sherman on New York Post Sports, it sounds like maybe he does in some instances, and we'll get to that a little bit later. I don't know if he has buyer's remorse, but I do. Now, let me be clear. I am no sports owner. I will never be a sports owner. I won't ever have Steve Cohen's bank account. I won't ever have Steve Cohen's portfolio or his lavish lifestyle. I won't ever own a baseball team. But as a sports fan, there is an emotional buy-in you pour into an organization. You spend whatever disposable income you have on tickets to a game or team gear. You spend hours out of your day to watch the team play every day. You waste breath at the water cooler telling your friends why your team is worth the time you're giving them. And it's a belief that you put behind individuals that one day, just like as I sit here with the New York Knicks championship hat after years of pain, that one day there's that belief in those individuals that they will repay you for that buy-in, the emotional buy-in, with some level of competence. I bought in fully that things would change for the better when Steve Cohen got here. And I sit here today on July 3rd at 12:02 a.m. in New York City, and I feel like a fool. Because things have never been worse here. And I've been watching the Mets for a long time. Things have never been worse. To the point where I think the Mets would have actually been better off if Steve Cohen never bought the team. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. The Mets enter the July 4th holiday weekend 15 games below 500. They enter this July 4th weekend 15 games out of first place. They are currently a team that is on pace to lose 95 games this season. And listen, we can pour over how we got to this point. You're more than welcome to do that at 888-808-1019. That is 888-808-1019. But I think the level of disgust comes from, to me, a lack of a clear direction or plan for how to turn things around for the future. I mean, again, the Mets owner went on a podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman and seemed just as confused and befuddled as all y'all about how things have gotten so bad. And it appears that some of the only reasons why things have changed just a little bit over the last few weeks for this Mets team, or why things won't change in the future for this Mets team, are because of optics. Nothing to do with baseball. Carlos Mendoza has to be fired because he has to sit in front of cameras all day and answer for the crap that you put out on the field. But David Stern, he has to stay in his job purely because, well, otherwise, other people may not want to work for me if I fire this guy. These are not baseball reasons. To say we got to fire this guy because I feel bad that he has to sit in front of a camera every day and speak for this nonsense, that's not a baseball reason to move on from a manager. To say I can't fire my general manager or my president of our baseball operations because I don't know if someone else is going to want to take a job with me ever again is not a baseball reason to decide to keep somebody. We're not talking baseball anymore when it comes to Steve Cohen and how he is approaching this team and the lack of answers coming from him as to how this thing's actually going to get turned around. I don't know how it leaves you any confidence. And it's really sickening. We're going to hear plenty of sound from Steve Cohen tonight because when I listened to this podcast yesterday, the amount of record-scratching comments I heard from this Mets owner about how he feels about owning the team, how he has felt about watching them this season, some of the nonsense that has gone on over the last few years with his superstar players. I mean, these were actual record-scratching moments. But when I sit here and I think about that emotional buy-in that I talk about, that buyer's remorse that I have, I feel in many ways that it comes almost entirely from a lot of the braggadocious coming in on the white horse, I'm going to be the difference kind of nonsense we heard from Steve Cohen when he bought this team. The amount of times I had to hear Steve Cohen on this podcast remind everybody that he is not a baseball guy. Which is insane to me to keep saying because you own a baseball team. What kind of security or what kind of insurance am I supposed to have or am I supposed to feel better about in terms of evaluating your time as Mets owner by you explaining the reason why you can't be looked at for answers as to why things are going poorly is that you are not a baseball guy? The comment looks even more crazy to me when you also take into consideration this is the same man who, when he rode in on his high horse and came to New York and said that he was going to own this team and said they were going to do all these things, he said they were going to win a championship within 5 years. The guy who's not a baseball guy 6 years ago was sure enough 6 years ago, having never owned a baseball team, that he was going to come in, they'd win a championship within 5 years, they'd be competing for titles within 3. So when I think about this emotional buy-in, a lot of it comes from him. And a lot of it comes from what he sold us, which was a complete bill of goods. The Steve Cohen era as Mets owner has been a complete and utter flop. It's something I've said here on WFAN for, at this point, years now. And I got heat for it. I had you calling me saying, how could you say that? I said, I don't know the difference between this and the Wilpon era. I had people basically wanting to curse me out on this station. And I ask you again today, as the team is 15 games below 500, 15 games out of first place, how does it look any different than what happened in the Wilpon era? Why? Because there's a couple more high-priced guys here than usual? What's the difference between Jason Bay and Bo Bichette? I don't know. I don't see any. What's the difference between some of these guys that have come over and we thought were going to be game-changing players and turned out to be busts? I saw the Wilpons do that. Yes, was there penny-pinching efforts that made it seem like the team was working one hand tied behind their back? Sure. But when it comes to the level of incompetence, the product of what I'm seeing on the field, is there any actual tangible difference when you watch the Mets play night in and night out? If God help you, if you are watching this crap night in and night out, is there any tangible difference from the products on the field? There's none, man. And when I think about that early Steve Cohen braggadocio and some of the nonsense about we're gonna come in and we're gonna win a title in 5 years, and because I'm a fan, I'm bringing a different perspective. That should have been a warning sign to all of us, because this crap ain't easy, man. It's not easy to win a championship, and maybe I have a different perspective and a viewpoint because I am a Knicks fan. I do sit here rocking this official Knicks championship hat, still in my Knicks glory as them being the reigning NBA champions right now. And maybe it's giving me a different level of clarity and maybe an increased level of frustration with how just naive Steve Cohen sounded when he came here. To come in and just say, oh, we're going to win a championship in 5 years, like it's easy to win titles in major professional sports. I mean, it was a slap in the face. It was a slap in the face to the sport of Major League Baseball. I think it was a slap in the face to the fans because this was not a promise that this man, in terms of his managerial abilities, was ever going to be able to accomplish. And now I sit here, forget about winning a championship within 5 years. I don't know if the Mets are ever going to win a title with this guy as the owner. Because some of the things I heard on this podcast with Joel Sherman and with John Heyman, I don't know how you look at that and say that, oh, no, this guy, he has it all buttoned up. He knows where this direction is going. He says the general manager or the president of the team has to stay on the team because I got to finish out his contract. How stupid does that sound? I've been watching sports for a long time. I've been doing shows on the Fan now for 4 years. Very blessed to be doing so. I'm very blessed to be back here this evening or this morning. I've never heard a guy who's 2 years into a contract and the owner guarantee he's going to complete his contract 2.5 years out for no reason other than, well, we can't just keep firing guys. You had no problem just firing Billy Epler. You had no problem firing Buck Showalter. You just fired Carlos Mendoza. The buck stops now at the guy that turned a team that was an NLCS runner-up into one of the worst teams in baseball. That's where the buck stops. No pun intended. I know I mentioned Buck Showalter. That's where the buck stops. It doesn't stop at the various managers you fired. It doesn't stop at the various general managers you fired, who in almost all instances have performed better in their jobs, despite all their shortcomings. They've all performed better at their jobs than David Stearns ever has at his job. But this is where the line has to be drawn, where David Stearns is the one that needs to be protected, and he is the one that we cannot move on from, because otherwise, well, the rest of baseball will make me look like a fool. News flash to Steve Cohen. You already look like a fool. You already look like you don't know what the hell you're doing. You already look like, as you keep saying, that you are not a baseball guy. So the fact that you're going to sit there and say that this is too early a time for evaluation, that we need to let guys play out their contracts, it leads me to feel like, man, like, say what you want about other owners, other people who run sports franchises. I don't think I'd be hearing this kind of nonsense from somebody else. And I don't care about Steve Cohen's bank account at this point in time. Why should I? What has it gotten me? What, it got me Juan Soto? Guy who gets here immediately can't get along with people, can't come up with a big hit in a crunch time situation. What has it gotten me? It didn't allow me to keep Pete Alonso here. I was told that, listen, because you got a big bank account, the great players that are here, they should be able to stay. And yeah, I see Pete Alonso wearing black and orange for the Orioles, and I got Edwin Diaz wearing Dodger blue. What has this big bank account, and what has this got me? It didn't get me Shohei Ohtani. It didn't get me Kyle Tucker. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen Steve Cohen since he became Mets homer be completely, utterly embarrassed when it came to high volume, high leverage negotiations. So he tells me he's not a baseball guy. The money that he has been spent on people who are not making differences here or are making things worse. Because Bo Bichette is making things worse. Luis Robert can't get on the field. There are a lot of guys on the team, the money that's been spent, that hasn't made things better. They've actually made things worse. Max Scherzer made things worse when he was here. You're not a baseball guy. You're bringing in people in who don't make a positive impact. You're unable to secure the kind of talent necessary for guys who would make a positive impact, like a Yamamoto, like a Shohei Ohtani, like a Kyle Tucker, all guys playing in Dodger blue and winning championships. So the money hasn't gotten me anything. So what have I gotten with Steve Cohen as the owner of the Mets that I should somehow feel still grateful for? What, I get a Mets Old Timers Day? All right, David Wright, one of my all-time favorite athletes, gets his number up in the rafters. All right, man, that's a beautiful thing. I love David Wright. All right, and I love Keith Hernandez getting the respect that he's been owed from this organization. All right, cool, that's fun. One day a year, I'll get to relive the glory days, which is I'm tired of, man. Like, the one thing about the Knicks championship win that I think I also didn't dawn on me just how much it would impact me was how much, and not in a negative way, but how much I was able to kind of let go of so many of the great Knick moments that were that only preceded heartbreak. Like, in my office where I record my podcast, 40 Days and Counting, and Orange and Blue Bloods, I have a picture of Allen Houston and his game winner against the Miami Heat in 99 in the first round, Game 5. And to me, it's one of the first really big moments for me as a sports fan where it was just pure euphoria, and it felt like, as a sports fan, I saw a sports miracle happen. And it's one of the most powerful sports moments of my life, and it's why when I moved out of my parents' house and I got to kind of decorate my own space, that was one of the pictures I felt like I had to have on my wall. And after the Knicks won that title, and I went there, and I'm like almost having a panic attack because of just the level of excitement. I didn't know what to even like do after the Knicks won a title. And I sit behind that camera, I sit behind that microphone in my office, and I see that picture. And I said, wow, I actually could let this go. Like, this is not that I will never, it will always be special to me, and it's always going to be a moment that I'll cherish forever. And I'm still going to talk about it with my future kids and all that stuff. But, like, I realized that I had to hold on to these moments because it's the closest thing I would have to any kind of championship euphoria. Like, I didn't have anything. So I had to watch that picture every day, and kind of block out the bad memories of the fact that, well, they would go on to lose in the NBA Finals. Or, when I think about the Larry Johnson 4-point play, I had to block out, well, the next year they actually would go on to lose to Indiana in 2000. Like with the Mets, again, with Steve Cohen, it's like, well, again, you get an old timers day, you get a this day, that. Okay, cool. I get to relive glory days that I'm looking to move past now. Like, I'm tired of, no disrespect to David Wright, to Keith Hernandez, to Carlos Beltran. I don't want to talk about those guys anymore. Like, I love the fact that I get to relish as a Knicks fan talking about the heroes of today. I get to talk about the greatness of John Newby. I get to talk about the greatness of Karl-Anthony Towns. I get to talk about the greatness of Jaylen Brunson, of Mike Brown, of Leon Rose. I get to see history in the making. I don't have to hold on to legacies of the past. But with the Mets, that's all I got. All I have is grainy video of the '86 Mets and what they did before I was born, of an Endy Chavez catch that turned out to be a gut-wrenching loss anyway. Like, this is all I got. And I got to keep celebrating that because Steve Cohen knows damn well how to throw a party when it comes to celebrating the past for a team that doesn't have many bright moments. But I'm telling you right now, 888-808-1019, when you look at the future of this team, if you're your owner, say, farm system, man, don't look good. How many games are going to play next year? Don't look good. What are we going to do if there's a salary cap? I don't really know. How do you look at this and say, man, I'm glad this guy is still running the team. I'm glad this still is the guy is still the owner. And it pisses me off, man. It pisses me off because, again, I had that emotional buy-in like you did. We were all yelling Uncle Stevie. We were all yelling King Cohen. We were all yelling the city's under new management. We look like idiots. We look like complete fools. It's ironic, one of the big things happening outside of sports right now is Love Island. My wife is a diehard reality TV fan, and because now the Knicks are gone, well, she's got the TV at night, and Love Island, it was on the TV most of the night because, I'm going to subject myself to watching this crappy team play every day. And I'm watching these, women who are being suckered by these players who, playing both sides of the fence with multiple women, and all these women feeling bad because, like, I feel like a fool. These guys are playing in my face, and I'm sitting there talking about how I love them and that my life has changed, and everything is looking up. Things are looking for the better for me because I found this guy. And now they're all embarrassed because on national TV they see these guys ain't worth nothing. That's how I feel as a Mets fan. I was around talking about city under new management. I was talking about look at Steve Cohen, the money he's spending. He's not going to outspend the Yankees. This is going to be a new era. I said that before this season, that this is going to be the test for the Mets to show that they are going to usher in a new era of competence. And in fact, all they are incompetent. And I feel like a fool. I feel like I've been played in my face. And I feel like a sucker. But the truth of the matter is the real sucker is the guy that runs this damn team. Because he's the guy with this bank account. He's the guy with all the resources. And this is the best he can do. A guy with the resources to put together a team like the Harlem Globetrotters, but a team that plays like the Washington Generals. Complete laughing stock, and it's a disgrace. I don't know how you sit there and say that I'm happy this guy is still the owner. If I can go back, in all my sports, there's a lot of things I would love to change in my sports life. If I had the rules of a sports god, and I could change one thing right now within the last 6 years of watching New York sports, The one thing I would change, I would make sure Steve Cohen wasn't owner of this team. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to sit here and say I wanted 6 more years of the Wilpons, but assuming they were willing to sell, I would have hoped they would have sold to somebody else. Because I think I could have done a better job running this team with Steve Cohen's bank account that he did. 888-808-1019 is number to call. So I want to hear from you, Mets fans. And I want to hear from you in New York City, New Jersey, Connecticut, tri-state area, wherever you are in North America, listen on the Odyssey app. Should you have buyer's remorse? That emotional buy-in you had into Steve Cohen's tenure as a New York Mets owner, now that you've seen it 6 years in, now that you see a team that is 15 games below 500, now that you see a team that is on pace to lose 95 games this year, do you wish he wasn't owning the team? Do you wish someone else was running this show? That's how I feel right now. I want to hear from you. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. And, of course, there's 2 rules. Anytime EJ Stewart's on the mic, there's always 2 rules to remember, and they're always important. Number 1, I'm always keeping it 100. And number 2, I'm ducking no smoke. So if you want to call in 888-808-1019. But, of course, it is past midnight. You might be at the job. You might be at the club. It's a holiday weekend. Maybe you're with your girl. Maybe with your guy. Whatever the case may be. And maybe it's not quite convenient to make a phone call. I totally understand that. But that does not mean you can't participate in this show. You can hit me up on social media. Hit me up on X, EJ_Stewart. And let me know, do you wish Steve Cohen did not buy the Mets? You can hit me up on X, EJ_Stewart. You can hit me up on Instagram, ActionEJ, and let me know. Because I sat here today thinking about how I wanted to encapsulate my frustration with this Mets dumpster fire. And all I could think about was how it feels somehow worse now than it did before Steve Cohen bought the team. And feeling like there's really no way out of this mess. So I want to hear from you. Call in 888-808-1019 or hit me up on X, EJ_Stewart. We got a lot to do this morning. Again, we're going to get into plenty of Knicks stuff. I got a lot to say about the Knicks. We're going to talk about the Yankees as well because I got to eat some crow. The thing about being on the fan consistently and then stepping aside, I got married, as my great friend Anthony Gallo mentioned before I came on, had a wedding, I was out of town. But the great thing about, maybe not so great thing for me, is when you're away from the mic for a while, things that you said get to play out in a certain way. And you can't even respond or talk about what's going on. I feel like I said some things about the Yankees and how I thought things were going to go. And they have not gone how I thought they would over the last 3 or 4 weeks since I've been gone. So we're going to adjudicate that as well. And we're going to take some blame and dish out some blame on that. So we got a lot to get to on this show, including we're going to get into all the nonsense that Steve Cohen said on that podcast. But there was one thing he said on that podcast for New York Post Sports I actually think he was vindicated by in a way that I didn't expect. I'm mad he said it. I don't think he had to air out this kind of dirty laundry. But I heard this and I said, he might have been right about one thing. We'll get to that as well. It is EJ Stewart on the Fan. Regulators, mount up.
Celebrate 250 years with Yankees baseball on WFAN. The Twins are in the Bronx taking on the Bombers. 7:05 tonight. Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the action. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM, 660 AM, and always available en Espanol with Ricky Ricardo on the Odyssey app.
This is attorney J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill Injury Lawyers. From Harlem to Chelsea, we are New York. When there's a hit and run at 125th and Lexington Ave, we're the first to hit the ground running. Shulman & Hill has recovered more than $1 billion for our injured clients with no upfront fees. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, this is Stu Leonard. My wife Kim and I lost our 2-year-old son Stewie to a drowning accident. Do you know what we learned? If everyone is watching, no one is watching. Don't take your eyes off your child. When Kim and I are around the water with our grandsons, our phones are down and our eyes are open. Be safe. Phones down, eyes open. Learn more at stewietheduck.org.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2026 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Summer's newest drink is here. Meet Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid canned cocktail with only 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles. Whether you're hitting the green or kicking back with friends, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Grab a variety pack or your favorite flavor at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah!
Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack?
Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah.
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Every opinion counts with Evan and Tiki. Join the conversation weekdays from 10 to 2. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
I wish Steve Cohen was more humble. He's trying to sound humble now, I think because of the embarrassment he is laid out as Mets owner, but it ain't working for me. And I don't sit here today and hear the owner of a team that said when he got here, you were going to be looking at championship level success in 5 years and say, well, now at least he's saying that, like, this is a rough time. I'm having a miserable time. The fans are having a rough time. Like, that stuff doesn't move me, man. It doesn't move me because if you came in with a different attitude, you came in with a different approach, maybe I would be more lenient. Maybe I'd give more grace. But I don't know how you sit here today as EJ Stewart on a fan. Number to call in, 888-808-1019. I don't know how you sit here today and feel like the Mets are in a better position because Steve Cohen is the owner. Maybe it would be just as bad if the Wilpons were still owning the team. Maybe just as bad as if somebody else was owning the team and the Wilpons elected that they were going to sell the team. But given where the Mets are now, a $300+ million payroll for a team that consistently trots out a roster full of scrubs is something I've been complaining about for years. I've never seen a team with a $300+ million payroll have to play so many scrubs regularly. Like, I'm literally watching the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani's at the plate right now. I'm watching the Dodgers versus the Padres. Too. Obviously, the Dodgers being the team that spends the most, and the Padres being one of the other high-spending teams. And I'm watching, like, the guys coming up to bat for the Dodgers. I'm seeing Ohtani. I'm seeing Max Muncy. I'm seeing these guys coming up, and I'm like, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, I got Jared Young at bats to look forward to. I got MJ Melendez at bats to look forward to. Like, the Mets consistently have to play so many scrubs for a team that somehow is still spending $340+ million a year. Where is that money going? I have no idea. And I really want to get in some of these sound bites from Steve Cohen from this podcast because, again, there were record-scratching moments from the Mets owner as to how the Mets got here, what it feels like to be the Mets owner, how he's evaluating or somehow, as he said, not evaluating David Stearns. It's just not, it's incomprehensible. But I want to listen, I want to hear from you, and I want to get your thoughts on this. 888-808-1019. Do you have buyer's remorse? Because I don't think there's any Mets fan who will sit there and tell you, I didn't want Steve Cohen to own the team. I just, if you're one of those people, step on up and collect your receipts, buddy. Step on in, say I was right, y'all were wrong, because I didn't hear any Mets fan when he bought the team say that this was anything but a positive. So if you're there, you can call in as well. But for the majority of us, I think we all said this is going to be a great thing, or at the very least, much better than the Wilpon experience. I'm telling you right now, every other year missing the playoffs, every other year losing 90+ games, sounds Wilpon-esque to me. I don't care about, well, they're in the running for Yamamoto now. They're in a running for Kyle Tucker now where they wouldn't have been. That doesn't move me. That doesn't matter. The one big fish they got can't get a big hit to save his life. That stuff doesn't move me, man. So I want to hear from you. Do you feel like you have buyer's remorse? Like I do. I have emotional buyer's remorse. My emotional buy-in to this team and to this organization and to Steve Cohen as owner, it feels like a waste. I want to hear from you. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. Let's go to Steven, who's in Stamford, Connecticut, wants to talk about Steve Cohen. What's up, Steven?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you very much for taking my call. Very much appreciated. I'm still working stiff on my way home. So I just want you to know that you should never regret having Steve Cohen as our owner, because there's a commitment there to make things better. Whereas with the Wilpons, with prior ownership, we had no chance. And there was no hope that unless we find a diamond in the rough, that we would be able to correct the situation.
Steve, I'm going to stop you there. I almost called you Steve Cohen. My apologies, sure. Steven. I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there only because of this. Does Steve Cohen show more willingness to try to outspin the Mets' problems? Yes. No question about that.
Yes. But
I always pause and I always push back against the narratives like the Mets never got any free agents or any big-time, high-priced guys. When the Wilpons were owning the team, the Mets still were among the 5 most high-spending teams in baseball. Carlos Beltran arrived here because Fred Wilpon went into his pocket. Pedro Martinez got here because they went into their pocket. They traded for Johan Santana, but then gave him the big money because Fred Wilpon went into their pocket. So this idea that Steve Cohen alone is the only guy who is committed to trying to fix the Mets' problems, I don't think is accurate when we compare history. Now, the Wilpons had a terrible situation that they got themselves into with Bernie Madoff that maybe had things going way, way south. I totally agree with that. Right. But this notion that there was no commitment at all from the previous ownership to fix problems, some of the greatest Mets players in the history of the organization would have never been here during that Wilpon era if they didn't go into their pocket. So it's just a narrative that I just do not accept.
No. Well, I would. You're right. They did try. They would get one high quality, or maybe at most two in an off season. You saw what you see here is a willingness to go after the third and fourth guy, so that it wasn't like, oh, well, we signed Carlos Beltran, so therefore we can't get a pitcher. That's what I'm trying to point out. That, and again, I think spending our way out of our problems is a mistake. And you got to give credit sometimes to even one of the great Met, Joe Torre, who basically was able. It's not so easy to have a dugout full of all-stars and make them play together as a team. This is not a rotisserie league.
I mean, I get that.
Sometimes
I get that, Steven, but the reality, though, is this is not a team of all-stars. And to be honest, the thing that's frustrating about watching the Mets regularly is, like I said earlier, and thanks for the phone call, Steven, is I feel like I'm watching a team full of scrubs. And I know this guy was injured and this guy, had to sit out for a while. I know the ramifications. I know the reasons why the team that the Mets wanted to have out there isn't out there. I'm not an idiot. I know that. But it's something we're going to talk about as well with the Yankees too, but to a much lesser degree, obviously, because at least they're a team that's probably going to make playoffs and I think overall will mostly be fine. But when you look at the Mets and you say, well, they're a team where if they get one guy, they can get 2, 3, or 4 guys. I'm listening to this podcast with Steve Cohen where he's like, listen, I don't, because of our spending and where we're at, even if guys opt out, we're still going to be $300+ million in payroll. I don't know how much I could spend. So again, this narrative that somehow like his willingness to go after the big name guys, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's not more than the Wilpons. It is, obviously. But we've seen that because of the way the organization has moved, that there have been limitations to what they're able to do because they have spent bad money all over the place. And then they've allowed guys to go other places who, again, we think about a Pete Alonso. You think about some of these guys that they've lost, and you're like, well, we got $340 million committed, but we can't sign that guy back. And I got to watch Mark Vientos just completely look lost at first base when run prevention was supposed to be this big thing. Like, I listen to the run prevention thing again. You want to get after Stearns this morning, we can totally do that. I mean, I've been getting after him since he got here, right? I think, I'm not going to sit here and say who was the first or whatever, but I was pretty early in saying that I'm tired of this guy feeling like he's Mr. Smarty Pants. It's never take the layup. It's never, okay, I got a good player here. Let me just re-sign him. Let me just bring back Jose Quintana because I know he can perform in New York and he's a durable guy. No, I got to do the between legs alley-oop and show you guys why Frankie Montas, who's been a bum for 3 years, I got to show you why that guy is actually the right piece for us. No, I'm not going to just bring back Pete Alonso because he's the all-time home run leader in Mets history and has been a good, respectable face of a franchise for his entire time here. No, I got to let him walk and show you how I know how to run a baseball team, and I got to do the between the legs, behind the back dunk and show you that regardless of what you think, you lamest fans who think you know it all, I actually know it all. But the problem is he doesn't know it all. But to keep blaming him, at a certain point, he's being emboldened by somebody. At the end of the day, he is an employee. And there's a man he has to answer to. And when the man he's answering to says things like, it is too early to evaluate him, what else am I supposed to do in terms of actually getting after, like, David Stearns at this point? David Stearns is who he is. A lot of the things he has done have not really been that surprising. Now, I think the surprising thing has been how poorly it's gone. This is a guy that won fairly consistently in Milwaukee, so it's surprising to see him flounder so wildly with the Mets in such a bad way, in such a major way. But how he's moved is not surprising. It's not in theory surprising that he'd want to move on from Pete Alonso. It's not in theory surprising that he'd want to move on from Brandon Nimmo. It's not in theory surprising that there are a lot of the higher priced guys that maybe he could keep or go after, he preferred not to spend money on, and he'd like to go after these bargain bin kind of guys. That's what he has that's what his career has been based on. But at the end of the day, there's one man that answers should take all the accountability, and there's one man that everyone has to answer to in the organization, and that's Steve Cohen. And when that guy says it's too early to evaluate David Stearns, and in the same breath says I'm also not a baseball guy, well, what kind of guy are you? Are you just a rich guy? Is that what this is? Like, I'm not a baseball guy. I can't evaluate my president because it's too early. I can't fire him because no one else will want to work for me. I mean, I don't see anything in terms of like, and I'm not, listen, you go on a podcast, you shouldn't give up the entire game, which is one of the beefs I have with him. But you go on a podcast and you say that you're frustrated. You say that this has been a disaster. You say in theory some of the right things, but there is no plan for like, this is how we're going to get out of it. Are you going to sell? Well, we better keep winning. Otherwise, I guess it's obvious, right? Well, are you going to trade the two highest paid guys on the team? No. Well, then what does selling really look like? What are you actually getting for anybody of value? Who the hell is going to take Bo Bichette? Like, who's taking these guys? Like, what value are you getting? What great prospects are you getting for the talent on this team, which is very minimal? This is not a very talented team. 888-808-1019. You're not trading any of the young guys that have played well. So where is this? I understand the value in selling, just in the sense that it's over, it's kaput. You might as well start to retool this thing. But if you're not having a serious conversation about Lindor, you're not having a serious conversation about Soto and whether or not those guys need to be put on the block, then I don't know what we're really talking about. Let's get back to the phone lines here. Let's go to Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
EJ the DJ. What's going on, my man?
Doing good, man. What's happening?
Listen, I didn't get the invitation to the wedding. What happened?
Got lost in the mail, Mike. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Thanks, though. Really appreciate the shout out.
Messed up. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Listen, I was probably the only guy who said, like, I didn't want Soto. The Mets aren't going to make the playoffs this year. Dude, they stink. They literally overall stink as a team. And Fleegs and I do. I've been talking to Fleegs for like 10 years.
Yeah.
The background stuff, I like, you can't get rid of Stearns. Stearns is doing a great job, right? The problem is, why do they pay $800 million to a guy like Soto who gets one hit past the seventh inning for a year and a half, right? That's a big hit. And $800 million, but yet you drop 10 spots in drafting. Why is this? I don't understand, because what is he good at?
Mike, they did it because they felt like Soto was a finishing piece. But the problem was the man that was being asked to pull the strings in terms of how to put this thing together didn't know what the hell he was doing. Like when the Mets just came off a year where they went to the NLCS.
Yep.
So it is not at any point in time, like, it's not delusional to look at that where you finished the previous season, despite the fact that they had to get in on the very last day and that they were kind of a floundering team for pretty much half of that season. It's not outrageous to say, well, we're so close. And we're the team that actually gave the Dodgers the biggest, I don't want to call it a scare, but the most competition outside the Padres in that entire postseason. They played the Dodgers better than the Yankees did. It's not outrageous at that point to say, you know what? This guy who is potentially a future Hall of Famer, this is the kind of guy that can put us over the top. The problem is when you have to build around Soto, who's making, like you said, almost $800 million, and the other guys you have on the team, and you're unable to put the right pieces around them, that's where you flounder. That's where they screwed up. That's where you look at the owner, the president, and David Stearns, and say the problem was they didn't have the right guy calling the shots.
So EJ, next year you do did you put the cake in the freezer? No.
Oh,
the wedding cake in the freezer?
So it's a funny story about my wedding cake. It got I wouldn't say it got lost. It got thrown out.
Wedding cake has
not my whole wedding cake, but are you talking about my wedding cake? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it got thrown out.
I was going to come over. I was going to come over in a year and get like half the year, after a year you open the wedding cake.
I didn't get to eat my wedding cake, man. I had the wedding cake. The pictures that we posted of us eating wedding cake is the only wedding cake I had. So it's not a long story. It's a pretty short story, but nonetheless, it was left in a hotel refrigerator and everyone left and did not realize that our cake was still in there. We were supposed to have a whole top of a cake. And now, Mike, you just reminded me that I didn't get to taste that awesome cake anymore. But thanks so much, Mike, for the phone call, for the well wishes. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, Mike, really, I didn't want to remember that. That was the only bad thing that happened during my wedding. My wedding was phenomenal. Shout out to my lovely wife, Andrea. Love you, of course. And shout out to my friends and family who all came out to Maryland to celebrate. It was an awesome celebration. That was the only thing that went wrong. Almost everything else went right. There was a stretch where I thought I lost my wedding ring. That was the other. That was the second thing that went wrong. There was two things that went wrong. I almost thought I lost my wedding ring the day after I got married, which was insane. And then there was the fact that a cake. I'm not going to shit out blame. We're not doing that. But it's not us. Someone had a wedding cake in their refrigerator in their hotel and did not remember it was in there. And then when we called, say, "Hey, man, can we get our wedding cake?" I think we left it in there. They were like, "Ain't no wedding cake, buddy." Somebody was having a good old time with some strawberry vanilla cake or some raspberry swirl. Somebody had a good time. It wasn't me. But I had a great time. By the way, the Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. I did mention one thing that David Stearns was, I think, vindicated by. And it was not, not David Stearns, I'm sorry, Steve Cohen was vindicated by. And there's still some problems I have with it, but when I listen to that podcast, I want you to hear this sound, because I'm going to cue it up for Fleegs in a second. I'm someone who has defended Francisco Lindor. I love Francisco Lindor. I think he's a great player. Seems like a pretty good guy. And he's come up big for the Mets in many ways. And I was one who was disappointed when Steve Cohen made the edict for this season that there would never be a Mets captain, meaning Francisco Lindor, who I think endured a lot in this city and showed what kind of character he was and earned the right to be the Mets captain. I didn't think it was right that he didn't get that opportunity. But I want you to hear this sound from Steve Cohen. Because when we think about what leadership is, when we think about what it means to be a captain, I don't think it sounds like this. I don't think it sounds like you get a $750 million guy come to your team and somehow you can't get along.
I don't see them going anywhere. Okay. And frankly, I think that's a story that was last year's story. And that I actually am told and believe strongly that these guys are getting along much better. And so I just don't see that as an issue anymore.
What? So let me get this straight. You spent all year last year saying there's no problem. It's all good in the hood. These guys are friends. They're not beefing. And at the lowest point in the season where things couldn't get worse, you now reveal, just kidding. They hated each other last year. But good news is they're friends now. Which, what is that supposed to give me? What is that? First of all, Francisco Lindor hasn't been around most seasons. So I actually don't know if things are good. I don't know if I actually believe that. He ain't been around the team. In fact, Soto wasn't around the team for a while. These guys have only been together for a short amount of time. So why you're even revealing that as things are already going bad, I don't understand, which once again makes me question the leadership of Steve Cohen. But what I think he was vindicated by was that's a bad job by Lindor. And I know there's been talk about Soto and preferential treatment. I know Eric Chavez had the podcast and talking about how, he was going back chilling on the couch after at-bats. And I don't know what kind of leader Soto is. But I thought I knew what kind of leader Lindor was. And I think when you have a guy coming over making $765 million and a lot of pressure that's been put on him and a lot of crap he's having to take for staying within the city but changing teams, I don't think that's the time to start a beef. Doesn't feel very captain-like. Doesn't feel very leadership-like. And I could see an owner looking at how Francisco Lindor handled the Juan Soto situation and saying, that guy ain't leadership worthy. That guy isn't captain worthy. And of all the nonsense we've heard from Steve Cohen, and I thought one of them was that there will never, ever be a Mets captain. I heard Steve Cohen reveal kind of dubiously that there was real beef last year between Soto and Lindor, but it's supposedly good now. And I said, you know what? It's probably good Lindor's not the captain. It's probably a good thing that just everybody's equal, and then it gives them another year to try to figure this out. I don't know if I would have went as far as to say that there would never be a captain. I don't think taking that carrot completely off the table for Lindor was something that was smart. But I think not naming him the captain, given the friction that was there, probably was. Again, that Fan Focus brought to you by ChefIQ.com. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. We still got a lot to get to in the show. I want to talk some Yankees as well, but I want to get to this caller. I want to get to Bobby, who's waiting patiently, wants to talk about Cody Bellinger. Bobby in Belmore. What's up, Bobby?
Yeah. Hi, how are you? Bellinger is the highest paid Yankee right now. He got a debt extension for $42 million the last 2 years, next 2 years. And, he's at 254, got no RBIs in the last 13 games. He's not carrying no weight without Judge. And, I didn't do anything in the postseason last year. Not a good postseason hitter to begin with, even when the Dodgers were winning, the World Series back in the day, but, a few years ago with the team. I don't know why they gave him all that money, but, he's proven his weight right now. He's not. And, when you're the highest paid Yankee, my Judge must be looking at him like, he's making more than me. But I want to also talk about the Yankee staff. Congratulations on the wedding. Just wait a couple years.
Thank you, man.
Wait a couple years before you have kids because, you want to enjoy yourself.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Everyone's individual, but, Anyway, also with the pitching staff, Cole's coming back from Tommy John. He's had 60 ERA over 60 ERA the last 5 starts. Freed's been hurt. He has a history of arm injuries. Mm-hmm. He also didn't pitch well against Toronto last year in those playoffs.
No, he did not.
Hasn't pitched well. I know he pitched well in Boston, but the last few years he has not done well in the playoffs. Not pitched well in the playoffs since he won the World Series back in 2021 with that great game.
Yep.
And Rodin. So I know the AL sucks, and the Yankees could probably get to the World Series with these issues, but unless Judge doesn't come back,
right?
But I think in order to win the World Series, I think they got to go for Scooble. It's crazy to spend more money, but, get another pitcher.
Bobby. I don't know if the pushing the red button on Scooble is necessarily necessary, Bobby. Though I understand the frustration and the concerns. I'm coming up on the breaks. I was going to let you go. Thanks for the phone call and the kind words. I don't know if pushing the red button on someone like Scooble, which I think will, just in terms of what the assets you got to give up, will cost a lot. This is going to be a huge bidding war because I think, will certainly be traded. I think if you're the Yankees, I don't look at starting pitching as their weakness. I'm going to assume that Garrett Cole's going to figure it out as he continues to work through the Tommy John. I'm going to assume that Max Fried's going to come back and be relatively good. And I know what kind of pitcher Slitter was like. At least that's what it seems like. I'm not worried about the pitching. I do think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the Yankees and how they're unable to produce when Aaron Judge is out of the lineup. And he wants to put the onus on Bellinger. That's fine. Listen, first of all, Bellinger is not the highest paid player on the team. That Judge is still making more money than Bellinger. But just want to make sure we fact check that part. But Bellinger is making a lot of money. He's been paid a lot. And I'm someone that loved Cody Bellinger. I wanted him to be a Met. He's not carrying the team. I don't think he's the kind of player that is capable of carrying a team. Now, you can argue, well, if he's not, then why'd you pay him? I would say, well, what other options are there? They weren't going to get Kyle Tucker. They weren't going to get another guy who's a competent guy. They weren't getting another Juan Soto type. There was no Juan Soto type available. So it was either let Bellinger walk and then just go with, go with the Martian and Trent Grisham. There was no reason to let a good player walk. Is he carrying the team the way you hope? No. But I don't think it's just a Cody Bellinger problem. I think it's a whole Yankee problem. We're going to get into that a little bit later. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. We got a lot to do. I do want to talk about that aspect with the Yankees because I do think it speaks to a lack of organizational growth that they're unable to at all perform, and Aaron Judge is not in the lineup. And we got to talk about this Knicks offseason because I say things on here, whether it's in front of this WFAN mic or any podcast I'm on, and I keep myself to account. But I got to be honest. I'm having second thoughts on my approach to the idea of LeBron coming to the Knicks. We got to air it out, man. It is EJ Stewart on the Fan. Number to call in, 888-808-1019. We'll get to it all after this.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
It is physical. There's no question about it.
But I mean, the acting is over the top.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, it's like the NBA. There's so many connections to the NBA where you feel like the league does things to get the outcomes that they want.
Get Boomerang Geo on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hi, I'm Tim Meadows. You've heard the phrase out with the old and in with the new, right? Well, buckle up because Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your old vehicle into new life-saving cancer research. More than 2 million Americans hear the words, "You have cancer," each year. That's why Stand Up to Cancer is dedicated to funding cancer research focused on finding cures. Donating is easy, pickup is free, and your gift may qualify for a tax deduction. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Celebrate America's birthday all weekend with your home for New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, an Odyssey sports station. Gang Green fans, are the Jets ready to take the next step? Let us know what you think at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
CJ Stewart on the Fan. Number to call in, 888-808-1019. Of course, if you can't get on the phone lines, you can always hit me up on social media. EJ_Stewart is where you'll find me on X. Action EJ is where you'll find me on Instagram. We've started this show discussing Steve Cohen and this buyer's remorse that I have with him as Mets owner. Obviously, I am not a sports owner. I don't have any actual buy-in to the Mets in terms of any kind of stake in the team. But there's an emotional buy-in, there's an emotional stake that you do pour in to an organization, and it's one that I went all in on when Steve Cohen became the Mets owner. But as I sit here today on July 3rd, it's past 1 a.m. Eastern time in New York,